So, The Backyardigans is a computer animated TV series that ran on Nickelodeon and the associated networking channels from 2004 to 2013. I, as a mid 2000s child, thrived off of The Backyardigans as it defined my entire childhood. And the self proclaimed number one Backyardigans fan in the entire world, as seen by my DVD collection, I shall give you a video essay on its entire filmography. And yes, I know that video essays have become like this huge thing on YouTube recently, as people have been milking it for content. But one, I am absolutely doing that here. Two, if I'm copying anyone, I'm copying off of someone named Jenny Nicholson, so don't say anyone else. And number three, I believe that The Backyardigans needs more of a spotlight because it's been kind of forgotten, and it was iconic. Anyways, before we get into the actual series and its episodes and songs, I will give you a brief history lesson on its conception. So, The Backyardigans had two pilots before we got the animated series we know and love today. The first was titled Me and My Friends, and it was actually a live-action series that featured human-sized puppets that would dance around on stage, doing the typical Backyardigans imagination adventure. And then this only featured the cast of Uniqua, Pablo, Tyrone, and Tasha. You may notice that I didn't say Austin if you've watched The Backyardigans before, and that's because he was not added into the cast until the actual animated series debuted in 2004. After this live-action series, we then got in 2001 and 2002 Nick Digital creating a computer-animated pilot for The Backyardigans that actually only featured Uniqua, Pablo, and Tyrone this time. These are the main three, by the way. We'll get into the classic trio later on when I introduce the characters. But anyway, this pilot used motion capture in order to capture the dancers used to mimic the motions of the characters, but later on we will use live footage in order to rough sketch the movements for our characters. So finally, in 2004, we would get the pilot of the beloved children's computer animated musical fantasy cartoon The Backyardigans, written and recorded at Nickelodeon Studios in Burbank, California. The show was created by Janice Fergus, who had been an executive producer at Nickelodeon since 1995. Yes, I did read all of that off of the screen. Anyways, this part is not. This part will all be improv. But before we get into the very long summary of the series, going through each episode and each song individually and ranking them, we will first introduce our main cast of characters so that you get an idea of what I'm talking about, just in case you've never seen The Backyardigans somehow. In that case, I don't know why you're watching this video, but hey, more people to the cult. So, Uniqua. Starting off, she is our main character of the show. So, you may think that The Backyardigans has 5 characters. But no, it's all just Uniqua, okay? She is the true protagonist as she has appeared in all 80 episodes of the series, something that no one else can say. An episode may start off and you're like, oh my gosh, is Uniqua not in this? But she will appear. She always finds a way. She's in there somewhere. So, as her name suggests, she is a unique creature because every character in The Backyardigans is based off of some animal, except for Uniqua. She is the exception to the rule. If there is a rule, Uniqua will break that rule. So, she is unique. But if you ask anyone, and me personally, she's based off of a ladybug, okay? Like, throughout the entire series, there's lots of homages and references to lady and bugs, separately, of course, whenever Uniqua is involved. And so, I think they're trying to suggest something. They're trying to say that she's a ladybug, okay? Anyways, her signature color is light pink, and she has dark pink polka dots all over her body. And this can also be seen on her overalls as it's the same design, light pink and then dark pink polka dots. And now I'm going to go over a brief description of Uniqua's personality, because the unique thing about The Backyardigans is that every episode is its own adventure, obviously, but on these adventures they play a role, okay? So if we're going on a pirate adventure for one episode, they're going to take the role as a pirate captain, even though in real life they're not a pirate captain, they're just kids playing in their backyard. So when they're playing this role, obviously, they have to act as someone else and not themselves. But with each role, you can kind of see their actual personality and characteristics shine through. Very consistent, and so it's nice to catch the little details that each character brings to their own role. It's like a theater performance. Truly iconic. So, for Uniqua, I would describe her as the mother of the group. She's definitely the one in charge of writing all their adventures. Like, whenever the adventure gets off track or someone starts to panic within their role, Uniqua's the one that, like, knows the rule of the universe and always gets it back on track. So, she definitely is the one that wrote every adventure, and considering she's in every episode, this narrative makes sense. She also usually plays the optimistic or hopeful character types whenever she plays our main protagonist because, like I said, when they play their roles, you're going to have a main protagonist of the story, and sometimes you're going to have the main antagonist. So whenever she is the main character of that specific episode, she's definitely the hero type, you know? She's going to save the day no matter what, you know? To the rescue. Superhero vibes, definitely. So, when she's the villain of the series, though, we definitely see her more controlling and sassy side come out. Personally, I like the side of her, you know, it adds some flair to her. And throughout the series, Uniqua has the same voice actor, but switches singing actors after season 3. And so, to avoid mispronouncing names, I'm just going to display the voice actor names here, you know, go check them out. I don't want to mispronounce anything, but they're all very talented, and I think some of them are still active on TikTok and other social media, so you can definitely check them out there. So, overall, Uniqua is definitely the foundation of the Backyardigans. Without her, there would be no Backyardigans, and so for that, we thank her. So, moving on to our second most appearing character after Uniqua, of course, we have Pablo, who appears in all but one episode titled Cheech Eats a Pizza, which we will get to. Iconic episode once more. And so, Pablo is obviously based off of a penguin, as you can see from his character's design, you know. And I'm pretty sure this is a reason why most people think he's their favorite character. Like, as a child, seeing a penguin on screen, that was cool. That was like, he's the best character, like, you can't argue about it. Not to mention his funny top hat and tie really adds to his character too. Like, you can't help but stand. So his colors are blue, navy blue, and he also has, you know, lots of yellow on him as well, as you can see from his torso and legs, and also on his top hat. And then going into his personality, Pablo is definitely the jokester of the group. So whenever they go on journeys and stuff, he's always going to be the one cracking jokes, and he's definitely the clumsy one of the group. Whenever he is the main protagonist of the episode, he definitely keeps the mood lighthearted. We know we're in for a fun adventure with not too many, like, tragic parts, which it's the Backyardigans. I don't think you're gonna cry from any episode, but especially when Pablo's the main character, you're not. And then when he plays the villain, he definitely still keeps his goofy persona. We definitely think of him more as a comedic villain. Think like Dr. Doofenshmirtz from Phineas and Ferb. I don't know why that's my example. I mean, I think it makes sense as an example. I can't think of anything. I mean, there are lots of comedic villains in animated series, but I don't know. Phineas and Ferb comes to mind. I don't know why. But, moving on from that, now Pablo has 2 voice actors that switch after season 1, and then he has the same singer throughout the entire series, which is something none of the other characters have. Every character other than Pablo, their voice actor switches after at least 1 season. Like, they at least have 2 singing actors. But Pablo is the same one throughout the entire series, and so kudos to that actor, you know. He stuck to it. He made a job, and he stuck with it. So, once again, here's our list of voice actors and singing actors. Checking them out. Very fancy. And yes, Pablo's first voice actor was the same voice actor for Avatar Aang. Okay, get over it. We know. We as a society have moved on, okay? Your Avatar Pablo jokes aren't as funny as you think they are. I'm sorry. Anyways, moving on to Tyrone, he is the last of our main trio that we will see dominate lots of the episodes, okay? He appears in all but 5 episodes. And I am not going to list them here because, one, you know, I can mention 1 episode, but 5 episodes? Like, that's spoiler territory. We'll get to them. It's okay. You'll know which episodes do not feature Tyrone, I promise. Anyways, his main color is orange, as you can tell, and he is based off of a moose, as you can see from his antlers and his snouts. It's a snout, I think, mouth area. So, what he's wearing is he's wearing a sweater turtleneck thing. Yeah, and it has orange and navy blue stripes once more, which complements his relationship with Pablo, their bromance, they're featured a lot. That's what I'm trying to say. They get a lot of duo stuff. They really like to put those two together. You know, they hang out a lot. He can be described as the common polite one of the group, for sure. He also appears to have the most phobias and gets sick the most often. Like, you definitely can tell at the end of an adventure when he's the one that gets sick and is always scared that, okay, yeah, it's probably traced back to his personality somehow. And then, whenever Tyrone plays the villain, which I am now noticing he doesn't really play the central villain, like, at all. Like, whenever he is the antagonist, we definitely see that he is either paired up with someone and is their sidekick or co-villain in anger, or he is an obstacle that just the heroes have to overcome. So not really like evil, he's just something that they have to overcome in order to reach their goal. And then, other than Uniqua, I would say Tyrone plays the protagonist the most. Actually, Tyrone might actually play like just the main like solo individual protagonist by himself more than Uniqua. Like that's how many solo Tyrone episodes we get. Like, but when he is the main protagonist of an episode, he's definitely the self-insert character for children. Is that a thing? Self-insert for children. He's what you want the children to like be. Like he represents the children in the episode because he learns a lesson by the end of his episode whenever he is the main protagonist. So, you know, that's Tyrone's role as the protagonist. It's a pretty nice role to have in a kid's show, so it makes sense for him. And then for Tyrone's voice actor and singing actors, it's a bit more complicated than the rest of the cast. He went through 3 voice actors and 4 singers, which is something no one else has done. All of them are listed here, of course. And also, there's this switch between season 3 where the voice actors just switch halfway through in season 3. Or not the voice actors, I think the singing actors. Yeah, the singing actors switch midway through season 3, which that's never been done. And it's definitely noticeable, like throughout the entire series. You're like, Tyrone sounds a little bit different than he did last episode. But he's the most consistent character personality-wise, so you catch on a little bit quickly. So it's okay. You move on. Now, it's the time that we have all been waiting for. Twist Queen Uniqua. Not you. Is that treason? I think that's treason. What I meant to say is that the best character of our entire show, Tasha, is the next person I'll be talking about. Okay, she's iconic. We'll get into it a little bit. Okay, her main colors are just yellow, but she wears an orange floral dress and these iconic red Mary Janes, and her animal is a hippopotamus, as you can tell from her mouth area. I feel like that's mostly it, really. Anyways, some hypocrites may describe Tasha as being rude, bratty, obnoxious, and I think probably the word Karen is what I think someone used before. However, Tasha just knows what she wants and when she wants it, okay? Whenever she is the leader, whenever she is the main protagonist of an episode, she is always the leader of the group that is featured that episode, okay? Like, especially in trio episodes, it's always like she is paired with 2 other people and she is the leader of that group, whatever they're doing, okay? So, in season 1, we definitely see her as more of the controlling and bossy side because of the roles she's given, okay? In season 1, she gets, like, princess, queen, tea party enthusiast. Those are her roles in season 1 when she is the main protagonist. And so, like, of course she's going to be bossy when she's those characters. But after season 1, we see her shift to being more of the bold one, you know? She just gets things done and she helps the group when they are in need, okay? She is reliable, she is trustworthy, she is yellow, which means she is a Hufflepuff, but would she be up? That's an interesting thought experiment that I don't have time for. What house would I put all the Backyardigan characters in? But we don't have time for that. Anyways, she often argues with friends, but she makes up for it, and despite her negative tendencies, she actually doesn't play the villain all that much. Like, it may just be because she's not in as many episodes as Uniqua, Pablo, and Tyrone, but she's hardly the main villain, and, like, when she is, she's just, like, an authority figure that, like, the cast are undermining, and so she gets annoyed. So it's like, that's a villain, I guess, but she's never, like, plotting to take over the world, really. Like, I don't think she ever, but we'll get into it if she does. But if she does have one episode where she's trying to take over the world, it doesn't happen a lot, okay? It's like a one-off thing. Anyways, Tasha has 2 voice actors and 2 singing actors throughout the entire series, as listed here. Once again, check them out. They're probably on TikTok or something. I wouldn't be surprised. And so last but not least, except for in the number of episodes he appears in, we get to our next Backyardigans character, Austin. And he is a purple kangaroo. And also he has a blue t-shirt with a yellow stripe, and then he wears blue shorts. So that's my physical description of Austin, okay? And then moving on to his personality, he can definitely be described as a shy uwu boy. That's about it. Okay, in all seriousness, since he was introduced to the cast last for the animated pilot, they definitely wanted to go with the new kid in town, new kid in the friend group kind of persona for him. So in season 1, for sure, he is definitely the shy archetype, and so he's trying to find his place in the group, and so he's really soft-spoken. However, as the series progresses, we get some character development, okay? He becomes like the idea man of the group, and he's more outspoken and shares his ideas with everyone. And we see him take over the main character lead in some of the episodes. And these are personally some of my favorite episodes, because when he's the main character, we get to see his more snarky side. He's more confident. He, like, doesn't take anything, like, whenever. He definitely has the most eye rolls in the series, which is saying a lot because Tasha exists. But, like, I swear, Austin, he rolls his eyes a lot. Even, like, if, like, in the animation he doesn't roll his eyes, he's doing it. Like, you know what he's doing. But whenever Austin is our villain, he is definitely either a sidekick or an anti-hero, which is like a fun villain type to have. I really like the anti-hero because it acts as a foil to the hero, and it's just a fun trait to have, you know? Austin plays the role, and he's confident in it. He knows what he wants to do for it. So, Austin has 1 voice actor throughout the entire series, but 2 singers, as listed here. Iconic, let's go. And so with Austin, we have now rounded up all of our characters. They have all been introduced. And so before, once more, we get into the actual series, I will quickly rank them for you. That's right, I have a ranking. It was probably obvious based on how I described each of the characters. But in case you didn't get it, it goes at the top, Tasha, Uniqua, Austin, Pablo, and then Tyrone. So before any Backyardigan stance comes after me, Tasha's just the best. No questions or comments or concerns. I'm sorry. That's it. I mean, there's nothing to argue, really. It's just a fact. And then as for the rest of them, we have Uniqua, who she's just kind of in all of the episodes, and so you can't, like, it's inevitable. You're gonna, like, get attached to her, okay? It's Stockholm Syndrome. She's in every single episode. Like, you just can't. You can't not. That's it. But I do like her personality, though, okay? She's fun. And then we get into Austin, you know, character development is really just the biggest part of him. It definitely comes at a hindrance for him that he isn't in that many episodes, and that's why he isn't at the top. Otherwise, I feel like he definitely would be at the top, but, you know, he's a fun person to have every so often, and I like how he slowly evolves and become more confident, so that's good for him. And the next is Pablo, who just always makes me laugh, you know, he's the goofy one, so I can't help but, like, at least have him not at the bottom. And then Tyrone's at the bottom, not because I hate him, okay? I'm doing a whole video on the Backyardigans. I don't hate any of them. But if I did hate one of them, or if I had to put someone at the bottom, it's gonna be Tyrone. I'm sorry. Now that we have introduced the show and its characters, all that is left is to simply rank the episodes and songs. Which, how hard can it be? That's a reference to a Backyardigans song. For you fake fans that didn't get that, just saying. I don't even like that song. It's just an easy song to reference, I guess. Anyways, to season 1. Before I get into the episodes of season 1, I will first be going over some patterns that I recognized. So season 1 is definitely recognizable for its minimalistic animation and plots, you know. We definitely see the most basic plots out of the entire series of the Backyardigans in season 1, you know. We have our typical Seven Seas adventure, our Wild West and jungle episodes, our caveman adventures, things like that. And so those might not sound that basic, but it's as basic as the Backyardigans get. Okay, like later on in future seasons, we get this whole alien plot, which may sound basic, but wait, there's more. Okay, it's aliens that help a farm rancher with their chores and then want pancakes for that reward, and then turn a house into oranges and they shrink horses and dance with them on top of their heads. It's a whole ride, okay? And like I said, not basic compared to what season one provides us with. So, um, in season one, we also definitely see a lot of running gags for our individual characters, specifically the main trio. You know, Uniqua, Pablo, Tyrone. They're all over season one. Like, Austin and Tasha, they're there. They're participating, but, like, they hardly get a focus until season two and season three. So, season one is definitely main trio vibes. But we do get some nice pairings in season one that will be consistent throughout the entire series. Like, we have our girl duo of Tasha and Uniqua, iconic. We see them quite a bit. We have Pablo and Tyrone representing as bros, you know. They get a lot of episodes together. And then Austin, uh, I guess, you know, we sometimes have our all boys with Austin where it's Pablo, Tyrone, and Austin. Austin's paired with Uniqua a bit because, like, as I said, Uniqua's the mom of the group. So since it's not Tyrone. Since Austin is the new kid in the group, she like helps him adjust. So we see Austin and Uniqua pairing quite a bit. And then lastly for Austin, it's Austin and Tasha quite a bit just because they're the leftovers, you know? They're not in the main trio, and the writers are like, oh yeah, we have two other characters that I guess we can throw them in together sometimes too. So you see Austin and Tasha be a duo a lot as well. Aside from our pairings that we get a lot in season one and also throughout the series, we do get a lot of references so that adults can be like, hey, I got that reference. So we have like a Mission Impossible episode. And then they do references in later seasons, but they're more like current references. Not to call Mission Impossible old, but like, you know what I mean. Anyways, speaking of references, season one of the Backyardigans gets referenced the most because season one came out in like 2004, 2005. And so that's as far as nostalgia has really reached for most people. And so season one is referenced a lot. But personally, season two and season three are the episodes that came out when I was watching the Backyardigans, and so those are the ones I'm more fond of, and also they're just objectively the best. I'm sorry, nostalgia is blinding you towards season one. You know, season one's kind of boring compared to all the other episodes and seasons, but you guys can have it, I guess. And so, with that introduction, the first episode of The Backyardigans premiered in the United States on October 11th, 2004, and it was titled Pirate Treasure. Immediately, we are introduced to our show's main character, Uniqua, and also this episode's main character. Well, this episode features both all Uniqua, Austin, Pablo, and Tyrone. We don't have our Queen Tasha in this episode, and she won't appear for the next 4 episodes, which is a crime in of itself. But yeah, so we open with Uniqua, and she gives us our first song. And now I'll take this opportunity to introduce how I will be ranking the songs in this video. So the songs, at first, I try to rank on numbers, but then I realized that I give a lot of songs like 5s and 6s and 7s when I'm like, because they were like average to me, because I rarely call a song bad, just because whenever I feel like there's effort in a song, or just like any source of media, I'm immediately like, it can't be lower than a 3. So I realized that I should really just do tiers, because new numbers, like, they don't mean anything if everything has a 5 or a 6, you know, or a 0.5. Like, it doesn't mean anything. So I decided to do tiers, and the tiers are just random. They're not random, but like, I have tiers that just mean like what that song is if I don't have a strong opinion on it. So a tier you'll see used a lot is the introduction tier, which every episode of the Backyardigans has an introduction song, which is basically the first song of the episode. It always introduces the characters, or some of the characters, the goal of the episode, or the plot, and sometimes the villain. So that's what the introduction song is. It always takes place at least starts in the backyard, and then sometimes it reprises in the actual setting for that episode. So I have an introduction tier, and then that's really the only like tier I have for songs that I don't like rank. And then my ranking tiers, I have forgettable at the bottom, which means it's just like I don't really remember that song, or I don't have strong feelings for it, so it goes in forgettable tier. Oh, I do have a bad tier below that, but that tier isn't used a lot because, like I said, I don't have a lot of songs that I think are just bad, but some special songs go down there. And then I have a fun tier, which means it was a fun song. I use the average of fun a lot, I realized, and so I realized that just meant average to me. If it was like I don't have much to say and it's not an introduction song, I'd be like, oh, that song was fun. So we have a fun tier, and then we're gonna have a superb tier or iconic tier, which means that I think that song has some nice qualities. It's not just fun, okay? It's iconic, it's superb. And then at the very top, we have Perfection, which are my favorite songs of the series and that I will wholeheartedly recommend you listen to. And so we have a whole tier for that. Anyways, all of those tiers will be used and you'll see them as we get some songs up there. And our first song is A Pirate Says R, sung at first by Uniqua and then Austin, who joins in and is also a captain apparently. And so it'll be our introduction song.
R, R, R. A pirate, a pirate, a pirate says R. You wear a spare part, a bandana and a scar, and they know you're a pirate when they hear you say R. Hey.
So that's our introduction song. Of course, I'm not going to play every single song in the entire series, because that would just make this video entirely too long. But I figured since it's the first song of the series, I'll include a little snippet. But don't worry, there will be other songs in this video, just not every single one. And so they sing the song, they say that Austin's a captain, which I don't think so, but I'll get into in a little bit. Let's put a pin in that. And they go off onto their 7 seas adventure. We then get Pablo and Tyrone, who come up to the sandbox and realize that pirates have been here, and if there's been pirates, there's also treasure. And so they follow behind Uniqua and Austin on their own ship, and we go into our ocean adventure. So this is what I meant by Austin is more of a first mate than a captain in this episode. Austin is the lookout of the ship, and unless I'm getting my pirate anatomy or function rankings wrong, I don't think the onlooker is what a job for a captain is, because we see Uniqua is she's at the front helm, she's steering the ship, which is what the captain does. But Austin being the lookout, a little suspicious. Like, I think we know what the power dynamic is here. Anyways, not Austin's fault, but the fault of design. Pablo and Tyrone's boat are much smaller than Uniqua and Austin's boat, so they're able to easily sneak up on them and board their ship, and they completely seize them and take them over. And they're like, now it's time for you to walk the plank. But then we get to see these nice character moments where Tyrone can't really insult them. Like, Austin quickly is like, you scurvy pirates for taking over our ship. But then Tyrone can't find an insult, so that goes along with his mild-mannered personality. And then Pablo starts to kind of like want to walk the plank himself for some reason. Like, he thinks it sounds fun. But then Uniqua's mom's side comes in and she's like, that's not how the story's supposed to work. And so they start to walk off the plank, Uniqua and Austin. And right before they walk off the plank, they hit land and they're saved. Oh, I'm now realizing that I skipped a song. So when they're boarding the ship, Pablo and Tyrone, they sing the song A Scurvy Pirate, which while I was watching the episode, I thought it was a reprise for A Pirate Says R, our introduction song, but the wiki had it as its own song. And then I realized that it plays to the tune of A Drunken Sailor, and people like sea shanties, but I did not know this song existed or that it was a whole thing, so it goes in the forgettable tier for me. I'm sorry, but I didn't know it existed. I like completely missed it. Anyways, back to the plot. They land on the land and we get a song called Treasure, where each of our teams, Austin and Uniqua and Pablo and Tyrone, they have a map to the treasure on this island. And so they sing a song about it. But I would like to point out that the half that Pablo and Tyrone have is very clearly the half of the island that they landed on. And the giant X that marks the treasure spot is like, it's split in the center, but you can tell where that center is going to lead. So I feel like Pablo and Tyrone very obviously have the advantage here, but, you know, at the end of the song, they all team up and work together in order to get to the treasure because, you know, friendship is magic, you know, need to work together to reach your goal or whatever. And so they have a reprise of treasure and they're looking forward to whatever they find. But then an obstacle in their path, a log that goes over a mud pit, and then Pablo starts to panic because I forgot to mention this, but in this episode he has a peg leg, and so he starts to panic and it's like, oh my gosh, what am I gonna do? I can't cross a log, I have a peg leg. And so this is a running gag we'll see throughout the entire series actually for Pablo, is that he has these panic, anxious attacks where he starts to freak out when something goes wrong, specifically for him. So it's a nice running gag to see, and this is the premiere of it. In the first episode, we get to see it, and it will carry on till the last season. Not that last episode, but the last season.
I'm a peg leg pirate. I'm a pirate, and I've got a peg leg. Oh boy, oh boy.
Pablo.
How am I gonna get across?
Pablo.
Oh boy, I don't know about
Hello?
this. Oh boy.
Pablo!
Yeah?
It's the only way to get to the other side.
So we have that whole bit. They sing a song while crossing the log called Falling Off a Log. It's also forgettable. It exists. I mean, the instrumentals are kind of fun, but if I just ranked every song based off if it sound fun, which I do, we would get nowhere. Anyways, this song's forgettable, okay? I'm sorry. It goes at the bottom tier. Or, well, it's not bad, but near the bottom. Anyways, after that song, they then come across the letter T in the sand. But the letter T doesn't mark treasure, so they go through the whole alphabet to get to X. They're like T, U, V, W. The letter X marks the treasure. And so this is what I then realized about the Backyardigans, and also Nick Jr. as a whole, is that they probably have a quota that they need to meet of how educational the episode is. Because I remember when I was a kid and I watched Nick Jr., that before every show played, they would have this still of where they would list what educational lesson your child would learn in this show. And so Dora, for example, would have number sense or communication skills and stuff like that. Important lessons that your child should be learning if they want to get, like, in the traditional educational sense. But then the Backyardigans only had imagination, which I find hilarious because there is no educational significance within the Backyardigans, just imagination, which, you know, it makes sense. But in the first season, they definitely at least try. They're like, well, we can introduce the alphabet in this episode. In the later seasons, we don't really get that. They just go full imagination. But that's what I loved about the Backyardigans, okay? They're not trying to just teach us numbers. They're trying to teach us imagination, which is a valuable asset to have. So we got that little bit, and they dig up the X, and it's a big old diamond. And they're like, how are we supposed to split it 4 ways? Which, good question. I mean, I guess you can carve it or cut it. Can you cut diamonds? I think you can. Anyways, oh wait, you can't, obviously. Either way, they can't do that. We're on a deserted island. So they're like, what if we just all share it together? And then, what if we bury it so other pirates won't steal it from us? So they re-bury the diamond underneath the X they dug up. But then, Uniqua has the brilliant question, but what if they just dig up the X like we did? And so, she decides to mark the treasure with the Y instead of an X, which, brilliant. But that also begs the question, why, like, they use the alphabet to get to the X. So is there just no X now? In which case, wouldn't it be very obvious that the Y after, that's where the treasure is, right? There's no X, so it must be the Y, right? Or there's now 2 Ys, which makes it even more suspicious. Either way, I don't think the Y is going to work out as much as Uniqua thinks it will, but they do it. They end it, you know, they go out for a snack. At the end of every episode, they have a snack at someone's house. And at first, I was recording which house they went to and what snack they ate. But then I went on the wiki for the Backyardigans, and I realized they just have it all listed. So I was like, there's no point in recording it. So look it up if you want to know what snack they had. Well, the first episode they don't say what snack they ate. We just know they went to Uniqua's house. So yeah, you get to know that fun fact. So for the episode rankings, before I get into the ranking for this episode, I divide it into 5 tiers. At the very top, we have the best episode contender tier for my personal top 10 favorite episodes, and then I'll probably tell you what their order is. I think I have an order. And then the next tier will be almost perfect, which means they're like right close to the top 10 episodes, but I have to choose 10, so they're just almost perfect. And then we have the middle tier, which is E for effort or average. I saw the effort in the episode and I appreciate the episode for what it is, but it doesn't stand out to me any necessarily, but it's not bad. We then get into the negative tiers, which is forgettable, like the song tier. It's like, I forgot you existed. I don't really have that much to say about you. I don't really care about it. And then all the way at the bottom, we have the not for me tier, which is, I didn't want to call any episode of the Backyardigans bad because I don't think I physically could, just because of how attached and how nostalgic it is. But if there was an episode I realized that I didn't really like, I just said, not for me. That's where you go. So this episode, the first episode, Pirate Treasure, goes in the E for effort tier because, it's the pilot episode. It's always going to have a soft spot in my heart, but it was nothing special, It was just your typical pirate journey. We saw all of our characters. It was a nice introduction, but it's nothing fancy. E for effort. Also, Tasha doesn't appear, so it was already not going to go into almost perfect. I don't know what to say. And with that, we go into episode 2, The Heart of the Jungle.
The heart of the jungle.
Which opens with Tyrone this time, and he is playing Tarzan, and he starts pounding his chest, and he sings a little song about how he's Tarzan the animal guy, and this song is fun. It won't go in the introduction tier because I do remember it more than most introduction songs, but it's just fun. It's just average, I kind of liked it. And then we get into Pablo, who is Pablo the strong Tarzan. He's extraordinarily fast and he can pick up things that are heavy. So he's also in this song. And then we get Austin, who's also in this song. This is our bro trio, our guy trio. And he is Tarzan who doesn't say that much. And so, like I said, the way that Austin is snubbed in this series, you will be surprised the amount of times that Austin gets the role of character that does not speak in this episode but is here. And this is the first time that happens. Like, he makes noises. He says ugh or ugh a lot. But other than that, he doesn't say, real, words where it's, full-on sentences. I think he, says, what's the word? The sentences that aren't full sentences. Fragmented sentences. He gets that, I think. But, other than that, not much. So, like I said, snubbed. Anyways, Professor Uniqua is on the scene, and she has a new discovery, a worm that she has named Sherman, because it's a worm man. And so Sherman, she really tried for that one, Anyways, Tyrone is and all the other Tarzans are like, what if we help you, Professor Uniqua, on your journey to bring the worm back to its natural habitat, because Uniqua is incapable of doing it on her own, apparently. Well, that's what the Tarzans think. Uniqua's like, no, I think I'll be fine. And she starts off going on her own. But the Tarzans follow her. And it's like, no, we help. We big, strong Tarzan man. So that happens. And we even get a song once we transition to our rainforest setting for the episode. And it is entitled, Where in the World Do the Wormins Live? And it's a forgettable song. I'm sorry. Yeah. They sing about it. They, circle around Sherman the Worman, and they're singing about, where do you belong? And if I was the Worman, I'd be like, I just want to go home. So they sing that, and they sing about how the rainforest can be dangerous. And so Uniqua doesn't care. She just marches on, and they foreshadow that Uniqua needs to be careful of quicksand that lurks in the forest. But she's like, there is no quicksand in the rainforest, which, foreshadowing for her hubris. Uniqua will be punished with quicksand in the future. But not right now. Their first obstacle, actually, is a bunch of bugs, which is kind of a reoccurring character. I think you only see it one more time in the series after this episode. But the Can't-See-Ems are basically really small bugs that the animators couldn't animate at this time. And so they're just black dots on the screen that buzz around. And so the Can't-See-Ems are our first obstacle as they attack the Tarzans. But luckily, Uniqua the Professor has bug spray, and sprays the bugs in order to stop them from tickling the Tarzans. And so that's what you need to learn. Bring bug spray when you go to the rainforest, which, good advice. And then after that, we get into our next song, Into the Thick of It, which, it's a fun song. Okay, so Into the Thick of It is one of two, I think, well, in my knowledge that I know of, one of two songs that really trended for the Backyardigans in recent years. It might have been 2020, I think, when Into the Thick of It popped off. But yeah, it got really big on TikTok and social media because I guess they liked it. And I think they liked the word thick, but like, come on. They just meant the forest is really dense. But it's an overrated song. It's not that catchy, guys, okay? If we're talking about catchy songs, you need to look at the entire Backyardigans discography. They have really catchy songs, and Into the Thick of It is not one of them. I'm sorry. It's just a fun song, but it's not that fun. It's like, it's not their best. It's not perfection. It's just fun. Anyways, Pablo's part is my favorite, though, because I like how he sings it. He's an anxious mess while he sings it, and it's just kind of funny. So anyways, they keep on adventuring, and oh no, they've realized that they're lost and that they're traveling in a circle. And they realize that they just keep seeing the same scenery over and over again. And so how will they ever get out? Pablo then points out that they have vines on the trees and that they'll be able to use it to travel. So they just swing across the vines in order to travel through. And also they have to like say, oh, they have to yell like a Tarzan, like, ow! I don't know. Is that what a Tarzan makes? I don't think so. I think it just made a random noise. But either way, they show Professor Uniqua that she needs to yell in order to increase her swinging capabilities. And they do that. And we get our introduction reprise while they swing. Which, once again, it's fun, I guess. Anyways, they're getting closer and closer to the Sherman home. But it's raining, and whatever are they gonna do? But Uniqua has an umbrella because she's prepared, and they're able to walk through the rain with the umbrella. And we get this really boring song that I've also listed as forgettable called It's Drizzling, It's Pouring, and it's a song they sing to say that it's raining in the rainforest. And I mean, it looks nice. It's a pretty scene actually, because they get into this boat made out of a leaf and they flow down a river through a forest. Like, I can imagine it being nice background song for like a ride at Disney, like Pandora's River Journey, Navi River Journey. Like, this song could be a background for that, you know? It's something, but it was okay. It was fine. Anyways, we go through the jungle and they sing that song, and they're able to return Sherman the worm into its family, and they're all excited, and it's all wells that end well as they journey off into the forest once more to get back home. But then Uniqua steps into quicksand and starts to sink. Oh no, they were right. There is quicksand in the rainforest. And so the Tarzans use a stick found by Austin and then take her out using brute force and a stick. And she thanks them for being along with her because they saved her at this one very specific moment at the end of their journey and no other time. But all's well that ends well, right? And they have snack time at Uniqua. So, this episode, it was kind of forgettable, I'm gonna be honest. It's a forgettable tier episode, I'm sorry. I think it was a fun episode, and I can see people enjoying it as a kid, you know? It's a rainforest adventure, and I know why a lot of nostalgia is attached to it, but personally, when I was going back through the episodes and ranking them, it was kind of forgettable for me, so that's where it lands. And with that, we get into episode 3, The Yeti, which opens on Pablo, which finishes our trio introduction. So, you know, we had the first episode that opened with Uniqua, second episode opening on Tyrone, and then now our third episode opening with Pablo, and he's a Yeti, and his Yeti Stomp song is an introduction song. I almost put it in forgettable just out of spite because I didn't like the song that much, but I'll just put it in the introduction tier. It exists. It's fun. It's a Pablo solo song, which we don't get too much of. But yeah, I think that's just because it's a weird song. Like, he talks about his big goal being wanting to rub snow off of his belly onto people. And personally, I don't like that.
I'll have to give them a snow belly. Stomp, stomp, stomp.
So I don't like the song. I'm sorry, Pablo. So he's a Yeti. And anyways, I lied. Episode 3 is the appearance of our queen Tasha, and she's here coming out of Uniqua's house. And she's posing, for photos that Uniqua is taking out of her. And then Tyrone comes in and they pose together. And it's just, what a way to introduce Tasha, our queen. Anyways, she says, as the expert of the frozen north, she knows that there's no Yetis, but Uniqua could have sworn that she heard a Yeti off in the distance because I forgot to mention Pablo at the end of his song. He says his catchphrase for this episode, Yeti, Yeti, Yeti. And so Uniqua heard this and it's like, guys, I think there's a Yeti. And Tasha's like, no, Uniqua. Yetis don't exist in the frozen north. You're crazy. And so they decide to go off into the frozen north to see who is right. And I'm on Tasha's side, Yeti is in a frozen north, like as if. And even then, what makes you think that you, out of all people, would have heard the Yeti? Like, come on. Anyways, they go into the frozen north and we get our first song, not including the introduction song, of the episode, Keep On Snow Going, which is the first song to go into the superb tier because it is iconic. I love the song. It's just really catchy. It has a nice beat to it. They're like skating along to it. It gets you in the mood. Anyways, they sing a song while traveling, and we see in the background Pablo is like stalking them and is like really eager to rub snow off on his belly onto them. It's a whole thing. I don't really like this episode. What's the point? What are we doing? What is this all for? Anyways, they do that, and then they come across these droppings that Uniqua was like, they must be Yeti droppings. And then we realize that they're just raisins that Pablo dropped. And Tasha obviously notices this. And it's like, Uniqua, what are you talking about? These aren't Yeti droppings. And they get into a little argument. But before they finish that argument, they hear the Yeti once more. And so they decide to go on through. And they accidentally slide through this icy slope. And there's an avalanche that formed because of all of their yelling. And it's chasing them down. But luckily, physics doesn't exist in the Backyardigans universe, and they're able to just soar through without getting hit by the snow. And then so once at the bottom of the snow mountain, after almost dying, they realize that they have to cross a river in order to follow the path because they've been following footsteps of where the Yeti's been going. And so luckily, there's conveniently magically placed kayaks in kayak gear for them to get across the river. Which is a bit that happens a lot throughout the series where, I think it happens a lot with mostly rivers. There's other scenarios where they need certain supplies to cross terrain, but mostly with the rivers because, I think the writers realize that if you get to a river, there's only so much things that you can do to get across a river or a body of ocean. So they're like, we just gotta give them boats. So in this episode, they get a kayak and they kayak across. But while they kayak across, we get Row Your Boat, which is another superb song. It's just Row Your Boat, but it's covered by the Backyardigans, which instantly makes it iconic. So I don't have much to say other than I just really liked it. It's Row Row Your Boat. You can't go wrong with that, especially when the Backyardigans are singing it. So they get to the end of the kayaking, and it was a race between Tasha and Uniqua because they both think that they're good at rowing boats because Tasha's the expert of the frozen north, and Uniqua's whole goal this episode is to prove Tasha wrong. So they're in a race, but they get to the end and Tyrone's already there. I like Tyrone's role this episode. Uniqua and Tasha are constantly butting heads, and Tyrone is always just ahead of them and winning. He's popping off, but they're not noticing, and he's just trying to keep the group from coming along and trying to just live, honestly. But anyways, they keep going, and then we get their next song of the episode, which is There's No Such Thing as a Yeti, and it's really just a back and forth song between Uniqua and Tasha about who's right. But I like the song. It shows their competitive spirit, and they have a nice back and forth. It's not superb, but it's a fun song. It's not forgettable. It's fun. So they do that, and they eventually come across the Yeti igloo, and they go inside, and it's really well furnished. Like, there's a fire going on, there's a table with the raisin snacks that we thought were the droppings earlier, and it's just a nice house. And Tasha's like, see, there's no Yeti here. And Nico's like, well, obviously, there's proof of someone living here, and it has to be the Yeti. And once again, they hear the call of the Yeti, and they go outside, and then Pablo, who's the Yeti's been stalking them the whole time, plans to drop snow on them because that's his only ambition this episode. But then they walk off, and then Pablo falls into the snow, and then they go at the snow pile, and they see that it's just a pair of eyeballs in snow. And Tasha freaks out because she thinks it's the Yeti, and then Pablo reveals that it's him, and then Uniqua and Tyrone laugh about it, and then Tasha comes down, and it's like, oh, Pablo, you were playing a Yeti this whole time, which is very meta. We don't get these meta moments in future seasons, but, like, they recognize that Pablo is both a Yeti, but also playing the Yeti role, which is confusing because, so, like, they're both right, but, like, we never get a resolution to the whole Uniqua and Tasha conflict. Like, neither admit if they were wrong or right. I mean, I think Tasha was right, but I'm biased, so, you know. Anyways, they do that whole thing. Pablo's like, ha ha ha, it was me, and time to get snow bellies, and then they have fun in the snow and go have snack time. Anyways, if you couldn't guess, I gave this episode not for me. I did not like this episode. I like the songs, you know, row your boat, keep on snow going. They were fun songs, but no, it was not for me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, the Yeti. You weren't for me. So with that, we get into our next episode, episode 4, The Snow Fort. And we open on Pablo and Tyrone, and they play Mounties, and their whole goal is to basically guard this snow fortress that has a safe, and inside that safe is the world's largest snowball, and that's all their goal is. And we learned this through a song, an I'm a Mountie song, and it goes introduction tier. But anyways, we go into our setting with the big fortress, and we get to see it in the safe, and then we are then introduced to Tasha and Uniqua, who are our ski patrollers. So their whole goal is that they rescue anyone who's in trouble in the frozen area. And also, so a nice thing that I liked about this episode, though, is that it continues from our episode 3 theme of a snow episode that it might have come out in the winter. That's why they made this. I don't know for sure. But yeah, so we have back-to-back snow, you know, winter-esque episodes, which it was pretty fun. So, anyways, we see that they are prepared to rescue anyone. And Tasha and Uniqua, their whole thing is that they have a flask or a container that has hot chocolate in it, and that is what they use in order to, whenever they rescue people, they give them the hot chocolate in order to warm them up, which is a nice little gesture. But Tasha, like, really evidently wants to drink the hot chocolate. Like, it's a running gag throughout the episode that Tasha's, like, eyeballing the hot chocolate, and it's like, I mean, I can drink it right now. And Uniqua's like, no, let's wait until we save someone. So they get they get a song called Ski Patrol to the Rescue, which is kind of a forgettable song, but it's just them skiing and being like, okay, time to go rescue someone. I hope we find someone to rescue. And then we jump cut back to Pablo and Tyrone, where they have their giant snowball, which, looking at the screen, like, I know, like, they don't have much to work with, but looking at that snowball, it is not that big. Like, the safe is just, it's bigger than the snowball, obviously, and the safe isn't even that big. It's not taking up the whole screen. So I'm like, I don't know, that snowball, I don't know if it's the world's largest snowball, but, like, I'll give it to them, I guess. They're proud of it. I won't take that away. And then we get their song called Snowball Duty, and it's a fun song, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, so they're singing that song. Pablo notices the rescuers and calls for help because he thinks that they're raiders who are going to invade the fort, and so he calls Tyrone for help so that they can close their safe because they left their giant snowball safe open, so they're struggling to close it. And then the rescuers hear them scream for help and then they need help, so they try to break on in, but then the Mounties, they start to use booby traps in order to keep the rescuers or Uniqua and Tasha out. And they're very specific traps. They're like traps that turn their staircases into a ramp, which at that point, well, I guess they needed the stairs to get up, so I guess it's a clever trap. Never mind. Good trap. And then they have a trap that like takes out the blocks of their snow fortress in order to prevent people from climbing, which was very specific at that moment because Uniqua and Tasha at that moment were trying to climb the snow fortress, so it was pretty funny. But anyways, they clearly didn't plan for this because Uniqua and Tasha, they dig a tunnel underneath in order to get into the fortress. But while they're digging in underneath, you know, Pablo and Tyrone are at the top of their snow fortress because this fortress has two levels. So they're on the second level when Uniqua and Tasha dig into the first level, and they realize that they don't know where the raiders are. So they bring a ladder down to go up to the front to see where they are. So they're now outside while Uniqua and Tasha are now on the first floor inside, and then Uniqua and Tasha realize that they don't know where the person who was calling for help is. So they go up to the second floor when Pablo and Tyrone they see the hole in the front of their entrance going into their fortress. So they go into that hole back to the first floor, and then Tasha and Uniqua climb down from the ladder to go outside to see where the people needed help on the second floor, and then Tyrone and Pablo go upstairs and they're like, I don't see anyone, and then they're about to climb down the ladder, but then Uniqua and Tasha notice that no one are in the front, so they're about to go up the ladder, and then that's when they hit and collide. And then they realize it was all a misunderstanding, and they apologize, and they have fun, and they drink hot chocolate, and that's the end of the episode. Oh my gosh, there was another song I forgot about. So there's a song called Who Could It Be, which they're singing while that whole chase sequence thing I was talking about happened. So yeah, I think we can tell where that song went. Anyways, and also the episode as a whole is kind of forgettable. I mean, I liked that one bit where they like circled around and like avoided each other by happenstance, but other than that, it's just a forgettable episode. I'm sorry. Not for me though, you know. I guess that scene saves it for not for me, but forgettable nonetheless. So, episode 5 is titled Secret Mission, and it opens with Pablo, who is a secret agent this time around. And no, he is not the super spy that you may be thinking he is. That's foreshadowing for a future episode. No, in this episode, he's just a secret agent, and his partners are Tyrone and Uniqua, who are also in hiding. But they all gather around and call to each other, very inconspicuously, not noticeable at all whatsoever. And they sing a song about being secret agents, titled Secret Agent, which is the introduction song this episode. And it's just them singing about being secret agents. You know, it's a song. So then after that, we get into their mission briefing to today. So what are they going to be doing, you may be asking. So their contact from a museum has a bone that they must return to them within that museum. Interesting concept. So we go to our setting in front of the museum, and they show us their spy gear, okay? Pablo has this spy gadget that can really much do anything. It can, like, trace their location with the museum so they know where they need to go. It's their communication with the contact itself. It has, like, laser beams and stuff like that. Meanwhile, Uniqua has this grappling hook on her belt that allows them to, you know, get to high places or maybe get out of lower places. And then Tyrone has maple syrup because he's a moose, and Canada. So, one, put the pieces together. So, they're all deciding what to do next, and then Pablo is able to get them within the museum, and then they grapple hook in with Uniqua, and then Tyrone's there too. So, once in the museum, they're looking around at the artifacts, making sure they don't run into any traps, and then bam, there's this big giant diamond. Oh, and before they find this diamond, the song they're singing in order to get to these places is called Sneaking and Hiding. And it's also a forgettable song, seeing how I almost skipped past it. So, and back to the diamond. They're about to steal the diamond, or take it, or just touch it in general, but then a trap falls down above them, and it's just this giant metal cage, and they are now stuck in that cage.
Watch out! Catch it! I've got it! Whew. Oh no! Booby trap! Wah, wah, wah.
And so they're like, what are we gonna do? Because it's an actual trap in a museum. It was kind of unexpected, kind of crazy. But luckily, they just returned the diamond. Because, like, imagine the diamond cage thing or the pedestal it was on is right here. The cage that trapped them down is right here. So they just put the diamond back, and the cage lifts up. So they're free. Which I don't think is as good of a trap as the museum creators may think it is. Like, now the intruders, they know where the cage will drop from. Unless every inch of that room somehow has a cage readily available to just drop no matter where you are, and it has like seeking vision of like where the intruders are. I don't think it's a really good trap because you could just maybe steal it from a different angle, like behind the pedestal or maybe to the side of the pedestal, or like I just plan ahead in general. Like, you could have one person, like, if you're mercenary like that, just have one person get stuck in the cage and then you grab the diamond. Like, how does it work? Not sure, but it was a plan, they tried. Anyway, so they return the diamond, the cage lifts up, and then they're ready to go free. So they go into their next set of trials, which is a room filled of these coffins, like the Egyptian coffins, and they're just lined up the walls, and they have to find out which one is the right one, because one of them is a secret entrance door into the next part of the museum, which when we do get into the next room, it looks like another like exhibit in the museum. So is this a fun thing for the guests to do? Like, do they also play the Find the Real Door game? Like, has anyone gotten stuck? I mean, because you don't know which one's the real door, so I feel like that might be a traffic jam problem. Anyways, they sing a song called The Treasures of Ancient Egypt, and it was also I feel like I'm being hard on this episode, I was really excited for the Mission Impossible theme, the da-da-doo. They do that sound, or like the instrumentals for it in the background of these songs a lot, and it's fun, but it's just, I don't know, I didn't like this episode that much. It was kind of boring. But moving on, anyway, so they find the right door, and then they keep journeying forward, doing their spy things. And then eventually, they have to use the power rope once again to climb through this small vent area. And once there, they're trapped by lasers, and they have to get through the lasers in order to get to the final exhibit room. So, we get this fun song called Laser Limbo Tango, or at least that's what the Wikipedia called it, where they limbo underneath the laser beams, and they sing a song to it, and it has like a tango vibe to it, and so that was fun. I liked it. That goes into the fun category. I had very low expectations for this last song, and so it exceeded them. But not like to superb or iconic or anything. It was just fun, but it did something. It woke me up, basically. So we got into the last room, and they're looking around for their contact, but they can't find him. Oh wait, I forgot to mention. Before they got into the room, Pablo was the last one to go underneath the laser, and he did his little panic thing because he was freaking out. He was like, oh my gosh, how am I going to get under the laser? So he starts to tango and do it, but then, for some reason, when he was doing the tango underneath when he was limboing underneath the laser beam, he had his spy gadget out in his hand, and so he did the limbo, but he hits the laser at the last second, so he's able to duck past, because the only trap that the laser does is it slams down a giant metal door, and that's it. Like, it doesn't trigger any alarms, no one comes after you, it doesn't stop you in place or anything, because the exhibit is still open right in front of you. It just, over the lasers, a metal door slams down, and Pablo, in order to dodge the metal door that's about to crush him, he drops his spy gadget. And so now, if there's a door where the lasers used to be, the spy gadget's on this side, and they're on this side with the exhibit. So they no longer have their spy gadget that let them communicate with their contact or figure out where they are in the museum. So they just have to keep on going on and figure out what to do next. So they're looking around this last exhibit room for their contact, when suddenly they notice that there's this giant dinosaur skeleton, and it's missing a toe bone. And this is their educational segment. They count how many bones are on each toe, and they're like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it doesn't belong to that foot. And then the last foot they do, of course, is missing the 5th toe. So they try to put the bone on, and then they realize that it won't stick on. Oh no, whatever will we do? But then, Tyrone's maple syrup, the perfect timing. And so they use the maple syrup to stick it on to the skeleton, which I'm not sure how long. Will it stick that long? Is maple syrup really that long lasting? Like, I feel like it'll spoil or something, and like it'll lose its stickiness, right? I'm not sure if they had a foolproof plan, but Tyrone was happy his maple syrup came in handy. I mean, they could have just used it as a end of episode snack time, but I guess we'll do that instead. So, anyways, as a backup safety precaution for putting a bone on the dinosaur skeleton and fixing the exhibit, the alarms for the museum room go off and they get caught in another cage. But there's no roof to the cage. It's just metal bars all around, but not on the top. So they are able to grapple up above it, and before they get out of the museum, the dinosaur skeleton talks to them and thanks them.
Thanks for my tow.
You're welcome. Just doing our job.
Terrifying. So that's the end of the episode. I didn't like the episode. I don't know if you could tell from my description, but it was okay. But not for me. It goes in the not for me category. Mission Impossible. Ooh. So moving on to episode 6, we have It's Great to Be a Ghost, which is a childhood classic for me. Whenever I was rewatching the episodes, I remember this episode because I have the DVD for it. Like, the cover for the DVD is It's Great to Be a Ghost. It was their Halloween episode that they were advertising in DVD form. So I was excited to see what it offers. So we open on Pablo, who just completely out of the gate jump scares you, and we get the title drop in our song because the introduction song is labeled It's Great to Be a Ghost, which is our introduction song for the episode. So Ghost Pablo is spooking around, and then Uniqua and Tyrone come out. Yeah, it's another, we focus on the trio again. I don't know. Anyway, so Pablo's spooking around, he scares Uniqua and Tyrone, and they're like, that was fun, what if we became ghosts too? And so they all join along in the It's Great to Be a Ghost song, you know. Yeah. So, but we do notice that Tyrone seems a little bit shyer than the other two. So let's put a pin in that, foreshadowing. He's like a little scaredy cat a little bit, but he also wants to be a ghost, you know. Practice makes perfect. So we go into our setting for this episode, and it's a haunted mansion. And we start in front of the house. And they try to go through the door by opening the handle, using the handle, but it's locked. So how are they supposed to go in? But then they remember, oh wait, we're ghosts. So they fly through the walls, and then once again, foreshadowing Tyrone, he seems a little reluctant to use his ghost powers because I think they had to hold their breath or something like that in order to go through the wall. And so he struggled with it, but he eventually got through. And so he goes through the wall, and they explore the house trying to figure out what they can do. And we figure out some ghost things, okay? Pablo, his trick, he can go into a painting, and it's his body in that painting now. And it looks like him, but it's like, that's not what the painting looks like. So it's scary. And also, he can move his eyes and his body, and it's like, Pablo is a haunted painting. And then he jumps out and scares you. So that's his trick. And then we go to the library, and Uniqua's like, watch this. And she goes invisible, and she picks up a candle, and she moves it all around. And it's like, ooh, floating candle, spooky. So that's her trick. And then we don't get to see Tyrone's trick because before they're able to do anything, Tasha comes in, and she's like, wow, what a nice haunted mansion. It's so pretty. Yes, Tasha's in this episode. She's back. She wasn't in the intro, which, okay, fine, whatever, but she's here now. So she's exploring the mansion, and the ghosts try to sneak up on her and scare her, but she's just completely unfazed, unbothered queen. And so then that's when they realize, Tasha, she thinks she's not scared of anything. Okay, it's time that we scare her. And we get a nice jazzy song called What's So Scary About That? And I actually really liked this song. And so you know what? It goes in the superb tier. Iconic. We love it. Okay, so it's really just a jazzy song about Tasha being like, what's so scary about that? And it's pretty nice. I like it. La La Land vibes, you know? but it's a ghost Backyardigan this episode, you know? I don't know if that's what they were planning for when they made La La Land. So, anyways, they all get in their hiding places while she's singing the song and preparing, and Tasha counts down, and we see them go to their respective places, you know. Pablo, he goes back to his painting bit. Uniqua goes to the library to do her whole invisible bit, and Tyrone panics. So then Tasha finishes counting, and then she gives us our next song pretty quickly after the last one, called Hide and Go Boo, which is their fun adventuring song as they go play this hide and seek game. Well, it is hide and seek, but they're trying to scare the seeker, so yeah, Hide and Go Boo, pretty nice name. And it's a fun song. I put it as a fun song. It's not forgettable, definitely not. Hide and Go Boo. It's up there. So Tasha is walking by the painting, and she spots Pablo. Like she's like, "You're not fooling anyone. You're not scaring anyone." He still commits to this jump scare bit, but like it doesn't do anything. She's like, "Oh, hi, Pablo."
Hey, I recognize this painting. Boom! Oh, hi, Pablo.
And also, while this interaction is hiding, like, Tyrone is hiding in the corner of the screen, making sure not to be seen, but he's obviously not attempting to scare anyone. He's scared himself, and he doesn't know what to do as a ghost. So, they do that. Pablo's bummed that he didn't scare Tasha, and she's like, okay, time to find the next one. So, she immediately goes to the library right after this. So I guess it's a small mansion, like, just spooky painting, library. That's it. Well, there's one more place, but we'll get there. So, Tasha goes to the library and she tries to get a book, but Uniqua grabs back because it's a floating book, and like Tasha just grabs it because she's like, "Oh my gosh, a book, fun, free book!" And Uniqua, for some reason, just really wants it too. So, like, she ruins her own trick by pulling back at the book, and Tasha is stronger than her and grabs the book, and then the momentum from forcing the book in her direction repels Uniqua into a table, which reveals her. And then Tasha is like, "Oh look, hi, it's Uniqua." I think she also tries to commit to the bit and does like a boo thing, but Tasha's unfazed, and frankly, I'm unfazed too. So she failed too. Uniqua also failed, and they're on to their last person. And also, you know, we love supportive friends. In this moment, Uniqua and Pablo are like, "Yeah, don't be so confident, Tasha. You still have Tyrone. He's sure gonna scare you." But also, I don't know, maybe they weren't confident. Maybe it was just like they were gaslighting themselves too. So, anyways, they're looking all around for Tyrone in this small haunted mansion, apparently, because there's only 2 locations. But then we see Tyrone go upstairs because there's a second floor, and he gives us a solo song called When I'm Booin', which it's a solo song. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you now, Tyrone has a lot of solo songs, like a lot. Like when I said he's the main protagonist a lot in these episodes, I wasn't joking. And When I'm Booin', it's another solo Tyrone song. But I like this one. This is probably one of my favorite Tyrone solo songs. It was a superb song, you know. He really sells the quiet scaredness to him. He even tap dances on the roof and on the walls. Like, he's really committing to his bits. He knows what he wants. So he's like tap dancing, singing about not being able to scare someone, and then he runs into this night mannequin thing, and it unlocks a secret door, which he goes into, or like, it's more of a secret wall. Like, he knocks into the statue, and the wall just turns with him, and he's in a secret room now. And when he does this, he starts to freak out, and then a cloth falls on him, and there's also a conveniently placed mirror, and also conveniently placed eye holes, now that I noticed it, where the cloth falls on him, because he's able to see it through the cloth. So he has the cloth on his head, and he sees through it, and he's like, "Oh my gosh, I look like one of those fantastical ghosts, those white cloth draped ghosts." And so he's like, "I can scare someone now." So he comes back out from his wall thing, and Tasha, Pablo, and Uniqua, they're on the second floor now. They found the second floor, and they're looking around, and then Tyrone shifts the wall, and then he just appears, and they see him, and they're all scared because it's an actual ghost. It doesn't look like them. Which is funny because Pablo and Uniqua, they're considered ghosts, but they're also scared by this ghostly figure. So is there a ghost hierarchy? But either way, they're scared of him too. So they run off scared, and then Tasha, she runs into another room that is on the second floor, and she locks the door behind her. And just Tyrone is fully committed to the scaring bit now. He just keeps running at the door saying boo, or not running at the door, but like he's booing outside the door. He's like boo, and then we get this bit where Tasha screams ah every time he says boo. So it's boo, ah, poo, ah, just back and forth all the time, and it's very funny.
Boo! Boo! Hey, wait a minute. It's just Tyrone.
Yeah, Tyrone was the spooky ghost the whole time.
Boo! Boo!
Hey, Tyrone.
They also had a chase sequence before that was funny, and Ghost Tyrone, he was peak. Anyway, so while he's booing, the cloth slowly falls off of him, and then Uniqua and Pablo notice that it's Tyrone, and they remark upon this. And then Tasha comes out and is like, Tyrone? It was you? Wow, I can't believe you scared me. And then the episode ends and we have a snack time. So overall, it was a nice episode. I give it an E for effort. It was a nice episode. I liked it. Tasha, she played her role as always, serving. I actually really liked Tyrone in this episode. Man, I liked Tyrone in quite a few episodes recently. He's not bad. He's kind of bland though, like I said, but he's not bad whenever he has his moments. And he had his moment this episode. And Uniqua and Pablo were there too. So, episode 7 is titled Riding the Range. And it's a classic Wild West episode. Okay, well, at least the first one in the Backyardigans this time around. So, we open on Tyrone, who's a cowboy, and he name drops Texas. So, yeah, by the way, the Backyardigans, you think it's an imaginary universe, but they name drop real life places all the time. And so, we get Texas confirmed in this episode. So, they go sing, well, not they. Tyrone sings his song, Riding the Range, with, once again, Tyrone's solo song, back to back. So, it's an open singing song, introduction song, as I said. It was nice, Riding the Range. So, he does that whole bit, and then we have Tasha and Pablo, who come out looking for a jump rope that belongs to Uniqua. And, I forgot to mention, the scene before this, at the end of Tyrone's solo song called Riding the Range, he notices there's a jump rope, and he just picks it up, and he's like, hopefully I'll find the owner in Texas. And it's like, why would you find the owner in Texas? How would you know that specific detail? Kind of suspicious. So anyways, he stole the jump rope, and Tasha, Pablo, and Uniqua are now looking for her jump rope, and they also get their own Riding the Range free prize, as they're like, it must be in Texas too. I guess they knew it was supposed to be in Texas. So they go out and they sing their verse. And actually, when they all sing the Riding the Range verse, I liked the song a lot more. And it bumps it up to the superb tier. Which I feel like now that's kind of a roast at Tyrone. Because whenever he sang it, I was like, oh, it's an introduction song. But then when everyone else sang it, I was like, it's a Pog song, so that might be rigged a little bit. Anyway, so they do that, and we go to the Wild West, which has canyons and desert dunes and whatever Wild West has. And we're immediately introduced to our next song, which is called There's an Echo. Or There's an Echo in This Canyon. Long title. Anyways, though, aside from the title, this song is perfection, okay? I just love this song. Whenever I think about season 1 songs, I think about There's an Echo in This Canyon. It just has this fun thing where they sing and then there's an echo. I know, shocking concept for this kind of titled song, but it's just so immaculate. It's a fun song. You have to listen to it yourself, okay? And then they also rap in the song. The Backyardigans rapping, it's like never before done. New territory here.
Got a trail, two trail, and a bandit, to find. But we can't do that, so we leave this place behind. There's an echo.
Anyways, it's fun. So they realize that they are in the canyon and lost once they do their whole echo song. Can't do the song. Can't be lost without doing the song first. And then Cowboy Tyrone is on top of the canyon and it's like, hey folks, do you need help? You seem to be stuck down in the canyon. And he kind of just like is like, just climb out. That's his advice. Like, I think he like offers apples to feed the horses. Oh, I forgot to mention, they're all on horses, by the way, because you can't have a Wild West episode and traveling in the Wild West without horses. So they're traveling on horses, and Tyrone's like, yeah, just get your horses to climb on up. And then they do. The horses climb up a steep canyon, and then that's it. So they get out of the canyon, and Tyrone gives their horses apples, and they're all rested. And they're like, thanks for coming to our rescue by giving us advice to just climb. Anyways, they're like, thank you for helping us nonetheless. And they're like, so do you want to travel with us, Cowboy Tyrone? And he's like, and they're like, we're after a bandit that stole our... Well, they don't say what they stole, because if they said it, he would have just been like, oh, I have a jump rope. Well, anyways, they just say that there's a bandit around. And he's like, oh, that sounds pretty scary, but I'm off to a hoedown, so I gotta keep on skedaddling. So they part ways, which unexpected, because every time the characters meet in the Backyardigans up till now, they always just became one crew altogether. But for once, Tyrone's like, no, I'll do my own solo thing. So nice change of pace. So they keep going along. Tyrone comes across a river, but with being an expert himself, he just jumps over the river with ease. And then Pablo, Uniqua, and Tasha also end up on the river. So I don't know why they didn't, like, did Tyrone just go really fast? Like, how'd they end up at the same place, Not sure. Either way, they jump over the river, but Pablo panics because he's like, I don't know, I don't think my horse can jump over the river. But Uniqua and Tasha also do it with ease, or at least I think with ease. Like, they do it rather quickly, so Pablo gives it a try, but then they fall into the river, but I guess it was a shallow river because the horse, like, is able to run off, and then Pablo makes it to the other side, and so there's a river dividing them, and I guess they don't want to just jump back over it. Like, Uniqua or Tasha can just go back over the river and get your horse, but they don't know how to do it, and Pablo's horse runs off. But then Tyrone comes back with the horse, and all is saved. And so Tyrone's like, oh, it's getting kind of late. I guess I'll stick around with you guys, because you guys seem completely incapable of keeping your horses and yourselves safe. So they decide to camp out for the night, and they rest. We get this nice nighttime scene, and they're all surrounded by a fire, camping out together, very cozy, and they sleep. So Tyrone gets up earlier than all of them and decides it's time for him to head on off. So he goes with his horse, but he doesn't realize that his sack on his horse is open and there's apples falling out. So he doesn't realize that their three horses, Pablo, Uniqua's, and Tyrone's horses, are following him, which, how do you not realize three horses are following you and that apples are falling out of your sack? But either way, the horses are no longer with our trio, our Uniqua, Pablo, and Tasha trio. They're now following Tyrone, who's off on his own, and he sings a song called Texas, Here I Come, which it's a fun song. It has some guitar riffs. I like it. So Tyrone sings it, and he heads on to the sunset for his hoedown with the horses, not realizing. And so the trio wakes up, and they're like, where's our horses? And where's Tyrone? So they just think that the bandit took all of them. Just blame, whenever something's missing, just blame a bandit. Because that's the only solution, not our own ignorance. But so they realize that there's tracks in the sand, and they decide to follow it. But they realize it's going to be a long trek. But there's a conveniently placed minecart, or I can't forget what they're called. It's just a platform on a track that has wheels, and you like pull down on something or in order to make it go. Like a trolley thing. I don't think it's a trolley thing. Well, whatever it's called, they find that in the middle of the desert somehow, and then they just start pulling down on it, and we get a small reprise of Texas, Here I Come, or the intro song maybe that Tyrone was singing earlier, but from these three. So they put on the handles, and they start booking it on the railroad. And then we go back to Tyrone, who's now at his house, and he decides to go inside and settle down And we see him inside his house getting ready to sleep, and the horses are now outside of his house, and he doesn't realize that he has all 4 horses, his included. So he's in the house sleeping, and then we go back and we notice that Tyrone's house is right next to a railroad, which I guess makes sense, but there's no other houses. It's just his house, and it's right by the railroad. So luck's in favor of them because they're on, the minecart on the railroad, and they're able to just keep going. And so they're like, oh my gosh, it's a house, and oh my gosh, it's our horses. So Pablo, Uniqua, Tasha, they get off the cart and they get their horses, and they're like, okay, that must mean the bandit's inside. So they sneak in from behind, trying to get inside, or from the front porch, trying to get inside. And then Tyrone, he notices there's a bunch of ruckus out front of his house, so he decides to go out from his back door and go all the way around to the front. And he's like, guys, is the bandit in here? You guys were screaming about it. And he's like, Tyrone, you're safe. Yeah, we think the bandit's inside. And he's like, wow, good thing I just got out, which doesn't make sense, Tyrone, because before you heard people at your front door, and then you went out your back door, and your house isn't that big, so you would have seen if a bandit went inside. So either their line or your line, like, the clues weren't adding up. Either way, they eventually go inside the house, and they're like, okay, wow, there's no bandit in here. I guess we scared him off because they noticed the back door's open, because Tyrone's the one that used the back door, but he doesn't admit to this, and they're just like, oh, I guess the bandit ran off, but okay, whatever. So they all have fun. They have a party song at the end of it called Buffalo Girls and Boys. It's a fun song. It's our first dance party song, as I call it, because, at the end of children's media, they usually have a dance party song to be like, oh my gosh, everything's fine. Look, we're all partying together. So they have that song. It's called Buffalo Boys and Girls, and it's a fun song. So they do that, and Tyrone's like, oh my gosh, I have your jump rope, Uniqua. And she's like, thanks. I guess that's what I was looking for. And the episode ends. So I listed the episode as almost perfect, It was fun. I liked the song, especially There's an Echo in the Canyon. Immaculate. Beautiful song. So it's almost perfect. It's not a top episode contender. I don't think any of the season 1 episodes are. Sorry, spoilers, but it was almost perfect. It was getting up there. Okay, so moving on, we're at episode 8, Key to the Nile, which opens with Tasha for the first time. Oh my gosh, she's the lead of this episode. It's beautiful. But for some reason, she comes out from behind Pablo's house, which I guess she just doesn't have a house, but I see a yellow house, like, when they do their opening frame. So I guess the house just wasn't in the budget for this season. But either way, she comes out from behind Pablo's house, and she just like pretends it's her house, I guess, which okay. Anyways, we get our introduction song called I Love Being a Princess, and it's superb. It's beautiful. It's a Tasha solo song, and she's just singing about how she's a princess and she gets what she wants. Very Disney. Very, very beautiful. Well, I guess that's not... Well, that's kind of what Disney princesses talk about. I mean, they talk about what they want, but it's usually like freedom or justice or self-determination. Tasha is just like, I want everything, so... About the same. I'll take it. So, she goes to her palace, and we see her servants come as she calls for them. And it's servants Pablo, Tyrone, and Austin. Austin is back after being gone for like the last 4 episodes. So nice to see you back once again, Austin. So, anyways, they're her servants, and she calls for them, and we get this nice little reprise of I Love Being a Princess, but with her servants this time. And you can tell that they're all kind of annoyed, especially Austin. Like I said, he's eye-rolling all over the place in this episode specifically, and especially.
Great is your fame, oh princess.
Long may you reign, oh princess. She's such a pain, that princess. I love being me.
But it's still very funny, like, because she asked for them, like, grapes, play this instrument for me, fan me, and they're just, like, eye-rolling. They're like, ugh, the princess, whatever does she want this time? So, at the end of their song, she wants water because she's feeling a little thirsty. But they're like, but princess, the Nile River, the entire river has dried up. I'm sorry, but there's nothing we can do. So she's like, oh, yeah, that kind of sucks. And so she's like, well, I guess it's off to somehow fill this river. And they're like, well, there is one way to get the river back, and it's by giving these three gifts to the Great Sphinx. And I'm like, oh, wait, we haven't had our Uniqua appearance, so there it is. Like I said, Uniqua, she's always in the episode somehow, so she may not be the princess of the three servants, but she's the almighty Sphinx that we have to get presents for, so we'll see your adventure eventually. So they're like, okay, we need to get these three presents, and Tasha's like, okay, my servants, let's go. And they're like, wow, she didn't even say thank you or please when asking for this information or like asking for help with finding the presents. She's such a pain. So we see a servant rebellion brewing, and it's definitely led by Austin.
There's just one thing about the Princess Cleo Tasha.
She never says please or thank you.
Like, I know it's led by Austin, okay? Like, he's planning to throw her over. So, they go outside of the palace, and they're in the desert, and they're getting ready to look for the three presents. And we get a song about it called Three Presents for the Sphinx. And it's a fun song. It's gonna play throughout the episode because this episode will establish the three-part adventure that the Backyardigans will slowly adopt for a lot of its episodes. It's very Dora, we had to get to this place to get to this place to get to our final destination. That's kind of what the Backyardigans starts to do. They're like, okay, we're gonna have obstacle 1, obstacle 2, and then obstacle 3. And that's the episode. So it's very heavily foreshadowed because they like working in threes. And also, I think the universe in general just works in threes, triangle, everything works in threes. So either way, they get to their first obstacle, which is there's just a bunch of pyramids, and they have to look for this very specific pyramid that will have the first gift. And Tyrone accidentally leans on it because when they meant hidden pyramid, they didn't mean like hidden in sight. They meant it's actually invisible. So Tyrone's leaning on an invisible pyramid, but it was kind of obvious because they give us a scenic view, and it's like there's pyramids all around this just one empty slot where you think a pyramid would be. So it's like, okay, I think a pyramid should be right there. But either way, Tyrone found it, a door appears, Tasha goes in with Tyrone and looking around for the jewel, which is going to be the first gift. But there's like water and like just a bunch of things that Tasha wants to touch. Just a bunch of other jewels, but she specifically needs the jewel of water. So Tyrone keeps her on track, and he does this funny thing where it's very obvious which jewel is the jewel of water because it's blue and everything's like red or different colors. And he's like, Princess Tasha, I wonder which jewel is the jewel of the water, and giving her sass about it. And I'm like, okay, if you know which jewel it is, just tell her or just pick it up yourself. Like, Jesus, we don't need all of this, okay? I know you're doing your whole rebellion thing, but it's a bit much, even for me. Or maybe I'm just a Tasha defender. I'm sorry. So anyways, Tasha figures it out and gets the gem. And she's like, oh my gosh, I did it all by myself. And then, we see some bitterness. They're like, she didn't say thank you when you clearly found the gem for her, even though you gave some sass about it. And like, she technically found it because you didn't tell her that you found. Either way, how is she supposed to know? Because she clearly thinks she did it on her own. So I don't know why you're being so sassy about it. But either way, servants rebelling. We get another 3 gifts for the Sphinx reprise. And they try to head off to their next location. But before we get to our next location, we get this amazing song. It will go into the perfection tier. It's kind of a Tasha solo song. I think maybe the servants might have like background vocals. I can't remember on the top of my head now, which is a bad look for the song because most perfection songs I know by heart, but I really can't remember because I really just remember Tasha's solo parts. I think it's a Tasha solo though. I may be gaslighting myself. Either way, I Want My River Back, Tasha solo song, iconic. It's like the introduction song, but much better because her vocals really shine through. She wants her river back and she's singing a power ballad about it. Beautiful.
I want my river back. I want my river back. There's no time to stand and yak. I want my river back. Oh yeah, she wants her river back. I want my river back. Don't give her any flack. I want my river back.
So anyways, we get our present song once again, and we go off to the next gift, which is on top of a cliff. Pablo helps her up through it, and he's like, okay, Queen or Princess Tasha, remember, you can only pick the yellow lotus flower, none of the other flowers. And she's like, but all the other flowers are pretty, and I can't find where this flower is. Where is this yellow flower? And Pablo sees it clearly and is giving her sass once again, and then she finally gets the yellow lotus flower, and she's like, wow, I can't believe I found it all by myself because my servants are sassing me. I'm really angry about this episode. So they do that, and they head off to their last location, which Austin helps her with, and it's basically just this secret oasis that has a body of water in the center of it. And Austin's like, okay, use this jar or this cup that I brought for you from your palace to get the water, but remember, you can't drink it. Only the Sphinx can drink this water. So Tasha's like, okay, I guess, and she gets the water, and Austin's still mad too, and they finally go to the Sphinx with her 3 gifts, her water gem, her yellow lotus flower, and her cup of water, and she's like, here are our gifts. I hope you like them. And Uniqua's like, wow, did you get all of thank you for the gifts. Did you get them all by yourself? And Tasha, which if she was a rude person, would have been like, yeah, I did it all by myself. But guess what? This time, to the Sphinx, she's like, no, I did it with the help of my loyal servants. And Uniqua's like, well, did you thank them and say please and stuff like that? And Tasha's like, oh, well, I guess I didn't. And we get a whole song called Please and Thank You, which is about saying please and thank you for when people do things for you. And it's an okay song. I said it was, well, it was kind of forgettable in compared to all the other banger songs that we got this episode, so I put it in forgettable, but still nice nonetheless. Anyways, we learned a valuable lesson for the kiddos about saying your please and your thank yous. As for the ranking of the episode, I put it in almost perfect, really just because it was a Tasha-centered episode and we got her solos that I really liked, and Austin's sass was impeccable this episode, so that's really why it's in the almost perfect tier. Other than that, it was kind of boring, like the adventure itself was just like, desert, but I liked it nonetheless. This then brings us to our next episode, which is titled Knights Are Brave and Strong, episode 9. And it opens on Queen Tasha once again. She has elevated. She got a promotion. Last episode, she was just the princess of the Nile. This time, she is a queen. And she gives us her solo song, Queens Are Never Wrong. It's a fun song. It's no I Want My River Back, but it's a Tasha solo. I can't just say it's a measly introduction song. So it will go in the fun tier. So we get that. And she goes to her royal palace and she calls for Uniqua, who is just one of her royal subjects. And she's like, Uniqua, if you want to be knighted, please deliver this message to King Austin. That's right, King Austin. He is a king this time. But then I realize that this episode is about knights being brave and strong. And Tasha is the queen. And Austin's the king, so that means they're probably not going to be heavily featured in this episode. You never win. You never win as a Tasha and Austin stan. Okay, but anyways, she gives Uniqua the message in order to carry off, and we get this song called A Message Message. And is kind of forgettable song. Really, the vocals are nice, but once again, if I just judged a song based on how beautiful the vocals sound every time, everything would be perfect because the Backyardigans vocal cast and singing cast, amazing, impeccable, iconic. So, but to be fair, I have to judge the song on how I like it, so it's very subjective. And the song was forgettable for me. It was fun. But Uniqua carries it. It's mostly a Uniqua solo song, so it's fun. Anyways, we see this map that shows the way to get from Tasha's kingdom to Austin's kingdom. And it's just a pretty linear path, but we have obstacles. They have the misty forest with the moose and the gates guarded by this ruthless guardian that looks like a penguin. That guardian kind of looks like a penguin. I wonder who it could be, and I wonder who the moose is. Either way, Tasha is like, okay, remember, you must get through these obstacles in order to get to your kingdom. So Uniqua heads off. We get our message reprise of that song, and she's already in the mist forest, and she's looking around, and she hears this ooh sound, and she's wondering, where is that coming from? She's kind of scared. So she goes out, looks around, and she finds Tyrone, and he's just like, hi, I've been lost in this forest for who knows how long, because there's a whole map that features him in the forest, and he's just lost. So it's like, they know he's lost in the mist, and they're not helping him, or they can't find him, or they just think he's an angry spirit. Either way, they know he's been in this mist for a long time to make a map out of him, and he's just been in here this whole time, and he's scared. And Unique was like, hey, do you want to become a knight with me? Knights are brave and strong and smart, and so if you come along with me, maybe you can be brave too. And so he's like, oh my gosh, that sounds like so fun. So they head off through the mist together, and they get through the scary mist, and they approach the gate, which is our second obstacle. And it's Pablo, and he's like, no one shall pass this gate. No one is allowed to pass gates. And they're like, okay, but can we pretty please with cherries on top go through the gate? And Pablo's like, you physically can't, look. And he pushes on the door, and he's like, see, the door, it won't open, and no one's been able to open it, so that's why I just guard it for some reason. And I'm like, no one can go through the gate. I guess he doesn't want people to waste his time like pushing on a gate that doesn't open. Very considerate of him. Like, I wouldn't spend my whole life just standing in front of a door being like, hey, this door, you can't open it, sorry, my bad, or universe is bad. So kind of a weird job and like role for him to adopt for himself, but you know, keep on going, I guess. So keep on snow going. Song reference. So anyways, he's just like, yeah, we can't do it. And then Uniqua, she uses her brain, and she's like, what if we pull on the door? So they pull on the door, and it opens, and it's our next trait, you know? She helped Tyrone be courageous, and she's helping Pablo be smart. If you can't push on a door, pull on a door, which, valuable life lesson, to be honest, not even joking. Like, the amount of times I've pushed on a door when I need to pull it, like, but to be fair, it's because people don't know how to design doors correctly, okay? Sorry, I'm about to get into a tangent. When there is a handle, that means that it's usually a pull-open door. But when there is a bar, that's a push door. But then, sometimes they have bars that you're supposed to pull on, and I'm like, that's not how it works. It's not how it works, guys. That's not how doors work. You don't have a bar to pull it open, like... Sorry, it's just this one specific door that I encounter in my life daily that I'm talking about. It's very specific, but it annoys me to no further extent. Anyways, carrying on, they go through the door, and we come across this swamp pit that they have to go, and it's just like bubbles, like the swamp is bubbling, and so they're like, well, we can't go in that literally looks like acid. And it does indeed look like green acid. So they're like, how are we supposed to get through it? And luckily there's just a bunch of rocks and logs that they're able to jump on in order to navigate the swamp. And we get this really bad song called PU that I think is the only song that will go into the bad tier. But I made a whole tier just for it because I didn't forget about it. So I can't put it in the forgettable tier, but I don't like it. So it will go in the bad tier. So they sing that song. I'm just going to breeze past it. And they navigate the swamp and they're like one log distance away from land, from past the swamp. So they push the log, which uses strength, our third feature, and they're able to get across. And so with unlocking bravery, intelligence, and strength, they have made it to King Austin, and they give him the message. And he's like, I now declare you knights. And we get a song about it called The Ballad of the Brave Pink Knight. It has Pink Knight in it, so it's clearly just for Uniqua, but all of them get crowned. Very rude of them. Like, Tyrone and Pablo are here too, King Austin, but you're really just singing to Uniqua. Like, I get it, she was sent on the mission, but, well, I guess she did do all the work. You know what? Never mind. Yeah, just knight Uniqua, but they knight all of them. Either way, they're all gathered around. Austin opens the message, and it's literally like a picture of pretzels and juice. And it's Tasha asking him for snacks. So they go off to snack time, which I also just send text messages of food as a sign of, do you want to eat food with me? Either way, the episode, it was not for me. I liked the 3-step trial, on retrospective. I like that they showed the 3 steps, like the virtues that they are trying to promote in this episode, but it wasn't for me. It was kind of boring. Like, I was kind of like, okay, can we get over the adventure already? I wish I could see Tasha and Austin, but they're just royalty, and they don't matter this episode. This then brings us to episode 10, Viking Voyage, which opens on Tyrone, Pablo, and Uniqua, and they are Vikings. And they say, like, yarg a lot, so like a lot of modern day teenage boys do. And we get our introduction song, which is just If You Want to Be a Viking, and it's an introduction song. Once again, classic trio here over it. Okay, yeah, they sing a song about wanting to be Vikings, but either way, their goal as Vikings is to discover new land. And they make puns about, like, Greenland and Iceland. They're like, Greenland is named for being green, and Iceland is named for being icy. Which is not true, by the way. It's actually mixed up. There's a whole thing about Greenland and Iceland. But we get that they're real confirmed places in this world, so that's pretty cool. So they go off on their 7 seas journey once again. And they're sailing, and we notice that Tasha's in the water, and she's a mermaid, and she's following them, and for some reason, she's really angry at them. She's like, they don't think mermaids are tough, which they didn't say, but I guess it makes sense. Like, we as a society don't think sea mermaids are scary. Well, I think we do now because of the whole siren thing, but Tasha doesn't think so. She's like, no one sees mermaids as tough, so I will prove them wrong in this episode. Either way, though, they're sailing now, the Vikings. They're on their pirate ship, and they're looking for new land. And they put themselves in their each respective roles, Pablo's the lookout. Tasha makes sure that they're sailing on course and that they're moving. And then Tyrone just supervises them. So Tyrone just lets them do all the work, and it's like, okay, row the boat, do all of that for me. And he's looking on the map, and he's like, we should be coming across a rocky and stormy area. And Uniqua is like, it looks pretty clear to me. There's no rocks or storms in front of us, but then there's rocks suddenly right in front of them, and they have to dodge them.
Yeah, but the map said we should be hitting the stormy rocky region. Right? There's not a cloud in the sky.
We're not anywhere near a stormy region.
Now!
Okay, I was wrong about the storm, but what about the rocks?
Rock straight ahead!
But they make it through, and then Tasha seems a little bit dissatisfied. She seems angry that they made it out alive. I guess mermaids hate Vikings, which, relatable, I guess. So we get a Tasha solo song once again. We're very spoiled with Tasha solo songs back to back to back. Do not get used to it. they're gone after this point. We will get some in the future, but for now, this is about it for now. Anyways, we get Extra Extra Tough, which is probably my least favorite Tasha solo song. It's okay. I'm sorry. The mermaid character isn't really doing it for me. It's like, it's cool, I guess. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm the reason why Tasha is so mad. I don't like her mermaid character. I'm sorry. Either way, she sings a song about it, and the Vikings keep sailing, and they're like, we should be coming across a raging whirlpool. And once again, Uniqua's like, I don't see anything. Pablo's like, yeah, I don't see anything. And then there's just a giant whirlpool right in front of them. And so they're spun around, and they sing a song called Hold On Tight. And it's a pretty fun song, but it's just them singing it while they spin around. And they eventually get set free from it because I guess the way that whirlpools works is just that you spin around till you get to the center, and then you just get spit on out, and you're just completely fine. So either way, they make it through pretty quickly, pretty fine, and they have made it through their raging whirlpool. So now the only thing that stands in their way is just clear oceans that apparently belongs to the mermaids, but they don't see any mermaids, so they think it'll be fine. So they sail on through. It's clear skies ahead, but then they come across Tasha, who just completely stops their boat with her hand, and she's like, there is undiscovered land up ahead, but I don't think you're passing. And the Vikings are like, well, watch us. And then Tasha's like, fine, then try. And so they like try to steer all around her, but she just keeps on stopping them. And then she's like, you give up yet? And so they give up. And she's like, now sing me a song as I lay back in my ocean. Just be my servants once more, Vikings. And so they have to sing for her now, which I guess that's all she wanted. Maybe she just wanted friends. Well, friends who will sing for her at her every beck and call. So they're like, okay, so what are we gonna do to get past this mermaid? And they have the idea of singing the mermaid a lullaby so that she falls asleep and they can sail on past. So we get this beautiful ballad, slow lullaby song called Rockabilly Lullaby, and it is perfection here, okay? And they sing Tasha to sleep, and she falls asleep. And every time I listen to it, I want to fall asleep. I had a DVD player that played, or a radio player that played Backyardigans songs, because they released their songs on like mini albums and stuff. And I don't know if this song was any of the albums, but if it was, this was definitely what I listened to fall asleep. I can imagine. So.
Hush, hush, little mermaid, good night. Hush, little mermaid, sleep time.
I'm getting a little sleepy.
You're feeling kind of sleepy.
You're feeling kind of loopy. Your fins are getting floppy.
And your eyelids getting droopy. Hush, little mermaid. Hush, little mermaid, good night.
The mermaid Tasha, she went to sleep, and they sail on off to the undiscovered land, and they found it, and they land on it, and they claim it for themselves, and they're like, yes, this is our land now. But what should we name it? If it was named after Greenland and Iceland, and this place is just a bunch of sand, we should name it Sandland. I thought they were gonna do like, never mind, I thought they were gonna claim the Backyardigans found a real life island, but I guess the writers didn't want to do that, you know. They could have. Anyways, they claim it for themselves, and they go off for snack time, and at snack time, what I find funny is that when you see the scene disappear and the characters, they walk back on to the backyard scene, even if they weren't in the final scene, they just join them. So they just join them all for the snack at the end. So it's like, where were they this whole time? It's kind of funny. So Tasha, she just joins them, even though she's a mermaid, and then but she comes along for snack time because they all gather for snack time at the end. Like, it's not resolved. Like, the mermaid was clearly the obstacle that tried to stop them from getting to the undiscovered land. And it's not like she has a redemption arc. They're just like, thank you, Tasha, but I guess, they know they're playing a villain role, so. But they redeemed most of the Backyardigans villains, but this time they didn't. Tasha was very obviously just the obstacle that they had to overcome, and they had it like that. Either way, Viking Voyage gets an E for effort, okay? It had that very nice song. Some of the trials were nice, but overall, it wasn't almost perfect. It was just E for good effort. Episode 11, and I know some of you may be excited. It's titled Castaways. We'll get into it. Either way, we have open with Uniqua, who's looking around, and she's like, I'm the only one on this deserted island. But then Tyrone and Pablo interrupt her, and she's like, okay, now we're the only ones on this deserted island. And she seems a little bit annoyed. I guess she wanted to be the only one on the deserted island. Not sure why, but okay. Then see Austin, who is at the front gate of his house. And I didn't note on it before, but isn't it kind of sad that... So we have Pablo, Tyrone, and Uniqua's house, which are not fenced off at all. Like, they all share one big backyard. And then we have Austin, who does have a fence between him and Uniqua, and he has to go through a gate just to play with them, which I guess is not sad, but it's like, you know, it shows the divide and why he feels like he doesn't belong. But it's okay, they know he's their friends and he'll adapt to them eventually. Either way, he's a shy uwu guy this episode, and he like cowers by the gate, and it's like, oh, I'm also on this island, but I'm too shy to talk to them. He literally says that. He's like, I'm too shy to talk to them. So, anyways, we are transported to the island, and our trio are like, okay, we need to set up a hut and find some food so that we can survive on this island. So, they find coconuts at first, and they try to get the coconuts down from this high tree, but they can't because they like try to stack on top of each other, but it just isn't working clearly. So Austin, he has just coconuts right next to him for some reason, and he rolls them over at them to give them coconuts, which I feel is kind of malicious because like he like hits them with the coconuts and knocks their like tower they were making over, which I feel like he was aiming for them, and he seemed happy that he gave them coconuts by knocking them over. So, I mean, I think he feels accomplished with himself. So, either way, they're like, it's suspicious that we got coconuts out of nowhere, but oh well, let's eat them. We're hungry. So they eat the coconuts, and we get an Austin solo titled "Shy Guy," like the Mario character, and it's a fun song. I think Austin will get better solos, but it's a fun song for now. So he sings about being shy. It has a nice quietness to it. And our trio are now fed, and they're like, okay, time to build the hut. So they give each other jobs. Pablo goes off to find wood for the walls of the house, and he's like, oh, but can't find any driftwood. And then Austin once again just has a pile of driftwood out of nowhere somehow, and he's like, here's the driftwood, or like he doesn't give it to him, obviously, he just leaves it out, and Pablo gets it, and he's like, oh my gosh, a pile of driftwood, well, aren't I in luck? Then we go to Tyrone, who's trying to get vines in order to like keep the house together, I guess. Interesting, I never would have thought of it. Anyway, so he's trying to get vines, but he can't really cut them, and he's like getting tangled in them, trying to like take them off of trees. But then Austin has scissors apparently, and he just cuts the vines off for him, and it's like, once again, Austin has everything, I guess. And then we go to Uniqua, who's trying to get leaves for the roof off of a palm tree, but once again, it's too high for her to reach. And then Austin just has palm leaves for some reason, and he sets up a trail to a small hanging tree, which I guess Uniqua was incapable of finding on her own. So she gets the leaves off of the small tree and the ones on the ground that Austin planted for her. And they have all of their materials gathered together, except they also plan to build a rock foundation once they got all the other supplies first. But then they come back to their meeting location, and it has a circular rock foundation already there, which presumably was made by Austin, which, when did he have the time to individually help all three of them and then get back before any one of them came back and set up a rock foundation, like, working overtime? Anyways, they're suspicious about it, but not suspicious enough to, like, look around that much, and so they're like, they sing about having their hut by the sea, which is a song, kind of forgettable, though. They parade around it and like, okay, well, I'm kind of getting hungry again. And they see like a fish come out of the water. So they're like, what if we go fishing? But they're like, we need a fishing net. Or not a net. They need a fishing rod. So the only thing they're missing for their makeshift fishing rod is some string, which then happens to roll onto the screen and hit Uniqua's foot. And she's like, okay, that's it. we need to get to the bottom of this, okay? Mysteriously appearing coconuts, okay. Mysterious appearing plywood, vines, tree leaves, okay, whatever. A mysterious foundation already built in a circle in our meeting location, fine once again. But string hitting me, that is the end of the line for Uniqua.
That does it. There's definitely somebody else on this island, and I'm going to find out who.
So they follow the trace of the string line, and they sing a song called Who's There, and it's pretty fun. I actually really like it. It's a nice little song about like finding out where the origins of the string and also all the other mysterious things on islands coming from. And then they trace it back to this replica hut that they had, and it looks exactly like their hut, but outside is a fishing rod that has a fish already caught on it, which it felt kind of dystopian movie to me. It's like they were being watched and replaced. It was kind of scary, actually. It was like someone else is living on this island and they have exactly what we want, and they've been helping us this entire time. I would have been scared, but they seemed more confused or curious. So they hear this like blowing sound behind the hut, and they walk around behind it, and it's just Austin blowing up a raft, and he's like, oh, hi guys, I blew up this raft for you so that you could get back home safely. And they're like, oh, thanks for blowing it up, and hey, did you notice anything weird going on? And he's like, oh yeah, I did all that stuff, and this is my hut and stuff. And they're like, wow, why didn't you just say hi? And he was like, oh, I guess I was just feeling shy, but I can talk to you now for some reason. And they're like, well, he didn't say that, he said that. And they're like, okay, well, let's go. And they have snack time. Oh my gosh! I didn't do this on purpose, but I skipped the Castaways song. The song that everyone talks about with this episode. You were probably waiting for it this whole time, and I just didn't mention it. It was our introduction song. I'm sorry. So at the beginning of the episode, when they're like realize they're all castaways on this island, and they like go to the island, they sing a bossa nova themed song. Well, I guess because every episode of the Backyardigans is themed after a genre of music, and this episode is bossa nova songs, and so they sing Castaways, which got really popular on TikTok because they liked how it sounds, and I like how it sounds too, so I have it as a superb song. I like it. It's not perfection though, sorry. I like other songs. I don't really have nostalgia for it, and I don't like overrated things. Sorry, I'm different and quirky, so anything that's popular I don't like. But yeah, no. It's just iconic, but it's not perfect. But yeah, so Castaways, I forgot to mention, it was a song, you know, Castaways, we are castaways. Nice song, but yeah, so superb. It was at the beginning of the episode, didn't mention it anyways. The episode as a whole, though, I gave it forgettable tier, I'm sorry. It's just a boring episode, like, they're just gathering supplies for a house, and they don't question where any of the supplies come from until the end, and it's kind of slow-paced. So it's forgettable, but I like the genre of music. It does have really nice music, and Castaways is iconic, and Stream Alcohol Free by Twice. So episode 12 is Race to the Tower of Power, and it's our first superhero episode, and don't be surprised, don't be like fond of it, because we will get multiple superhero episodes. Do not worry, the Backyardigans love this genre, and so do pop films nowadays. So we open on our superheroes versus supervillains song, and we open with our villains actually this time, which is Pablo and Tyrone, and they sing about being villains. Okay, Pablo, he can make things icky and gooey. Tyrone, he can make things small. So I guess Ant-Man's a villain. Well, I guess Tyrone makes other things small, not himself. But either way, super villain vibes. We then get Austin and Uniqua, remember, mom and son pairing that we see a lot, and they're the superheroes this time. Uniqua has the ability to change the weather, so she's giving Peppa from Encanto. And then Austin has the ability to make anything out of anything, so basically Fix It Felix, but better, because he can make anything out of anything. Which, like, you think they would only use it for very convenient times and make very convenient things that, like, are very specific and, like, you wouldn't think of making except for that scenario, which they do, but Austin's powers in this episode are kind of showcased a lot. Anyway, so they're off and they do that, and we get to our location, which is just a rainforest, because they have to go to a rainforest and then a tundra in order to get to the Tower of Power, which the goal of the episode is the villains want to get the key to the world, which is in this tower. And so the superheroes are obviously going to stop them from getting this key. So they sing a song about it, Key to the World, kind of forgettable. And they're having this back and forth about, like, trying to get the key. It features both the superheroes and supervillains, which is kind of fun, but I didn't remember it enough to put it in the fun category. So that's why it's forgettable. So they have this back and forth about trying to get to the key to the world. And then the supervillains stop the heroes by Pablo making this goo pit so that they get stuck. And they're like, oh no, how are we supposed to get out? And the villains race on ahead. So Uniqua and Austin, they're stuck in the goo and they're trying to figure out how to get out. But then Austin has he builds out of a rock a vacuum cleaner. Like I said, very specific instrument for a very specific situation. And he vacuums up all the goo, and so they're free to catch on up. And so then we see Tyrone and Pablo, and they're walking through the tundra and they're trying to get on through. And then right behind them is Austin and Uniqua, and they're like, how are we supposed to get on and beat them? So Uniqua's like, what if I just melt the ice? So she makes it very sunny, and then the ice melts and it's now water. And so Pablo and Tyrone, they're panicking in the water, and they're like, oh no, what are we gonna do? And then Uniqua and Austin get ahead of them because Austin makes a boat, and they just sail on ahead in front of them. And then Pablo and Tyrone are like, okay, we can't let them pass us. So then Pablo makes this sea of goo. He turns all the water into goo, and it's literally the most disgusting thing that they've ever done. And it's like, I guess it fits his power set, but Jesus, it's disgusting. And then they sing a song about it. Well, yeah, so they sing The Sea of Gobbly-Goo, which it was kind of a forgettable song. Not bad, but forgettable. I do kind of like it, though, because of the way that Austin and Unique are just like, ew, ick. And it's like, yeah, same. I also would not want to touch that goo. But the villains are fine with it. Like, you can walk through the goo. Like, the villains, they, like, run through the goo, basically. It's just that the heroes don't like touching goo, and so that's why they're slowed down. It's just because they don't like touching the goo, which, same, like, I'm not gonna complain about it, but, like, the villains are doing it. So, I mean, like, if you're a superhero, like, you gotta do what you gotta do. But they just stay in the boat, and they're like, I'm not touching that goo. So, the villains are about to make it to the tower, and then Austin turns the boat into a bridge. A concrete bridge. Like, a whole, like, highway bridge that just leads to the tower, which I don't know why he didn't do it sooner, but either way, so they just walk on over to the tower, and the villains are surprised, and frankly, I'm surprised too. And they do a reprise of our introduction song about superheroes versus supervillains. And I only like this part because they showcase their, like, powers. They try to fight back at each other, like Pablo would throw goo, and then Uniqua's power set is very specific, like, it's weather themed, but she turns the goo into, like, snowflakes, because she just makes it very cold, but just in that one specific area. So, interesting thought experiment on, like, because she says she's weather girl, so her whole thing is weather, but this doesn't seem weather specific, it just kind of seems elemental, but, I mean, she makes it work, I guess. And then, like, Pablo tries to, like, is able to, like, shield Tyrone's shrink ray beam whenever he tries to shrink them, which is the first time he actually tries to shrink someone, or do shrink anything for that matter. I was like, Tyrone's kind of useless up to this point, so he tries to do that, but Pablo is able to deflect it. I mean, Austin's able to deflect it with a random object, and so they have this back and forth, and the villains, they're kind of ahead, but the heroes are trailing right behind them, and so they're like, okay, we need to get rid of these heroes. So they have a plan. They pretend to be tired. The heroes walk on ahead, and it's like, haha, we're not tired, we'll beat you to the key. And then Tyrone, like, just shrinks raise them instantly, and then he shrinks Austin, because Austin's clearly the carry, because he can literally make anything out of anything. So Tyrone shrinks Austin first, And then Uniqua's like, oh no, you're shrunk. And then Tyrone's like, okay, so should I shrink Uniqua now? And then Pablo's like, nah, what can she do without Austin? So they head on up to the tower to get to the key, but it's a long flight of stairs, so this gives us some time for the heroes to come back. Okay, it's stalling time. So the villains are racing up the tower, and Uniqua's like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. But they sing a song about you and me to the rescue. It was kind of forgettable though. But they sing a song and it's like, okay, we can do this. So with the power of motivation and Austin in his chipmunk voice being like, yes, let's do it, Uniqua creates a tornado that lifts them all the way up to the tower instantly. So they get there about the same time that the villains do, despite the villains getting a head start. And they battle over the key, but then Uniqua uses the key to reflect Tyrone's shrink ray at them. So now Tyrone and Pablo are shrunken, and Uniqua has saved the day. And also Austin is small now, and he turns like another small thing into a cage. And so he puts Pablo and Tyrone into a small cage. And they're like, if you promise to be good, we'll set you free. And so they're like, okay, we'll be good. And so Pablo becomes Mr. Clean, basically, and Tyrone makes things big. Which, why is making things big like superhero and making things small supervillain? I don't really understand that logic. Like, I know they're just doing reverse, but I don't know how they decided what was evil and what was good. Either way, Tyrone turns them all big again, and they have a snack at the end of the episode. The end. Forgettable episode, I'm sorry. I like the concept of, like, superheroes in the Backyardigans universe, and it was a fun back and forth, but I think the concept will be done better in the future. I feel like I say that about a lot. I feel like all these episodes aren't bad. I think I'm just biased towards better episodes of similar themes, and that's why I'm flaming them so hard, so... Sour. Sorry, Race to the Tower of Power, but you're okay. Episode 13 is titled The Quest for the Flying Rock. So we open with Uniqua, who's reading a book about the rock on Stone Step Hill, and then suddenly Pablo, Tasha, and Tyrone join along, and they're like, what are you reading about? And they ask her a bunch of questions about this magic flying rock that she's been reading about. And then we get the magic words, float, flutter, fly. Remember these words, these 3 F words? They're gonna be iconic. And then we get our Flying Rock song, which is our introduction song for this episode, and it's actually superb tier. I love this song, but just because of Uniqua's opening line. The float, flutter, fly part, like, haunting, enchanting even. Like, her voice is just so nice when she says those words. And it's just to describe a floating magic rock. That's all it's doing, but it really speaks to you.
Float, flutter, fly. Oh rock on hilltop high. Float, flutter, fly. Float, flutter, fly. Float, flutter, fly. Oh rock on hilltop high. Float, flutter, fly.
So anyways, she tells the crew that that this magic flying rock is on this hill, and so they should all go and see it. And they also discover a map to it. So that was the conflict before. They didn't have any map to know where this flying rock was, but they were finally able to, like, they just randomly found it in the book, and they're like, oh, okay, this is the map to the rock, let's go. So they teleport us to the scene, and they look on their map, and they realize that it's divided into 2 paths. One jungle path and one desert path. And they suddenly fight about which path they want to take. The girls are like, I think the jungle path would be easier, while the boys think the desert path would be easier. Personally, I do think the jungle path would be easier, but I could not handle a jungle. Like, the bugs, the humidity, not for me. So I think I would want to take my chances dehydrating in a desert. Maybe. Definitely a higher survival chance in the jungle, but I could not imagine. I don't like jungles. So anyways, they fight, and they're like, okay, you take half of the map, we take half the map. The first team to get to the end, to the flying hill rock thingamabobber, wins. So they go off, and we get a questing song. Superb tier once more. This song, once again, another banger. I think I just really like the songs this episode. It's probably something to do with the genre, but like it was catchy and it was very fun. So, anyways, they start questing, and we go to Tasha and Uniqua, and they're at their first obstacle, which is just like a bunch of vines. So they're like, okay, we should be able to pass through, but nope, they get stuck in the vines. They get entangled in it, and they have to sing a song called "Shake Your Body" to get out, where they just shake their body until the vines fall off of them. Which pretty fun song, I guess. Average the road, pretty nice. Not bad, not forgettable, that's for sure. And then we flash forward to Pablo and Tyrone, and they're at their first problem in the desert, and it's just tumbleweeds. Like, it's just tumbleweeds, but it's very, like, fast and very strong tumbleweeds. Like, the first tumbleweeds that hit them, it, like, knocks them back, and it's like, is that a thing? Also, tumbleweeds in the desert, I mean, I guess. Like, how fast is the wind blowing? I don't think I know that much about deserts. Is the wind fast that tumbleweeds would blow that fast in the desert? I'm not sure. But so they just buck and weave and dodge, and they make it through the tumbleweeds. So they're fine. We then go back to Uniqua and Tasha, who come across a bridge. But it's like one of those really rickety and bad bridges, that you see in the cartoons, where it's like made out of rope and wooden planks, and like some of the planks are like falling off, and it's like they do not trust it, but they have to cross it nonetheless. So they want to win this race, so they just charge ahead and decide to go for it. And then once again back to Tyrone and Pablo. We have this like back and forth thing going on with the story. I actually kind of like it a little bit. So, back with Tyrone and Pablo, their second obstacle is a sand desert pile. Like, a sand mountain? Sand hill? Sand hill. It's a sand hill that they just have to trudge upwards with. But it's just very steep, and so they sing a song about it called Trudge Trudge. It's another bop, but it's just under fun. It's not superb yet. I do like it. Maybe? No, I'll keep it about fun. It's a fun song. It's not, like, iconic, but I like it. So they're trudging up the mountain, and then finally they get the idea to use a rope that they suddenly have, that I didn't know they had, but they did have, and they just rope onto a cactus at the top of the hill, and then they climb their way up that way. Then, back to Uniqua and Tasha, they're halfway across the bridge when suddenly all of the planks just give out, like all of them, like all at once. It all falls down into the river below, and so they use their upper body strength that I would never have to just cross the bridge just using the ropes. Like, iconic. Do not mess with the Backyardigans, by the way. They have superhuman strength and can murder you, I swear. So, they get across, and both teams see the tower or hill, the stone hill, at the same time, okay? So, Uniqua and Tasha, they're running from the jungle, and they're like, I don't see the boys anywhere, we're gonna win. And then we have Tyrone and Pablo running at the hill, and they're like, I think we're gonna win, I don't see the girls anywhere. And they both get to the top of the rock at the same time. And they all four people grab hold of it at the same time, but it's two teams, so they're trying to grab it at each other. Which, I forgot to note, it's glad to see Uniqua and Tasha actually work together. In most episodes when they're duoed or paired up, they have a little bit of argument or fighting, but they did not argue at all this episode. We love character development. Anyways, they lost their grip and the rock fell down the hill and it broke in half. I don't know how it perfectly split in half, but it did. Anyways, they go down and they're blaming each other, they're roasting each other. It's like, oh man, why'd you do that, Tasha or Tyrone? And they're blaming each other while walking up the rock and looking at it. And then they're like, okay, I guess we have to make up. So they all grab the piece of the rocks, or the two halves, they put it together, and they sing our magic words. Float, flutter, fly. And it's beautiful. And then the episode ends with them fixing the rock, flying with the magic rock up to the top of the tower, and then going for snack time, like always. So this episode, I rated as almost perfect. I really liked the style of it. The two distinct teams, I like that back and forth, and now as a competition, I'm a very competitive person, so I liked that it was a fake competition. I knew they weren't actually racing, because, they're not going to do that in the Backyardigans. Okay, they're not going to have one team win and one team fail. They're going to tie. But I liked the impression of a competition happening. So that was fun. Anyways, moving on, we have episode 14, Polka Palace Party, which I remember this one a lot as a kid because it's a fun band episode, you know? We're gonna get into some music, okay? Some polka music. So this time we open with Tyrone. He's playing his tuba, and it's also a Wild West theme this time. Interesting. And so he has Sherman the Worman with him, you know, recurring character, number 1, Sherman the Worman. You'll see him quite a bit. And Sherman has to get to his brother's birthday party. And what better than to have a good old polka band traveling with you in order to perform at your brother's birthday party, right? So they set off, we got our introduction song, Tuba Polka, which it's fun. It's not just your average introduction song. I think the tuba really adds to it. And also I'm not gonna spoil it, but later on it comes back. We have some reprises of our tuba polka song, or polka song in general. So they're off in their Wild West journey, and Tyrone sees Austin, who's just floating away on a raft, drumming away, because he's the drummer this episode. And like Tyrone like tries to call for him, like, hey dude, but like Austin is in it. He is in the zone. So he is just focused on playing on his, not on his tuba, on his drum. And he just floats down the river, which I don't know how he ended up. We'll get to it. But he's on a raft in the river playing the drums, by the way. That if I didn't set that scene clearly enough, that's what's happening. So anyways, other than that, Tyrone hears a call for help in the distance, and it's Uniqua falling off of a cliff. Well, hanging on. She's not falling yet. And so she's calling for help, and Tyrone luckily has a giant tuba, and she just falls into the tuba and is perfectly fine. So if you're ever falling off a cliff, just fall into a tuba. Very, very helpful. Will cushion your fall 10 out of 10. So we get our next song, Got to Love the Clarinet, which is a fun play off of the clarinet because that's the instrument Uniqua plays in this episode, and it's kind of the most forgettable song this episode. Like, I love the clarinet, you know, Squidward realness, but it doesn't do it for me. But then we get a reprise of our tuba polka song, which was our introduction song, but with the clarinet in the instrumentals this time, and it elevates it. It elevates it so much. It's so nice. Okay? But then we don't have time for that because Austin is still going down the river, and now Uniqua and Tyrone are calling out to him, but he still doesn't hear, and he's just drumming down the river once more. A thankless role, like I said again. The snubbing of Austin, I can't get into it. So now they hear another call for help as they see Pablo with a bunch of runaway horses. Once again, Pablo, horses, they do not mix. The two do not mix. So Tyrone's able to stop the horses from running away from just making a loud noise, and they get scared and they go back into their fenced-in yard. And it's like, the tuba has multiple purposes. Stay on the tuba. So we then get this kind of forgettable song with Pablo called Feeding Time, where they feed the horses. But this one features the accordion. And I love the accordion, but I do not love this song. So we do get a reprise of our intro song, though, but with the tuba, with the accordion this time, and the tuba and the clarinet. So that one's still going strong. That it bumps it up to superb almost. I don't have the effort to do that, actually, but it's getting up there. Anyways, once again, we see Austin going down the river, drumming away, but then they have the idea to play all three of them together to get his attention, and it works. He's like, oh, hey guys, what's happening? And they're like, well, no, actually, they don't even mention the raft. They're like, hey, you want to join our band, basically? And he's like, yeah, but I don't know how I got on this raft and I can't stop. And so Austin is just panicking now, and he's like, I'm gonna die. And so they manage to rope him in back to the shore, and they all get on the raft and they all play together the tuba polka song, but with drums this time, and it's complete. The band's complete. It's beautiful.
And a 1 and a 2.
Dance the Worman polka. Yip, 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 yip. Dance the Worman polka.
10 out of 10. but I'm not gonna move it up to superb because I don't got time for that. So anyways, they're going down the river all as a band, and then there's a waterfall, and so they all jump off board, but the instruments go down the waterfall and it's all over for them. And so they have to just sadly walk into Sherman's brother's party at some polka pub, and they're like depressed because their instruments fell down a river. Yeah. Tragic. That's how the episode... No, okay. The Wormans somehow got all of the instruments out of the river and then set it up for them on the stage. So we get an Oh My Sherman kind of reprise. It's not a reprise. I'm talking about, like, the Heart of the Jungle episode where they had that Sherman song. It kind of has the same vibe, but, you know, polka. So... But yeah, no. This time it's an Oh My Sherman song. It's fun. It's not as iconic as Tuba Polka, but... It's fun. They have it. They all play together. Party saved. They celebrate Sherman the Worman's brother's birthday. And the episode ends. And so the episode gets E for effort. Because it was a fun band journey ride. I didn't like the journey part though. That's why it's at E for effort. Not almost perfect. But the music went hard. Not that hard. But kind of hard. It was fun. I like the instrumentals. Episode 15, Surf's Up, okay? We start with Pablo, and he is pretending to swim on the beach, okay? He is a surfer dude, and I hate this episode. I hate it. Okay, you know why you'll see, but I hate it. It gives me secondhand embarrassment. Okay, anyways, our intro song is called Surf's Up Ho Daddy. No further comments. Okay, so we get into the episode, and Pablo is cruising down the beach, and he's looking for a beach called Tiki Beach, okay? It's this mythical beach, apparently, where it has the perfect waves, and so that's where he wants to go in order to surf, okay? So, Pablo is cruising down the beach, and he sees Austin, like, the lifeguard. He's a lifeguard in this episode, so he sees him in, like, his lifeguard tower thing, and he's like, yo, dude... That's why I hate this episode. Yo, dude, broski, brosif. Can you show me the way to Tiki Beach? And then Austin is like, I think it's that way. And he points him in the wrong direction on purpose. And we learn Austin's backstory. He's like, actually, I'm the secret lifeguard guardian of Tiki Beach. And I don't think Pablo has enough rad moves in order to go there. So I sent him in the wrong direction. And like, how savage is that? Like, Austin has no... Also, insert clip here of them doing their surfer dude beach talk.
Hey, lifeguard dude, do you know where Tiki Beach is?
You're looking for Tiki Beach?
Totally. I want to surf the perfect wave.
Well, you gotta have rad moves to surf Tiki Beach, dude.
I guess lifeguards like to call everybody dude, too. No problemo, dude. Check this out.
Dude, that's the monkey. Anybody can do the monkey.
That's why I hate this episode. They talk like surf dudes, and it hurts me on a personal level. So you can watch it here, but I'm moving on. So Pablo goes out to follow where the beach is. Yeah, but before he heads off in the wrong direction, Austin tests him to see if he has any rad moves. And so Pablo does a bunch of these basic moves, but then he has one, like, spinning in the air move that Austin's like, oh, that's pretty cool. Do you know any more rad moves like that? And Pablo's like, no, I only know the one. And so Austin's like, get some more rad moves. And that's it. Like, I think he was trying to foreshadow that he wasn't going to tell him where Tiki Beach was, but Pablo still heads in the wrong direction anyways. And we get a song called Cruising the Dunes. It's kind of forgettable, but, you know... He's cruising the dunes, as the song suggests, and he comes across Tyrone at the Tall Palm Beach, which is the wrong beach that he was sent to by Austin. And he's like, hey, dude, is this Tiki Beach? And Tyrone's like, no, look at the palm trees. It's Palm Tree Beach, Pablo. And then they sing a song called Rad Moves, which we will get a reprise of because And that's the thing that happens this episode. Anyways, it's just Tyrone being like, do you got rad moves? And Pablo's like, yeah, look, I can do this spinny thing. And the town's like, cool, I can do this like hand limbo thing. I don't know how to describe it. Anyways, he's like, that's my special move. And then Pablo does it on his first try. And then Tyrone does Pablo's move on their first try. And they're like, wow, we've leveled up. We know 2 rad moves. And then they're like, okay, but where do we go next to go to Tiki Beach? And then they see Austin once more. But they don't recognize it was the lifeguard from before. They just think it's another lifeguard at this beach. And they're like, I mean, I would too. Why would there be the same lifeguard at 2 different beaches? Especially the ones I went to specifically. And the one he pointed me out. Anyways, he's like, hey, lifeguard, do you know where Tiki Beach is? And then he's like, what rad moves did you have? And they show them the 2 moves that they have. And then Austin's like, okay, go that way. And it's the wrong way once again. So then Pablo and Tyrone go there. And before we figure out where they go, we get another song. We get Mystery Lifeguard, which is a solo by Austin. And it's also not his best solo song, so it also goes in the forgettable tier. I'm sorry, it was, I like his vocals, I just like their voices, I'm sorry. Anyway, so Pablo and Tyrone end up at Pink Sand Beach, and they're like, oh my gosh, Uniqua, once again, shows up out of nowhere. I thought, she's here once more. So Uniqua is like, yo, hi, dudes, what you doing? And they're like, hey, dudette. Hey, dudette. Is this Tiki Beach? And she's like, no, look at the pink sand. It's Pink Sand Beach, obviously. And they're like, oh, that's not Tiki Beach. Can you show us some rad moves? And then they all do their rad moves, but they add Uniqua's this time. And her rad move is like, she like hula hoops. That will be my description of the action. It looks like she's hula hooping. So anyways, once again, they go out and they see Austin, and then Pablo catches on. He's like, wait, aren't you the lifeguard from before? And Tyrone's like, yeah, from the last beach. And then Pablo's like, no, from 2 beaches ago as well. And they catch on, and they're like, you're the lifeguard, aren't you? And he's like, yeah, you caught me. I was trying to send you in the wrong direction because you didn't have rad moves. Show me your rad moves. And so they show them the 3 rad moves, and he's like, okay, Tiki Beach is right there. But he doesn't seem sold. Like, he's like, 3 moves, that's it? And they're like, yeah, we believe that's enough for Tiki Beach. So they just go to Tiki Beach after that. But then they're surfing, and we get a Surf's Up reprise, which actually does sound really nice because they're like all surfing and it's all a fun song. But then Austin just shows up on his surfboard too, and he does a whole backflip in the air and just completely stands them up. And during the song before, they did the 3 rad moves that they knew before, but no one copies Austin's move. Austin is the only one that does the backflip on the surfboard. And I'm like, maybe they weren't ready for Tiki Beach. So really, the conflict is never resolved because after this we go to snack time and it's over. What an episode, dude. So this episode's forgettable. Should I put it in forgettable? I have it in forgettable. I guess I'll put it in unforgettable, but I'm tempted to put it not for me because I roasted their surfer dude accents. You know what? No, it's going in not for me. It was a sin on this earth. And that's the end of the episode. Next, we move on to episode 16, Eureka! Okay, so we open with Pablo and Tyrone digging in the sandbox, and I feel like the animation, like, it improved a little bit in this episode. I could be making it up, to be honest. Like, I think animation improves sometimes and, like, nothing could have changed. I'm just like, it looks a little fun, a little different, and it could be completely the same, so I don't know. But anyways, we get our intro song, Digging for Gold, and it's just an introduction song. Nothing too phenomenal. They're just, like, digging for the gold, and they're like, how they want to go to South Dakota. Name drop. And South Dakota is such a weird... Sorry, people who live in South Dakota, but I don't know your state exists. Maybe you can figure out where I live based off of that, but South Dakota is irrelevant. I'm sorry. Anyway, so They head off to South Dakota in search for gold. Why didn't they just do the Yukon Gold Rush? That could have been such a cool... Okay, whatever. They go to South Dakota for gold. I'm roasting South Dakota. And then we see Uniqua and Tasha come out the house with a metal detector, and they're looking for dinosaur bones. So actually, it's not a metal detector. It's a bone detector. It looks like a metal detector, okay? Tell me it does not look like a metal detector. So anyways, they decide to go back out into the South Dakota wilds to look for dinosaur bones. Don't know my South Dakota. Is South Dakota known for dinosaur bones? I don't know. Also, once again, we have our two team pairs of the girls and boys, but Austin nowhere to be found. He is not in this episode, spoiler alert. He gone. I guess he got his lifeguard, his snarky lifeguard spotlight light up his last episode, so okay. Give him that. Anyway, so Pablo and Tyrone are digging around with a horse, because they have a horse to carry all their stuff, and they're looking in the mountains, and they don't find anything. So we then flash to Tasha and Uniqua, and they're looking for a Flaposaurus, which I don't think that's a real dinosaur, but I do not know dinosaur facts. Is that a thing that's weird about me? I noticed a lot of kids around me, they know a lot about dinosaurs and a lot of dinosaur facts, but I was never into dinosaurs. Like, they're cool, but like, not enough to read a book about it. I read about black holes. Black holes are cool, but that was because it was a required book for me. So, yeah, I don't know. Not a dinosaur person. Well, anyways, they sing a song called Those Bones, where they're looking for their dinosaur bones, and it's kind of a forgettable song, so we'll brush past it. I don't actually remember that much what happened about it. I think it's just a Uniqua and Tasha duet, which I love, but, like, it wasn't memorable enough for me to have any comments on it, so... Yeah. Anyways, Uniqua and Tasha, their bone detector picks up on something, and they yell the words Uniqua. No, they yell the words Eureka, which is what you say when you find something. And Pablo and Tyrone hear this from across the mountains, and they're like, there's more prospectors here, and they're gonna steal our gold. And so we get this banger of a song, Eureka. Superb tier. Not perfection, but superb tier. And it's just them saying Eureka a lot as they're like trying to figure out where each other are. Because in the first verse of the song, Pablo and Tyrone end it by saying Eureka. And then we flash back to Uniqua and Tasha. Did I say Uniqua again? They said Eureka. I don't remember if I said Uniqua, Eureka, but they said Eureka. Jesus, Uniqua sounds too much like Eureka. So, back to Uniqua and Tasha. They dig up what their metal detector or bone detector found, and it's a tin can. So it is a metal detector? How would a bone detector also... It's a item detector. If something is buried in the ground that is not just like rocks and dirt, I guess, it'll pick it up. I guess that makes sense. It's like size. Like it gives you like an outline. I guess. Okay, it makes sense. So anyways, they realize that they didn't find bones, and then they hear the Eureka from Pablo and Tyrone at the end of their song, which that means the song is in universe. It's canon. Poggers. So they're like, what if there's other scientists looking for bones? So they give a verse about Eureka, looking for who they think are the other scientists. And so we just get them going around singing Eureka, trying to find each other. And eventually they go across a bridge to look for some people, look for other people, and also just other bones in general. And then Tyrone and Pablo see that they crossed this bridge, and they axe the bridge off on their side, and the bridge is broken now. So now Uniqua and Tasha are trapped on the other side of the bridge, and it's across a canyon. And I'm like, that's actually evil. Like, you stranded them there for all we know. What if there's no exit on the other side back to civilization? Like, evil. Evil. Anyways, that was their first thought. So they did that. And then Uniqua and Tasha obviously noticed, because it's a loud noise to like take out the bridge on your side. So they're like, what are you guys doing? And then they like start yelling at each other, and then they come down into the canyon somehow, which So I actually thought they were trapped and that they would have to rebuild the bridge at some point. But no, they just go down into the canyon and they start arguing. They're like, I know you're looking for bones. I know you're looking for gold. And they start yelling. And they're like, wait a second. We're not looking for the same things. You're prospectors. You're scientists. And so they make up and they sing the song Wood. One good turn deserves another. And it's a fun song about working together to find what you're looking for. And I liked how they switched roles. Like Uniqua and Tasha started using their shovels to dig up for gold, I guess. And then Tyrone and Pablo are walking around with their metal detectors to look for the bones. Like, you're doing basically the same work. I don't know why you guys switched up like that, but you know, they're helping each other, quote unquote. Anyways, they do that, but then they accidentally, the girls, dig into an underground river that just explodes, and the gulch is now flooding. The canyon, it's flooding. There's water everywhere. It's rising up, and so they panic. But luckily, there is a running gag throughout this episode where Pablo, he would always be digging things out of his horse, and it had like a bunch of things in the small pouch. It was the infinite space bag meme that cartoons like to do. And so he panics, but he's calmed down. Oh yeah, Pablo panic, attack, counter. Anyway, so he digs out the boat. It's an inflatable boat. It's like the boat from Castaways. So he takes it out of the horse and they're saved. But then his horse is still on the land and it's gonna drown soon. So they have to go and save it, and they get paddles. They paddle to it and they save the horse. And then thanks to the underground river, it like uncovered some dirt. It uncovered dirt that would reveal bones and gold, which is what they were looking for. And we get a Eureka reprise as they finally found the gold and the gold and bones they were looking for. And it's the end of the episode. Wow. Eureka. So it's E for effort, or E for Eureka. I'm gonna put it in that tier, you know. It was a fun episode. Once again, nothing too iconic or perfect, you know. Nothing too memorable, but effort was there. I liked the effort. Episode 17, Race Around the World. An iconic episode. We'll see how I rate it by the end of it, though. But I remember this episode very vividly. And if you've ever heard of the Backyardigans, maybe you have too. We opened on Austin for the first time. So fun. And he's practicing for the upcoming race around the world. And we get our song, Racing Day. And it's a fun song about preparing to race around the world. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy Austin's featured. So he's training for it, and we go straight to the race. Okay, we go to the starting line and also finishing line, because they're gonna finish where they started. And we see Tasha. Tasha Austin crumbs. Thank you. So we get some interactions from them, but Tasha won't be that prominent in this episode, spoiler alert, because she's just the announcer for the race. She's just going to announce when they start and when they finish, so we won't see her during the race, which is a crime, but, you know, she's a queen. She doesn't need to get herself dirty racing around the world. I get it. We then get an overview of the race, which will include three obstacles, or environments that they will pass through, and it will be forest, snowy mountain, or, oh no, it's 4. We have a rule of 4. Oh, it's different, my bad. So, like I was saying though, forest, snowy mountain, ocean, and desert. So those are our 4 obstacles, and they're getting ready to traverse them. But first, we introduce our other contestants. We have Pablo coming out, who's known for his speed and running. He jumps over hurdles all the time. He is track and field pro star. Next, we have Tyrone, ski star. He knows how to go down those slopes, dude. And then we have Uniqua, who is a kayaking master. I do like kind of how we have some callbacks to some things, you know. Pablo running, you know, he was Tarzan the Fast, and throughout the whole series, there are some other episodes where Pablo is referred to as the fast one, so that's pretty consistent with his character. Tyrone and skiing, we didn't really see that because he wasn't a ski rescuer in the Snowford episode, so that one's kind of random, but I mean, I can see Tyrone as a snowboarder or skier, whatever you refer to it as. I can see it, you know, he gives off those vibes. And then Uniqua kayaking, we saw when she was competing with Tasha in the Yeti episode where they were kayaking. It adds up. It's adding up. Some consistency. So anyways, everyone is good and has a gold medal in one of those things that we will see in the race, except for Austin. This is his first race. He decided to go big for his first race. He was like, race around the world, let's go. But he's prepared. That's what you need to know about Austin in this episode. He is prepared for anything. Anything. That's his song, my friends. We haven't gotten there yet, though. So, he has his bag, his fanny pack that he'll keep on him for the race. But we'll get into what he has. So, the race begins and they're off. And Pablo just zooms past everyone. He's like bolting and everyone's left in the dust. So much so that Tasha is like, guys, go. Why aren't you running? So then we get a go, go, go song. Not episode. Go, go, go song. And it's fun. It's just them saying go, 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 gotta go, can't go fast if you go too slow, so go, 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 go. Or those aren't the exact lyrics, but you get the idea. So they're going and they get to the hurdles in the forest and Pablo just jumps over the hurdles, no problem. Then we get Tyrone, who he has some problems, but he's able to mostly get past the hurdles. Then we have Uniqua, who completely flunks it, and on the last hurdle, she just runs into it, basically, and she injures herself. Brutal. So Austin comes up behind her and he's like, oh no, Uniqua, you look hurt. Do you need some help? And she's like, just a little scratch. 'Tis a mere scratch. And so Austin puts a band-aid on her and it's like, there, look, all better. And she's like, wow, thanks. I never thought to bring band-aids and first aid on a race. And he's like, yep, you must always be prepared. Foreshadowing. So next, Pablo gets to the snow place first, but he's a bit like, I'm not sure how this is gonna turn out. I'm not really that good at skiing, but all's well that ends well, right? I'm ahead, you know? I'm gonna take the lead. So he goes, and right behind him is all three people. Suddenly they catch up to Tyrone. But yeah, so Tyrone goes up first though, and he's like, I love snowboarding. This is what I trained for. So he just zooms past and is ready. We then get Uniqua and Austin, who's right behind, and they go down the slope too. They're perfectly fine. We have our next song, Snow is Cold, but I Am Cool. That's a song. It was a fun song, though. It wasn't forgettable. I actually like it. It's a Tyrone-centric, not solo, but centric episode, and he's basically just singing about how he's really good on the snow, okay? He can do it. So he snowboards down, passes up Pablo, who's struggling. Uniqua goes up ahead of him as well. And then Pablo, runs into a sign on his snowboard, and it, tips him over the edge of a cliff. And then Austin comes up and is like, hey, Pablo, you need some help? You seem to be hanging there. So, he has this, grappling hook thing device. It's basically an extended pole thing that he used to get Pablo to grab onto and then pulls him up. So Pablo is safe. They ski down the mountain. But first we see Tyrone get there first, and he starts to paddleboard. And if we see any patterns here, Uniqua got hurt, Pablo got hurt. Tyrone, you're due for some hurting. So he goes to kayak first, but he already recognizes that he's not too good at it. But he goes first. We then get Uniqua, who's right behind him, and passes him up. We get this funny bit, though, where he's like, hi, Uniqua. Bye, Uniqua. And she's like, bye, Tyrone, too. It's so funny. Because he gets passed up. So Uniqua's ahead now because she's the kayaking master. And then Austin and Pablo come up, but Pablo passes him first, and Tyrone's like, well, at least I'm not last. But then he drops his paddle into the ocean, and he's just stranded. And then this made me think, in this race around the world, and I guess races around the world in general, what if this happened to a contestant? Are there any safety precautions? Because in this case, Austin once again uses his hook or thingy to grab the paddle for Tyrone and gives it to him so that he can paddle again. But what if Austin wasn't there? Are they just now stranded in the middle of the ocean? Well, I guess they don't have ocean races in the real world. I don't know. But just races in general, because even with that snowboarding incident and that hurdle incident, do they have people around in these wilderness climates to help them? seems like a safety hazard. They definitely don't in the Backyardigans, though. It was all Austin, so someone would have died. So, anyways, Austin helps Tyrone. They all get to the desert. Uniqua first, then Pablo, then Tyrone, then Austin. So, they're all racing in the desert, and Uniqua's like, wow, I'm tired. I wish I had some water for this desert. And then we have Pablo, who's like, I wish I also had water. Then we have Tyrone, who also wishes he had water. And then we have Austin, and he gives us a whole song called Austin's Lament. And it's fun. It's definitely better than Mystery Lifeguard and the solos we've had before this episode. But it is not my favorite yet, so it's just a fun Austin Lament song. And I mean, the word lament is always so nice for a song. It's like, wow, they're singing their heart out to us. So anyways, he sings that song, does that whole performance, and he comes across, and then, at the end of his episode, at the end of his song, he realizes that he's getting a little thirsty himself. So he pulls out his bottle of water from his fanny pack and he drinks it. If this was a live action, it totally would have been a sponsor segment. It would have been like Aquafina as he chugs it down. And it's like, what a nice, refreshing bottle of Aquafina. But it's not sponsored, so. He drinks that and keeps on going ahead because he's determined now. His lament, he was depressed about being last place like always, and he was sad he wasn't going to win the race, which I get it, but Austin, you came into this race with no experience, okay? Don't expect to win. I'm sorry. Like, it's okay to lose. But Austin's not having any of that, okay? But towards the end of the song, he's more hopeful. He's like, well, if I quit, I would definitely not win. So I just got to keep going in hopes that I win, which, good mindset to have. So he comes across the trio who are just sitting on a cactus or like leaning on a cactus. And they're dehydrated with, once again, safety concerns. 3 contestants would have died of dehydration because there's no water. Well, anyways, Austin's like, here, you can have some of my water because you look like you're about to die. So they all drink water and they're like, wow, thanks, Austin. We never thought to bring water, which, okay. So they all drink the water and they finish the race. They're going down, they're back in the forest and they go to the finish line, but then they all bounce off the finish line ribbon.
Who will break the tape at the finish line and win the gold medal? And the winner is...
And then Austin has to pull out scissors to cut the ribbon, and he wins because he cut the ribbon with his scissors. And the moral of the story is have very specific items on a race so that you could possibly win whenever they're not prepared for a very specific moment. And not through perseverance and training, you will win. Like, they didn't even let him just win off of his own skill at the end. Like, they could have still all came in together and then done, like, a photo finish thing where it's like, oh my gosh, Austin, you pulled through by, like, 1 inch or 1 centimeter because you were well rested the whole time because you didn't have an incident. Like, you weren't injured or anything. But, no, he only won because of a contrivance, which, that's a fun lesson for kids. So the episode's fun, almost perfect here. Yeah, despite all of that. I don't know, I like the different environments. Seeing them was so fun, you know. It was very structural, but I think I like structured episodes like this. It's kind of comforting. It's like, okay, so Uniqua and Pablo, they had their accidents, so Tyrone will too. I don't know. It was kind of satisfying that way, so. I don't know, also it's very nostalgic for me, so I'm a little biased towards it, but Race Around the World, you're good in my book. Almost perfect. You're not a best episode contender, but you're up there, that's for sure. Episode 18 is entitled Monster Detective, and we open on Pablo, who is a soccer monster. I don't care. Every sports episode will probably not do so well. Hey, Race Around the World, that was technically a sports episode, and it was one of my favorites of season 1. I don't like this episode, though, okay? So Pablo's a soccer monster, and he sings a song called I'm a Soccer Monster. It's an introduction song, okay? And so he just wants people to play with. He wants people to play soccer with. And he sees this soccer ball, and it's bright pink, and we're like, I wonder whose ball that's for. But anyways, he takes it to his soccer ball mansion, which we'll get to, I guess. But next, we have Uniqua and Tyrone come out. Another trio episode. Once again, we're over it. Unbothered. Okay. I guess last episode was a 5-man cast episode, but like, Tasha was barely in it. Okay? But I guess Austin was the main feature. Either way, it's another trio episode. I'm over it. I'm over it. Okay, and they're looking for for Uniqua's soccer ball, and Tyrone's an investigator. And he's like, okay, I think this is the work of the soccer monster, which, how do you know there's a soccer monster, and why has he not been caught yet if you know who he is? He lives in a giant mansion, which you yourself know where it is, because once you say it's the soccer monster, you guys go to that mansion, to the soccer monster mansion, to look for the soccer ball. So why has he not been arrested yet if he's such a threat to you? Because apparently, according to Tyrone, whenever you play with the soccer monster, you become a soccer monster yourself. Which sounds like a metaphor for sports fans in real life, but we'll brush over that. Anyways, at the soccer monster mansion now, we get a song called The Rules. It's kind of forgettable. Yeah, not for me. But anyways, it's a, you know what? Fine then. No, I will promote it to fun. I'll promote it live editing. We're promoting it to fun, because I'm looking at my notes and I remember. It's coming back to me. Anyways, The Rules is a fun song about Tyrone being like, okay, rule number 1, do not engage or look into his eyes or play with him. Number 1, number 3 was like, don't play with a soccer monster or you'll become a soccer monster yourself. Number 2 was stay quiet, don't touch anything, you know, things like that. But Uniqua immediately breaks this rule and looks at paintings of real life soccer players. Like, the paintings have pictures of like actual soccer players in real life. And I don't know any of them, but it's on the Backyardigans Wikipedia if you want to know what soccer players Uniqua looks up to. I wouldn't know them, but she was saying them by names. Anyways, so she does that, and then she touches this trophy and breaks it because she's just that bad, I guess. Like, she just touches it, and it just falls off the table and breaks somehow. And it's the soccer monster's trophy, like, rude. Anyways, we then cut to Pablo, and we see that he was playing soccer by himself, which, that's sad. I'm sorry, Pablo. Anyways, he hears this trophy break, and he's like, soccer? And so he goes out to see who broke his trophy. And Tyrone's like, what did I tell you? Don't touch anything. And so they go hide in the corner to avoid to avoid Pablo. But then Uniqua starts to sneeze because of the dust, but she holds it in. And so they then sing this next song called Hide and Seek, which, it's forgettable. This song's actually forgettable. Anyway, so they sing about hide and go seeking. We do have this fun scene though where they're hiding behind a couch, and then Pablo comes in and is like, sings the song, but he can't see them. It's kind of funny. So we do that, and then later on they're running, but Uniqua sneezes, and Pablo appears right next to her and is like, oh, did you need a tissue? And she's like, thank you. And then they scream because, or Tyrone drags Uniqua away because he's like, that's the soccer monster. And so they run away, but Uniqua feels bad because, first of all, he's playing soccer by himself, and second of all, he gave her a tissue, and now she just ran away. Like, that's kind of rude. But anyways, Uniqua is over it. She's like, Tyrone, I see my soccer ball with the soccer monster, and I'm ready to play with him. So they go into the soccer monster's gym where the pink soccer ball is. Uniqua kicks the soccer ball, and then Pablo receives it, and she's like, okay, I'll play with you, soccer monster. So they play, and Uniqua becomes a soccer monster, and Tyrone runs off. He's over it. He's like, I got a job to do, okay? And so he sings a song about it. He runs away, and he sings a song called Gotta Get the Job Done, and it's about getting his job done. And it's a fun song. It's another Tyrone solo. Once again, Tyrone solos are adding up. So anyways, I have one question about this song though, okay? So, Tyrone's song, Gotta Get the Job Done, is about doing his job, okay? Makes sense. But his job was to give his client, or find his client, who's Uniqua, her soccer ball. They have found her soccer ball. Uniqua is actively playing with her soccer ball right now, with the soccer monster. She may be a soccer monster herself, but she has her soccer ball, so what more do you need to do? What is your job, Tyrone? So anyways, he storms into the gym and is like, hey, Pablo, give Uniqua her ball back. And he's like, oh, okay. And then he gives Uniqua her soccer ball. And she's like, thanks. And then they just keep playing. So I was like, what was the point? And then Tyrone's like, that looks kind of fun. Can I join too without turning into a soccer monster? And then they're like, we don't know. And he's like, okay, whatever. And he plays, and he also becomes a soccer monster.
Do you have to be a monster to play soccer? Or could a monster detective play too?
Yeah. Come and play soccer!
I am a soccer monster.
Soccer!
So don't play sports or else you'll become a zombie. This episode was not for me. Okay, next. Episode 19, Cave Party. Another episode that I remembered from my childhood. So, this time, we open on Austin's fence. But Austin and Tasha come out. It's an Austin and Tasha duo opener. Oh my goodness. It's beautiful. So anyways, they're back for a vengeance and they're cave people this episode, okay? And we automatically start with an amazing fun introduction song, 3 Cheers for Ugg, and it's just about them wanting to invite their friends over to their cave for a nice cave party, but they're the mountain cave people and they're trying to invite the valley cave people to their cave in the mountains. And so they invent an invitation. So that's the running gag this episode. They invent a bunch of things that like you as a modern day person know what it is, but it's like a fun quirky thing of like, ooh, I invented invitation. So they do that. It's just a rock tablet that like shows them pictures their figures dancing by the moon. So that was enough of a sign though, because they go off to their cave and then we see our trio, our classic trio come out. Tyrone, Pablo, Uniqua. They see the invitation and they're like, oh look, the mountain cave people are inviting us to a party. So they decide to head off and we go to this beautiful nighttime scene or like sunset scene where we have some blues, pinks, purples. The sky is really nice for a Backyardigans season 1 episode. So we get that nice setting as it's a nice tundra setting and they're skating around and they're going to the cave and it's all very beautiful. So anyways, they get a reprise of the 3 Cheers for Ugg intro song, and they're going along trying to make it to the mountain. And their first obstacle is a frozen river, and they do not know what they're gonna do. So pause on that. So we go back to Tasha and Austin and we get a duo song from them and it's in their cave and it's called the drumming song. So they invented drums and the sticks with it and they just start rocking out on the drums to each other and we are being fed this episode, guys. The beat is addictive, the rhythm, the lyrics aren't that inspired, but the lyrics, like, they're feeding us. They're partying in the cave and the lighting is so nice because it's like that fireside cave lighting.
Drumming, drumming, drumming. Cave company is coming. Drumming, drumming, drumming. Cave company is coming.
Oh my gosh. Anyways, they do that whole bit. Beautiful, amazing, immaculate, perfect, never been done before. So we then go back to our trio back at the frozen lake and they invent skates and they just continue forth and we get their song Skate Ahead, which is not perfect, but it's iconic, it's superb. It's a beautiful song about skating ahead. It gives off Snow Goin', you know, that song from the Yeti, except that was more like rock and roll style. This is much more of like a slow majestical feel to it. It's like skate ahead, you know. So it's a nice song, you know. It's not as good as the drumming song, but we love it. It's a good trio song actually. I like the trio song in this episode. So back to Austin and Tasha, which I was excited for. At the beginning of this episode, I thought that their role would be like their role in the Knights Are Brave and Strong episode. Like, I thought they were just going to be figures that invited the trio to a party and then we'll see them at the end party. But no, we flash back to them. Like, they're not really doing anything though. Like they're not going across any obstacles, but this time they invent signs in order to point their friends to where the party is going to be, because it's not going to be at their actual cave. It's going to be where they can see the moon, because it's like a moon dance party actually. So they invent signs. They have that whole bit because, oh yeah, when they invent things, they have a bit where they pretend to name it weird things. They're like, is this a wallet? I don't remember what words they said, but like when it's a sign, they don't call it a sign until they're like, is the sign a microwave? And then Tasha's like, no, I call it a sign. So they do that whole bit and they go off. So back to our trio, they're at the bottom of the mountain and they just need to get up to in order to go to the party. But how are you supposed to scale a mountain? And the moon is almost at its peak. So what they do is Uniqua invents stairs.
Cave is all the way at the top.
At the top? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How are we gonna get up there?
Pablo?
Look at it! It's the size of a mountain! It is a mountain!
Pablo.
Stay calm, everybody. Don't lose your heads. We'll find a way up. We'll find a way.
Pablo.
Yeah?
That's why I invented these.
I want that to sink in for a second. Uniqua invented stairs. So like they go, so they get to the mountain and they're like, how are we supposed to get up? And then Uniqua's like, look, here's the stairs I invented. And it's just stairs made out of snow that goes all the way up to the mountain, which, so I don't need to explain it. I can't explain it. So anyways, they use the stairs to get up, and they have this funny joke, though, actually, where Uniqua's like, I should have invented the elevator. And I'm like, at that point, yes, you should have. So they get to the top of the mountain. They use the signs that Tasha invented. Also, Austin snubbed once again. Tasha invented everything. The trio, everyone invented one thing. Like, Tyrone invented a sled. Pablo invented skates, and Uniqua invented the stairs. But Austin invented nothing. Like the drums, the invitations, the signs, all of that was Tasha's invention. So they give Austin nothing. He has no creativity, not a single talented bone in his body, according to the writers, not me. Okay? I want more Austin representation, but they don't give it to him. So anyways, they go to the moon party, and we get our dance party song for this episode, the Hokey Pokey. It's superb, iconic, not perfect, it's just the Hokey Pokey, The Hokey Pokey is not a perfect song, it's flawed. I don't know how it's flawed. It's not iconic. It's just iconic, not amazing. So, we get the Hokey Pokey. Thank you, the Backyardigans, for creating the Hokey Pokey. And this episode ends with snack time as always. Very nice, very nice. So, this episode is almost perfect. It's not my top 10 episode contenders. The way I talked about this episode so passionately, though, you may be wondering how I'll feel when I do talk about my top 10 contenders, but it's almost perfect. It's nice, it's a nice episode. We have then made it to the season finale, episode 20 of season 1, High Tea. Let's go. And this time, we open on Pablo. So Pablo's driving around in a race car, and we then get Tyrone, who has a jump rope, but he's using it to pretend like he's going mountain climbing. And then we have Uniqua come out of her house with a bow tie, and she's like, I'm a clown who's ready to have some jokes. So their whole thing, which I actually like how they did this bit, is that they can't decide what adventure they want to go on for this episode, Pablo, he wants something fast. Tyrone, he wants something thrilling. And Uniqua wants something funny. So, they can't decide what kind of adventure they will be going on today. They then ask Tasha, who's sitting at the table in front of Uniqua's house, what she wants to do. Yes, Tasha's the highlight this episode. By the way, that's why I was so excited in the beginning, but I forgot it opens with Pablo, so that's why I sounded disappointed. But yes, we have Tasha, and they're like, so Tasha, what did you want to do today? Whatever you decide, we'll do, no matter what. And she's like, twas, I would like a tea party. And so she's like, we will make the perfect cup of tea, sip it together, say pip pip cheerio, and it will be a lot of fun.
Well,
dear friends, since it's my choice, I think that we should have a tea party.
And then we got our introduction song called Perfect Cup of Tea. It's fun. And it's just Tasha informing them about the perfect tea ingredients and the perfect things to have a tea party. But then Pablo, Tyrone, and Uniqua, they're not sold. They're like, that doesn't sound fast, thrilling, or funny at all. And she's like, plebeians, just you watch. We're going in for an adventure today. So anyways, they go to their setting, which is a forest, and they need to find the perfect tea leaves for their first tea ingredient before they can have their tea party. So we get the song Tree to Tree. It's a fun song about them swinging through the leaves of the forest, and it's a nice song. It's pretty catchy, and they're basically just saying like how they're looking for the perfect tree with the perfect leaves, but they go like through a bronze tree, a silver tree, and then they get the gold tree leaves that they were looking for. And Tasha takes the leaves off, and it's like, wow, we found the tree leaves that we were looking for. And then Pablo's like, wow, I guess that was a pretty thrilling experience swinging through the trees of the forest, right, Tyrone? And it's like, yeah, I guess that was kind of thrilling. So next, after that, they then need a tea set, like a kettle and its cups, in order to boil the tea and drink the tea from. And Tasha's like, oh, I know this guy, the emperor of the Ming dynasty. He has the perfect tea set that we need for this tea party. So they go to the emperor's palace, who's played by Austin. Still kind of a thankless role though, because he's only in this one scene of the episode, but it's okay. He's an emperor. We'll take it. So they knock on the door and they go inside, but the emperor is feeling kind of grumpy today. He feels a little grumpy, tired, he's over it, and they ask for his tea set, but he's like, no. So Tasha's like, man, if only the emperor wasn't so grumpy, we could have his tea set. So they then sing the Grumpy Emperor song, which is about how grumpy he is, but then it transitions about trying to tell him jokes in order to make him laugh so that they can get the tea set. And so this song I put in superb just because the scene's iconic, okay? All of them telling their jokes, fun, it's nice, but this one joke is brilliant.
Knock. What? Knock, knock. Now you say who's there.
Well, who's there?
Banana.
Banana who?
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Banana.
Banana who?
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Aren't you glad I didn't say banana?
Brilliant.
They move on. So Uniqua was like, wow, that was a pretty funny adventure. But Tasha's like, our tea journey is not done yet, though. Okay, we need boiling hot water to the perfect temperature for our tea. So they go to the gushing geysers to get it. So they get on horses in order to race to the geysers. Because the way the geysers work are, they have 3 rumbles before they burst out water, and then that's the water that Tasha wants. So by the time they get there, the first rumble of the day has started. So they're like, we only have 2 more rumbles until the geyser will burst, and it only bursts once per day. So they get on their horses, but then the second rumble starts. So they have 1 rumble until the water comes out. So they race on the horses, and we get the galloping song. It's the most forgettable song of the episode. It was whatever. So anyways, they race on the horses to the geyser, and they get in time for the 3rd rumble, and the water falls perfectly into the tea kettle with the tea leaves in it, and we have tea. And she pours it into the cups, and then Austin even joins them for a cup of tea, and they all have their little cup of tea, say pip pip cheerio. They had a fast, thrilling, and funny adventure, and they have snack time to end off our season finale. What a nice episode, you know? I like how they did it, like how they did that indecision bit where it's like, I don't know what our adventure for the end of the season should be. I like how it highlighted Tasha, you know. It was nice for her to get a spotlighted episode after not really having one for a bit or at all this season. The songs were all nice, you know. We got a nice thrilling adventure. Austin was the emperor who didn't talk that much, but whatever. So overall, I think it was a nice season finale, and it was almost perfect. And with that, we finished season 1. Woo! So this is definitely where the nostalgia will probably cut off for most of you. You probably won't know a lot of the episodes after season 1 if you really think about it. You might know some season 2. I know some season 2 episodes kind of trended too, but your nostalgia will be chopped off after this. So. Opening with season 2, this season the animation difference will be very improved upon, I think. You definitely notice it. We have larger settings, so if you notice in season 1, a lot of the settings were very environmental and very minimalistic at that. But in season 2, we get actual buildings and actual background objects that are literally just there for decoration. They really went all out with the animation for season 2 compared to season 1. The concepts are a little bit more unique, you know. We're not gonna see a pirate episode 2 times in a row, a snow episode 2 times in a row, a desert episode or a jungle episode 2 times in a row. We're gonna get some different concepts they're playing with. And the song genres will be a little bit more different. Well, all the episodes are gonna have different song genres, so that would be nice. I'm very nostalgic for season 2, so you may see some best episode contenders in there. And overall, I think season 2 will be exciting. So let's start with episode 1 of season 2, Mission to Mars. So our series premiere starts with a fun sci-fi is it sci-fi? Well, a space concept. I guess it's kind of sci-fi. Anyway, so we open with the Uniqua, Pablo, and Austin. Not Tyrone. It's a different trio. I do like it. I'm so glad. Okay, so season 2, we're gonna get different crossovers and mixes in the pairings and groupings, and I just love that. I'm so glad that it's not just Pablo, Uniqua, Tyrone dominating every episode. I don't know why it makes me so happy, but I just love seeing the different dynamics. It's always so fun. Well, anyways, we have those of our trio of astronauts, and we have Tasha and Tyrone in their mission control. So we get our introduction song, We're Going to Mars. It's a fun song about them preparing for liftoff. And if you look at the animation, it's so better than the first season. I'm sorry. The detailing, it's so vibrant now. Oh my goodness. Anyway, so they're plugging in with mission control, and we go to our scene, and they're in a lab with actual buttons and actual control panels, and they're preparing to lift off. And we look at the astronauts, and they're in actual astronaut space suits, and they're in a rocket, and they're about to blast off to space. I am way too excited by them being in a rocket and in a spaceship, but it's a world of difference from frozen tundra with snow. I don't know. It's beautiful. So they blast off onto Mars. They land and they're prepared. It was a very quick flight. It was basically instant. No time passed on Earth or anything. So
Mission Control, this is Commander Uniqua.
We are approaching the planet Mars.
they land on Mars, they plug in what mission control, and they're like, we've landed on Mars, and we're gonna let our rover out. We have our boy Rover, and he's just the best. He's the best. He's just the space. Are they space rovers? They're space rovers, right? Did they name Rover Rover? I guess they did. I didn't realize that. Anyway, so they have their space rover who helps them, analyze the terrain of Mars and has all their supplies with them. So they let him out, and then we get our next song, Ready for Anything, and it's superb. It's amazing. I love it. It's just them singing about being prepared for everything, but I remember the song as a kid, and it's a bop. You just can't help but dance to it. So they're going through Mars, and I'm now realizing I forgot to mention why they're going to Mars. I feel like this is important. That was probably important. So they're going to Mars because they got a contact from an unknown foreign life on Mars. that just said boinga boinga a lot to them over the phone. And they're like, we should probably check that out. What if boinga means I'm here to take over your civilization on Earth? So they decide to send astronauts on Mars. So they explore Mars, and then suddenly it begins to rain rocks. It's an asteroid, it's a meteor shower, not an asteroid shower, a meteor shower. So Rover luckily activates his umbrella, so they're able to be protected by that. But like, these asteroids are falling hard, and an umbrella can only do so much. It's a metal umbrella, so like it has at least some protection, but it's really running down hard. So they run to cover in a cave, and they think they're safe. However, they, for some reason, stand at the end of the cliff, because the cave, it, like, enters right to a cliff, and then that cliff leads down to, like, a ravine area, basically. So they're trying to just, like, look down and be like, oh, I wonder what's over there. But then Rover's ball that he was playing with, because Rover has a ball, because Rover is basically a dog, it rolls onto the part of the cliff side they were on, and that's enough to break that piece off of the cliff off. And then so Uniqua, Pablo, and Austin, they all fall down into the ravine, and Rover is left on top, worried that he just made all of his compadres die. And then back at mission control, they start to lose help because they have lost communications, because since the astronauts are so far down in the cave, all communications have been shut down. And Tyrone's like, it's all over. But Tasha is like, no, Tyrone, we can't lose hope. They're astronauts. Astronauts never give up. And then we go back to our astronaut trios, and they have given up. Austin is just sad because he's the one who's like in charge of Rover. He knows how Rover works. So that's like his pet, and he's like, I can't believe we lost Rover. And then Pablo is just upset because they lost all communication. So he's like, how are we gonna get out? We have no one to contact right now. So Uniqua takes a look around and is like, come on boys, astronauts never give up. And we get a song. It called Astronauts Never Give Up. And it's superb. Superb tier. Iconic. Beautiful. I love it. Because I like how it starts off as like a sad song. Because I'm sad too. Rover is gone. And they're stuck in a ravine. Because like, the way the ravine works is like they're on a rock at the bottom of the cave. And it's like surrounded by this purple water. So like, they don't want to touch that purple water. Because they don't know what it is. So like, it's pretty bad. And I'm like, my heart goes out to them. But anyways, they sing a song and they start to get optimistic again, because the song turns from being sad to being happy about never giving up. And then suddenly there's bubbles in the water and they're scared. But then up comes Rover. And so they use Rover as a lifeboat to get to the Martian civilization that was at the end of the ravine conveniently. Like, that was pretty lucky actually though. Like, why was the civilization under a cave in a ravine? No clue. So they go up to the doorbell of one of these houses, which will be convenient, but I'll explain why it's convenient. So they ring the doorbell, they go inside the house, and it's answered by a small little Martian alien, and he's like, boinga, boinga, boinga. And like, it runs off into the living room, so they follow it for some reason. I don't know why they're not scared of being eaten alive, but they follow him. And they go inside the living room, and it's Alicia Keys. This episode has a special guest appearance by Alicia Keys, and she gives us a song called Almost Everything is Boinga, and it's iconic. It's not my favorite, so it doesn't go in perfection tier, because perfection is reserved for my favorite songs. But this song is a banger, okay? Alicia Keys goes off, okay? Almost everything is boinga here. So it's basically just a song where Alicia Keys, the Small Martian's mom, but she will forever be known as Alicia Keys to me. Alicia Keys like, oh yeah, he says boinga because everything is boinga here, but clearly not, because she speaks English to them to explain this concept to them. So, well, I guess that's why it's almost everything, so everything isn't boinga, just almost. Okay. Alicia Keys, your logic checks out. Anyway, so we get that banger of a song, and then they realize there's a phone in the living room, and they call it, and it leads directly to mission control for some reason. And then Tyrone and Tasha are like, oh my gosh, astronauts, how did you get there? And it's like, we found the source of the Boinga, and it's just a Martian family, and they're fine. They're not gonna murder us. And they're like, cool, come back for snack time. And so we go back for snack time. So, this is an almost perfect episode tier. I love it. It's such a nice, fun way to introduce us to the concepts and visuals that we'll see in season 2. Almost perfect. Not my favorite best contender episode, but it's up there. It's up there. Almost everything is Boinga here. So, yeah. Bob and Alicia Keys, like, first special guest. They really missed out. People who didn't go on the Backyardigans for their special guest appearance, you missed out. Why didn't you? Kind of fishy. Alicia Keys. Anyways, so moving on to episode 2 of season 2, we have Samurai Pie. So this episode is a samurai episode, if you could not guess, but with pie, if you could not guess once more. So, we open on Tyrone, and he is a pie master. He makes pies for the Emperor of Ancient Japan, okay? And he gives us a song called Samurai Pie, which, once again, Tyrone solo. They just give it to him left and right. So anyways, though, you know, it's that typical westernized East Asian music vibes, you know, think Eye of the Tiger. That's the vibes we're going for this episode. So anyways, Austin then comes on screen, and he goes to the great pie master Tyrone, and it's like, Tyrone, the master of pies, can you show me how to make pie? And he's like, yes, young one, I shall show you the ways of the master. Because the only way you earn my puffy white hat is to become a master in making pies. So the samurai pie makers go to their dojo, and then we see Uniqua, who's a ninja, fall from the sky, and she's like, hello, I'm a ninja who loves pie. And so, pie. And then Pablo falls from the sky, but he doesn't land as elegantly. Like, Uniqua lands on her feet, but Pablo falls on his butt. So, once again, comedic relief. And he is also a ninja, but I like kind of, if you see the pairings real quick, we have Tyrone the master, Austin the novice, and then we have Uniqua the master and Pablo the novice. It's a nice comparison, you know, because you get bonded to both of them throughout the episode. So anyways, we have that, and then we go back to the kitchen, and Tyrone is trying to show Austin how it's done. And we get this nice montage song called Do You Want to Make Pies? It's fun, giving Mulan vibes. And it's just Tyrone trying to show Austin how to make pies, but he's kind of failing. Like, he's making it. Like, there's this one scene where he has to, like, spin and stir, and then pour, like, his pie dough into these pans. And he almost pours all of them perfectly into the pans, but he messes up on the last one because, you know, spinning makes you dizzy. It's a hard move to perfect, you know. Tyrone is really expecting a lot from him from his first day. But anyway, so they're practicing. Poor Austin is, like, kind of doing it, but Tyrone's, like, applauding his efforts. He's like, okay, you're doing it. You're making it up. But either way, they're called to the palace by this large gong sound. So they're like, okay, that's the Empress. She's calling. Let's go see what she wants. We then come back to Pablo and Uniqua, who also hears this gong, and it's like, we must go to the palace to see if the Emperor wants pie so that we can steal it. So, at the palace, we have Tasha, who's, like, she doesn't know what she wants. She's like, I don't know what pie I feel today. And Tyrone's like, you want key lime pie, you know, what you feeling? And before they went in to enter to Tasha's room, actually, Tyrone lectured Austin about the great pie. He was like, there was this really good, really big and great pie that, like, fed all of ancient Japan. But he was not able to try it last time because a ninja stole the pie from them. So anyways, Austin's like, but, so your majesty, wouldn't you want the great pie today? And Tasha is on board with this idea. She's like, yes, we will have the great pie today. And Tyrone's like, what are you doing? We can't make the great pie. And so we get a song called The Great Pie, which is basically just Tasha reminiscing about wanting the great pie. And then Tyrone's like, but it's very hard to make. It's kind of a forgettable song, forgettable tier, but I like it. A thing that I do think is funny though is while they're singing the song, the ninjas are in the window that's in the room of the Great Palace with the Emperor, and they're clearly also singing along to the Great Pie song, but they do not see the ninjas because presumably they are invisible. Or all samurais are blind. Anyway, so we get back to the kitchen, and Tyrone's like, Austin, since you suggested we make the great pie, you make the great pie. I'm not making the great pie. I don't know why Tyrone is being so hard on Austin. It's like, the Empress clearly wanted the great pie. Like, he is actually doing his job as the pie master for the Empress, okay? What are you doing? Like, do your job. I don't care how hard it is. So anyways, he starts making the great pie, and he struggles at first. He makes something too cold, too hot, too hard, too soft. He goes through all of that. Meanwhile, we go back to our ninjas, Pablo and Uniqua, and they're trying to get up to the kitchen to steal the great pie. However, the hill that the kitchen lays upon has a bunch of booby traps, and they're like kitchen themed booby traps. Like, they have these large rolling pins that roll down the mountain to stop them, and they like fling pie pots at them as like ninja stars. Like, it's fun. I love it. I love the kitchen themed booby traps. So anyways, they fail at doing it, and then Uniqua and Pablo sing a song called Ninjas Like Pie Too, which I would say same, but I haven't had pie that much actually, so I don't know how I feel about pie. I like it, but I don't know what's my favorite. I'd have to get back to you on that. Yeah. So anyways, they sing Ninjas Like Pie Too, and it's a fun song. I like it. Kind of quirky. So they do that, and so they, at the end of their song, they figured out that they can jump from tree to tree, from like bamboo to bamboo, in order to make it up to the kitchen. So they do that. Back in the kitchen, Austin has made this gigantic pie, which also, his failed attempts before were like in these really small pie tins, like a normal pie would be in. But then his great pie is in this like really big, like table-sized, like huge dining table-sized pie tin. So no wonder his first attempts at the great pie failed. You like weren't even trying, basically. So anyways, the great pie is made, but then ninjas come in through the window and they're like, give us the pie. And so we have an epic showdown where we have the samurai dojo pie makers versus the ninjas. And they're throwing pie tins at each other like ninjas. That's their one gimmick. Pie tins are ninja stars. I wonder if that's how this pie samurai concept came to be. Someone like came into the writer's room and was like, did you ever notice that pie tins are kind of like ninja stars? And then, like, this whole thing started. So anyways, they're, like, throwing pie tin. They're, like, throwing the failed small pies at each other. And it's, like, getting all over the place. You see the custard and the cream all over the place. It's getting really dirty. The ninjas manage to steal the pie for a brief second. But then the dojo samurai pie makers strike back. And they knock the pie all the way to the palace by accident. So they try to run after it. And by the time they get to the palace, Tasha has already taken a bite of the great pie. That landed perfectly on her table somehow. She has some aura around her, you know. It's like once you enter that aura, it like physically just manifests. Either way, though, she has taken a bite of the pie, and she has proclaimed that it was the great pie. And we get like a little reprise of our great pie in our samurai pie song. Okay. But yeah, so they all come together for our dance party, and the episode ends, So I thought the whole point of mentioning that Tyrone never got to try his own great pie was that he would be able to try it at the end of the episode. But no, only Tasha takes a bite. And it's not like she eats the whole pie. The pie is gigantic. At most, she took like an eighth of a slice. And like, so no one eats the pie. They end the episode by crowning Austin as the great pie master. And the ninjas are there too, but like they just gave up, I guess. Like, end of the episode. So this episode is forgettable, sadly enough. I didn't really like it that much. It's still leagues better than most season 1 episodes, but no, I'll give it its fair ranking. I don't really like it that much, so it'll go in the forgettable tier. Not for me, but forgettable. We then get into season 2, episode 3, Scared of You. We then open with our favorite duo once more, Austin and Tasha. This time Tasha is a mad scientist and Austin is her assistant. We get let known. Austin lets us know of a little secret that today is his birthday, but he thinks Tasha has forgotten because she doesn't mention anything about it. So we then have our introduction song, I Got a Secret. I just labeled it as an introduction song. I do like Tasha's vocals in it though. And then we are then transported to their laboratory, or Tasha's evil laboratory. And these outfits, Spirit Halloween, could never, okay? Tasha's wig and lab coat, Austin's Hunchback of Notre Dame? I don't know. Maybe it's a reference to Frankenstein, because like the whole laboratory gives Frankenstein vibes, but I never read Frankenstein, so I wouldn't know. I think it might be a Frankenstein reference, like his outfit. Whatever though, so we then have Tasha say that she has a mission for Austin. He must give out these 3 secret these secret letters to monsters across the world, or across outside, while she sets up things for her experiments inside the lab. And Austin tries to interject and is like, but it's my birthday, aren't we gonna do anything? But Tasha cuts him off and sends him on his way. So you may think Tasha is being a jerk because she forgot her own assistant's birthday, but she lets us in on a secret. Those 3 letters are actually invitations to Austin's surprise party. Fun. So he goes out and sets off on the journey reluctantly, though. He's not looking forward to working on his birthday. And so he goes to the first monster, which is in an ancient Egyptian pyramid. So he goes to open the sarcophagus, and it's Tyrone, except he's like a mummy. He's like in his full mummy getup. But he seems to be scared of Austin. He's like cowering in fear almost. And so we then get this nice fun song, Scared of You. It's a fun song, but it might have been almost perfect. But the reason why it's lower is that we hear the song throughout the whole episode. It's one of those like 3 reprises songs, so it gets ruined after the first time. But anyways, Tyrone sings his verse, and then Austin is like, see, am I not that scary after the whole song? And Tyrone's like, oh, I guess you're not that scary. So he opens the letter and reads it, and he realizes that it's a surprise party for Austin, and so he tries not to give it away. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, it's a secret. You don't need to know, Austin. So Austin's like, okay, whatever, Tyrone. You don't have to tell me what's in the invitation. So they move on to their next monster. But these invitations have monster puns. Fun. This monster pun is if you're not too wrapped up, because he's a mummy. So our next location is this haunted forest that has Uniqua, and she's a werewolf? It's concerning. Like, they have a higher animation budget this season, but like, just because you can do things does not mean you should do them. Like, I'm terrified. Look at her. Look at werewolf Uniqua. It haunts my dreams to this day. Not for me. Anyway, so Uniqua is like, oh, I'm scared of you, because Uniqua is scared of a mummy, and then also Tyrone is scared of the werewolf, so they run around and we get a Uniqua verse of Scared of You, and it's cool, okay, whatever. But they just continue on forth and move on because at the end of the song, you know, as always, the mummy and werewolf, they're like, oh, I'm not so scared of you, and Austin's like, okay, here you go, Uniqua, here's your invitation, okay? Don't stop being scared of us. We have a job to do. So they make up, and the pun for this monster is, the party will sure be a howl. So our last monster is the Vampire Tower. So they go inside the castle, and Austin reads these warning signs. I forgot to mention this before, but all of the places also had warning signs because there was traps for each places, so I'll go over them. The Mummy Ancient Pyramid had a sign in hieroglyphs that mentioned the floors would fall through, so Austin had to roll and run in order to not fall into the broken floors. And then for Uniqua, the trees came alive and grabbed Tyrone, so he had to avoid that. This time, they go up the stairs, and as they go up the stairs, it like falls behind them. So they have to book it up the stairs, and they make it just in time. So they're up the stairs, they go inside of this room, and they're like, I don't see any vampire. And then suddenly, Pablo is hanging from the ceiling, and he's in his full Dracula getup. It is a sight to behold. Like, once again, very Spirit Halloween. So, we then get our last reprise of Scared of You. Still fun, but we've heard it before. And like everyone else, he gets over it pretty easily after the song. And they all make up, and they're like, time to go back. And they all know it's a secret party for Austin, but he doesn't know. And he's like, oh, brother, because he's over it. He doesn't want to work, and the monsters have been a whole mess, whole trouble. So they go back, and Pablo's secret message was, this might sound baddie, but I want to invite you to a surprise party for Austin. So our next song is Hurry Home, which is kind of a forgettable song. It's just about them going back home in order to celebrate Austin's surprise party that he doesn't know about. And they get back to the laboratory, and Austin turns around for 1 second, and a bookshelf has a secret door, and Tasha calls for the monsters to go through it. So they go through it very quietly, and the door closes, and Austin turns around, and he's like, what happened to all the monsters? So he gets depressed because he feels like he failed on his birthday, and so now he has to tell Tasha, who will probably be mad at him. So he goes back to the actual laboratory room that Tasha's in, sad and depressed, and he opens the door, but then the lights come on, and it's a surprise birthday party, and he's so happy that Tasha remembered, and we have a fun monster dance party song. Monster Bash, but Backyardigans themed. And that's how the episode ends for the most part. For this episode, I put it in E for effort. Like, it was something. I liked what they were going for, but it didn't do it completely for me. Like, I could have lived without it, to be honest. But I'll put it in E for effort just because I don't want to be too hard on it. Episode 4 of Season 2 is titled Who Done It? And it's time to get your thinking caps on because it's our detective episode this time around. And we opened on Pablo, which is a nice change of pace. You know, he hasn't been a center character since, like, Surf's Up, basically. So it's nice that we get to focus on him for this episode. And we open with a song called Aha. It's an introduction song. And it's really just about Pablo talking about how he solves crime and how he's about to be invited to a mystery manor in Scotland. And so he must go there to solve a crime or something that's about to happen. He was just invited there because they think that something's going to happen. So he goes there, and Pablo is probably based off of Sherlock Holmes for this episode is what I'm thinking. You know, he gives that vibe with his pipe and everything, but he's not doing a British accent. And this takes place in Scotland. So I'm not sure. Why is there no British accent? Bottle of water. So we go to the manor, and Pablo's walking up to it, but it's surrounded by this barren land. And Pablo sees a shadowy figure walk on by, and he tries to call out to it, but then it disappears. And so, mysterious. Very mysterious. That's his catchphrase for this episode, by the way. That's why I said it. So,
mysterious. Very mysterious.
he goes up to the manor, and he's at first lost because there's kind of like this like hedge maze in front of the manor at first, but then the shadowy figure once again appears and points him in the direction of the house, and he's like, oh, thank you, but he disappears again. And we know, because we can look at the character design, that it's Tyrone who's the mysterious figure, but like Pablo doesn't know that, so it's eerie. It's a little mysterious. Very mysterious.
Mysterious. Very mysterious.
So anyways, we go into the manor and go into a room. It looks like a library, like study room. So there is Tasha, and she is the the heiress of this manor. And so she has her nice jewels and a elegant gown. And so she sees that Pablo is here, and she's like, is there a mystery afoot? And he's like, I'm afraid so. I was invited here to the mystery manor today. I wonder what will happen. And she is here with her friend Austin, and he's just the next door neighbor. He is Austin Frothing Slosh. What a fancy and elegant name. So they get a trio song called Mysterious, Very Mysterious. And it's a superb song. I love it. I love this trio. Austin, Pablo, Tasha. This is the only trio song they'll get in the entire series. All 80 episodes and over 320 songs. Never again. This is your only trio song that only features Pablo, Austin, and Tasha, so enjoy it now. So they sing about what may be going on in the mystery manor, and then suddenly Butler Tyrone comes in and asks if Tasha would like some tea, and Pablo's a bit suspicious. He's like, it might be the butler, you know, Tasha, your butler Tyrone, she's a bit suspicious. And then suddenly, an unexpected visitor, Uniqua Underhood of London, shows up, and she's here, and she's like, I, Uniqua, have an invitation that says that tonight Tasha's jewels will be stolen. Dun, dun, dun. And then Austin says his Great Caesar's ghost line. And then suddenly the lights come off. We see Tyrone come in with tea briefly before the lights come off. And then we hear Tasha scream while it's dark. Terrifying. And when the lights turn back on, the tea set is broken and Tyrone is gone.
Tea, my lady.
My jewels! My jewels are gone! Oh, Great Caesar's ghost!
Immediately Pablo and Uniqua think it had to be Tyrone, the butler. So they go out of the room trying to look for him. And so now I'm thinking that it must have been Tyrone, because remember, he was the mysterious figure from before. But then, as soon as they exit the study, they hear muffled noises from the closet. So they open the closet door, and out comes Tyrone the butler, who has like a scarf around his mouth, and that's why he was making the muffled noises. And so he tells us a flashback that clearly shows the figure of Uniqua, but remember, they don't know it's Uniqua, but we do. And it shows her pushing him into the closet. And so now we're thinking, so is Uniqua the villain? Is she the one who who stole the jewels, pushed Tyrone off, and then shoved him into a closet? The mysteries are ramping up. But then the mysteries ramp up even more because Austin and Tasha come out, and Austin suddenly is like, I need to go home to feed my cat. And Tasha is like, you have a cat? And then he's like, yeah, I just got it recently. And so he leaves in a hurry to feed this cat. And Pablo is like, that's suspicious. And he thinks Austin is the one who did it now. So his suspicions are off of Tyrone completely now. He now thinks it's Austin. They then go back into the study. And they see a mysterious figure in the window, which we know is Austin, but they don't know. So in my head, I'm like, everyone is suspicious. And so does Pablo think this. So maybe we're just Pablo. So anyway, they decide to chase after the mysterious figure that was in the window, Pablo and Uniqua. So they go out of the study store into the garden maze to find where the hidden figure went. And we get our next song, Phantom Footsteps. And it's a fun song. I like the back and forth between Uniqua and Pablo, but it's not that much. So, in the garden maze, Pablo and Uniqua decide to split up in order to cover more ground. So when they split up, Pablo immediately comes across the shadow figure that was in the window, and he tackles it down. And it turns out to be Austin, but then Austin defends himself. He said that he did what he said. He fed his cat, and then he tried to come back, but as soon as he came back, Tyrone pointed at him and yelled at him in the window, and so he went back home. Which, same. If someone pointed at me and yelled at me as soon as I appeared, I probably would have also left. So, that misunderstanding is cleared up, but then Pablo sees a mysterious figure outside of the garden maze go inside of the manor. So they follow it, and they notice that it's looking at the floor at these dirty footprints, and they pull out the scarf that the hidden figure has, and it's Uniqua. So apparently, in her defense, after they left and split up, she saw another mysterious figure go into the manor, and she tried to follow it, and she put on a scarf in between, I guess. But either way, so she became the mysterious figure by trailing the mysterious figure, and I don't know who to trust anymore. So also, at this point, Pablo has now accused everyone except for Tasha herself for stealing her jewels. Because in the beginning he thought it was the butler, and then in the window he thought it was Austin, and then now when he revealed Uniqua, he thought it was Uniqua. But then Uniqua has the biggest defense. She says that she is police officer Underhood of London Police Force Uniqua, and that she got a notice, and that's why she was here. And so Pablo believes her, and so they go back to Tasha's study to look for more clues to figure out who done it. So while looking around, they notice that there is a bookshelf, and they pull a book in order to reveal a secret doorway. So Uniqua and Pablo, being the detective and police officer, decide to go ahead, and they're like, hey Austin, why don't you watch Tasha? Because Tasha is sleeping on her couch right now. And so Austin's like, oh, okay, thanks. I guess I won't go along for the adventure, which I guess it's smart not to leave Tasha alone sleeping when there's an active threat, but like, just let Austin join the adventure, guys. We then get our last song of the episode, Who Done It? It's kind of fun. It's just a back and forth between Uniqua and Pablo, going through these back door rooms. Like, it's like concrete walls and passageways through random rooms, and they're trying to look for who done it, and they see a mysterious figure with the jewels, so they chase after it, and when they catch up to it, it's Tyrone, and they're like, Tyrone, we knew you were the one that stole the jewels, even though Pablo accused everyone. But Tyrone's like, I didn't take the jewels. And they're like, dude, the jewels are right there in your pocket. And he's like, no, Tasha gave me the jewels. And he gives the jewels back to Tasha. And Tasha explains. She gives us in a flashback that one day in the Mystery Manor, they were feeling kind of bored. Tyrone has given tea to Tasha like 5 times in one day, and she was over it. So she decided to invite both Uniqua and Austin and Pablo to the Mystery Manor in order to solve a fun make-believe mystery of her jewels disappearing, which many questions. 1, you fell asleep during this mystery. You did not participate. Number 2, do the world's greatest detective, according to Pablo, and police officer Uniqua not have anything better to do? Like, what if there's an actual mystery going on, Tasha? Like, and yeah, that's most of my questions. Whatever, though. Okay, all's well that ends well. They all agree that it was a fun little mission, and they decide to go back for snack time, and the episode ends. So, who done it? I listed as almost perfect. I like this episode. I don't know. I just like I like mystery episodes, and I like when it's a musical because I've always had this idea, or not really an idea, but this vision of a murder mystery musical. I don't know why it fits so well in my head, but it just does. It makes sense. Like, think, the murder on on Orient Express, the train murder movie, okay, but musical. We need it. I want it. But yeah, so almost perfect episode. Our 5th episode of season 2 is The Legend of the Volcano Sisters, and we open up with Tyrone the Strong, Pablo the Swift, and Austin, who is just Austin. Thankless roles. So they're the Luau brothers, and we have a Hawaii name drop. Hawaii exists. And they sing our introduction song called We Love a Luau. It's just a typical introduction song about how they each have their own skills and they're ready to have a luau at their Hawaiian island vacation home. And they talk about their strengths, and, you know, Tyrone's strong, Pablo's fast, and Austin is just Austin, which I would be mad if I was that brother. I would be like, thanks, guys. So anyways, we go to their beach location, and they're about to set up for their luau when suddenly the earth shakes, and they realize it's the volcano, and it's about to erupt, and that's because the Volcano Sisters are angry. So they go inside the volcano, and they go up to the Volcano Sisters, and they're like, we will explode, we will erupt this volcano and destroy your luau unless you give us what we want. But we get this in song, and it's called We'll Get You What You Want. And it's a superb song too, okay? It's basically just the brothers singing back to the Volcano Sisters being like, we know what we want, we know what we don't want, so give us what we want. And then so that's like really slow and dramatic, but then the brothers have this like cheerful being like, we'll get you what you want. So I just love the back and forth, and they do that for a bit, and so they decide to go off to figure out what the Volcano Sisters would want. So they start strategizing, like brainstorming what they could want, and Tyrone's like, what about the big tiki mask rock? They would love that. And Austin's like, I'm not sure if that's what the Volcano Sisters want. I think I have a better idea. But they just ignore that, and Pablo's like, yeah, the big tiki mask, let's go get it. So Tyrone goes on this like mountainside that has avalanche of rocks that just fall down towards him, but he's able to like toss them aside basically and dodge it and use other rocks to block it. And he makes his way up the mountain and gets the large tiki mask, and they bring it all the way back to the Volcano Sisters, showing his strength. And then the Volcano Sisters see the tiki mask and they're like, okay, bring it forth, put it on this platform in front of us, we'll see if we like it. And so he does that, and then they just launch it with the lever that they have apparently, and it just flings back to where it belongs. And they're like, that wasn't it. And so they're like, they go back to brainstorm even more, and they're like, what could the Volcano Sisters want if not a giant rock tiki mask? And Pablo is like, let me think, I'm not sure. What about the shining pearl of the sea? It's the shiniest thing ever. And Austin's like, guys, I don't think that's it. I have a better idea. And then they just ignore him once more, and they're like, I don't think so, Austin. So they go to get the pearl. Austin swims because he's really fast. He swims very fast, and he gets the pearl. But then a giant clam chases after him, but because he's so fast, he's able to dodge its moves and return back to his brothers. And now that I'm thinking about it, maybe this was Austin's plan all along. Like, he speaks up, but he doesn't, like, assert himself that much. So maybe he wants his brothers to do these dangerous missions out of spite for just calling him just Austin. I mean, I would. So, they get the Shining Pearl, they offer it to the Volcano Sisters, and they're like, no, this isn't what we want. So they send it back off to the clam, which was nice though, because the clam was really sad when it lost its pearl, because that's its child basically, and and Pablo stole it, but it returns back to it and it's happy. And the brothers go back to their beach and they panic, and we get a nice villain song from the Volcano Sisters basically, and the brothers sing it too, and it's Hookah Pele, superb song, and it's just them saying Hookah Pele, hoo hoo hoo, eruption is coming and coming soon. I like it. It's fun. So they sing that song as they prepare for a volcano eruption, because the two brothers don't even give Austin a chance. Tyrone and Pablo are like, well, it's doomed, it's over, there's no way we're gonna be able to give the sisters what they want. And then Austin finally speaks up, and he's like, guys, I know what they want. And they're like, what? And he gets these two flowers, one of them's pink and one of them's yellow, and and Tyrone and Pablo are not so. They're like, oh god, we're doomed. He's just giving them flowers. They didn't want a shining pearl and then a giant tiki mask. They're not gonna want flowers. So, but they go along with it because they're about to die anyways. So they go up to the volcano. Austin offers the flowers, and the sisters seem a little confused at first. And then Austin's like, you can wear the flowers to our luau. And then the sisters are like, are you inviting us to your luau, Austin? And he's like, yes, that's your gift. And then they take it. They don't erupt the island because that's what they wanted. Moral of the story, if you don't get invited to a party, just threaten to destroy everything until you do. We then have a dance party song called We're Glad. It's pretty fun, you know. Everyone sings it. Even the Volcano Sisters, but they're happy now, you know. It's fun. So overall, The Legend of the Volcano Sisters, almost perfect here. I think it was a fun episode. Moral might be a little suspicious, but it was fun nonetheless. So episode 6 of season 2 is titled The Secret of Snow. And it's our Christmas special, or winter special. And it opens with a book for once, a different introduction, fancy. And Austin's our narrator. And the book opens with the narration of Uniqua is just a simple girl who loves snow.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl who loved snow very, very much.
And we even have this special winter backyard setting themed. It has like dead trees, duller colors, but it's a nice change, you know, change of scenery for the backyard. We then get a fun introduction song called I Love Snow. And it's just sung by Uniqua, and it's just about her loving snow and just wishing it would always snow. And so she decides to go to the frozen tundra to find the ice lady in order to learn about the secret of snow and how to make it. So we then go to the factory, which has Ice Lady Tasha and her assistant Austin, you know, the typical dynamic between the two. And basically their job is to cover the world in ice. That's right, just in pure ice. Like, we see them do this. They demonstrate their power. There's an image of a forest, and they just press a lever, and it's just frozen now. The forest is now a frozen forest. And then we see a park, and it's just a frozen park. It's just filled with ice. So, I don't know. Seems kind of detrimental to the environment, but they're onto it. We then get a song called Fill It Up With Ice, which is kind of like this fun villain song by Tasha about making the world nice by filling it up with ice, you know? She just wants everything to be frozen over. It's pretty nice. And then also we learned from a verse from Austin that snow isn't really a thing here. It's just pure ice. It's not snow. There's no middle ground. It's either nothing or just ice. So that's what the ice lady does. She doesn't actually make snow. But Uniqua doesn't know this. And so she goes to the front door of the factory, and Tasha isn't having any of it. She has work to do, okay? They need to fill the whole world up with ice, and they don't have time for interruptions. So she sends Uniqua to the desert, which I know it's an ice factory, but I don't know what power set an ice factory would have to be able to teleport a whole person to the desert. So anyways, at the desert, Uniqua runs into Cowboy Pablo wearing his cowboy outfit from Polka Party, and he's running away from a tornado that's after him. And so Uniqua joins in too because it's after her now too. Austin then notices on the screen that they're being chased by a tornado. So he uses his ice powers that we saw before to freeze the twister or tornado into just a frozen cylinder cone thing, basically. And I'm like, once again, what kind of power set is this? Like, he doesn't turn, like, the whole desert into a frozen place, which was set up before. Just that specific tornado, which, I don't know. Anyway, so Pablo's like, is this snow? And Uniquo's like, no, that's just ice. But if you really want to snow, come to the factory with me so we can figure it out. So they go back to the factory. Tasha notices this and then decides to send them to the jungle this time. So they go to the jungle, and we have a reappearance of Tarzan, Tyrone, and they're swinging from vines. But then they accidentally swing on the vine but get stuck in the middle of a ravine, and they're about to fall into the water and perish, presumably. I don't know, they seem pretty scared, so that's what I can assume. And Austin once again sees this because he has exact cameras on where they are for some, well, I guess that's where the ice lady sent them, so maybe the camera's just still there. So either way, he freezes the water beneath them so that when they fall, it's just like an ice ramp. And then Tyrone's like, is this snow? And Uniquo's like, no, let's go to the factory to see real snow. So they once again go to the factory, and at the front door, they ring the doorbell. But luckily, the ice lady is kind of distracted at this point, and Austin notices first. So he goes to the front door to try to let them in first. But then we see Tasha notice that Austin is gone and that they're at the front door and that he lets them in. So he lets them in, they get in the factory, but Tasha catches on and freezes the front door. They then try to run into the factory, but she freezes them in and they're stuck. We then have a scene where she puts them to work, and they now work in the factory for her, which I don't know if she has the authority to do that. Can you just make intruders work for you if they trespass? Not sure, but we do get a superb song from it, Make the Ice, you know. It's a Deck the Halls parody, which is a fun Christmas song, you know. So that's why I put it in superb tier. It's pretty nice, you know. This season, you know, that whole thing. Wait, no. Is that Deck the Halls? Not sure. But then Tasha sings her own reprise of Fill It Up With Ice, and it's iconic because she's just going back and forth, and the song and instrumentals are getting faster and faster, and she just makes too much ice, and she freezes her room over, and she's now stuck in a pile of ice cubes.
To make the world nice, fill it up with ice. To make the world nice, fill it up with ice. Uh-oh.
The rest of the cast notices this, so they rush in to try to save her, and then she apologizes for being so hard on them, but she needs to meet ice productions for the whole world, and it gets overwhelming, and they can't have interruptions, and so Uniqua apologizes, and it's just like, I just want to know what the secret of snow is. And Tasha is like, oh, I'm sorry, but I don't know the secret of snow. I only make ice. So now Uniqua is upset because she ruined she interrupted Tasha's job. She took Pablo and Tyrone to figure out the secret of snow, but no one knows it, actually. And then Austin's just chilling. He just liked having friends around, so he's okay. But everyone else is kind of sad. But then they start to sing a song called The Secret of Snow, and it's superb. I love it. It's so nostalgic, and it puts you in the holiday mood. Platinum record, okay? It's just them singing about what the secret of snow means to them, and they figure out it's just about spending time with friends and being together on a nice cold winter day. And then it does snow outside, and they go outside, and we get this special snow, like, winter themed Backyardigans ending, because like at the end of every episode when they go for snack time, they have the typical with your friends, the Backyardigans, but this time it's like holidays winter themed. So it's a nice way to end the episode, and we even get the book callback, and it closes as we figured out the secret of snow was the friends you made along the way. Wow. What a way to end an episode. So the secret of snow gets almost perfect. I love it. Episode 7 of Season 2 is The Swamp Creature, and we start with Pablo and Uniqua, who are swamp tour guides, and they give us immediately the introduction song, The Totally Awesome Swamp Adventure. It's a pretty fun song. I like it. It's just them trying to really hype up the swamp, but they talk about things like bugs and mossy trees and murky water, and I'm not really an outdoors person, and so they're not really selling me on this swamp tour. I'm sorry, like, the energy is there, but the evidence is not. So we go to their swamp tour boat, and they're looking for people who would want to go on the swamp tour, but there's no one around who wants to visit them. But they then suddenly see Austin and Tasha walk out, our iconic duo. Same thing with Pablo and Uniqua, though. They're iconic too. We see them quite a bit too. But anyways, Austin and Tasha are giving boyfriend, girlfriend on a vacation vibe, because Austin has the fanny pack and is like taking pictures of Tasha for like her Instagram, I guess. You know, she's an influencer maybe. And so we get a reprise of the introduction song as Uniqua and Pablo try to convince Austin and Tasha to go on their totally awesome swamp adventure. And so at first, Tasha and Austin are like, I don't think that's for us. But then they lie to them. Uniqua is like, but you might be able to see the swamp creature. And that sells them on it. They're like, we could see a swamp creature. So they decide to go on the Icky Finicky Swamp Tour, which that's the name of their tour, their official name. It's not Totally Awesome Swamp Tour. It's Icky Finicky, which maybe change names, I'm sorry. So either way, they go on the swamp tour expecting to see a swamp creature, and they get bored very quickly, okay? They go through moss and trees and swamp, and they're like, it's not working for us. And so they're like, we want to see the swamp creature, where is it? And we then get our next song, He's Green. It's fun. It's like a nice line song. I actually like it because it's Uniqua and Pablo trying to set up the lie of the swamp creature. They're trying to make this story of what the swamp creature is and looks like, and so they're selling it to Tasha and Austin, and they're getting into it, but they're lying, and that they cannot go back on this lie. So it's like they're setting themselves up for failure, but through song. It's nice. So they're like, he's green, he likes to shake the trees, he lives in the water, he has these gigantic feet, he's really tall, he makes these noises, you know, like things that they cannot like They can't say, oh, we misspoke. Like, it's very set in stone what the swamp creature looks like now. So you think that they have totally set themselves up for failure. But behind the boat, we see Tyrone in the water, and he's our swamp creature, and he's exactly like what they described. But they don't know the swamp creature exists. They just, like, completely guessed and made it up and got it right, apparently. So Uniqua knows that they're losing the attention of their customers. So she goes to Pablo and is like, okay, you need to snorkel underwater and make bubbles, because we said that the swamp creature leaves bubbles wherever he lives. So if you make the bubbles, they'll be convinced that they saw evidence of the swamp creature, and they might be convinced. So Pablo goes and snorkels, but Tasha takes a closer look, and then Pablo's snorkel pops out of the water, and she pulls it out, and she's like, Pablo, what are you doing? I thought it was the swamp creature. And so they have to backpedal, and they're like, oh, Pablo just likes to go out for, like, a swamp swim. Sorry, I guess it wasn't the swamp creature. But Tasha is over it, and Tasha and Austin get this iconic song, The Customer Is Always Right. It's a perfection tier song. I love it. It's probably because I'm a little bit biased, but as a kid, as I mentioned, Radio Player, they had a DVD of songs from Backyardigans, and this was one of the songs. The Customer Is Always Right. And it's like a full-on, like, rock or, like, band, like, instrumentals are pretty loud going song about the customer being always right. And it's not something you should probably listen to go to sleep, but that's what I did. I may have been jamming out to The Customer Is Always Right, but it put me to sleep eventually. So I guess it worked, but love that song. Iconic. Okay, The Customer Is Always Right, also known as Tasha. But Uniqua ends the song by saying that it's okay, we'll for sure find evidence of the swamp creature, just you wait. So Uniqua goes back to Pablo and is like, you need to go climb up those trees and shake them so it looks like the swamp creature is in the trees. So Pablo goes and does that, and then Uniqua's like, look, Tasha and Austin, the swamp creature is in the trees. But then the can't-see-ums make a reappearance, and they start to tickle Pablo in the trees, and he falls out. And so they're like, what is going on here? And then they start to argue, and Tasha is over it. So she takes control of the boat, and she starts speeding them off back to the entrance so that she can get off of this icky finicky swamp tour. But then they fight over the wheel, like Pablo, Uniqua, and Austin, they all try to fight over it, and then they eventually crash into a rock. And the boat is wrecked and totaled. And they're all now trapped in the swamp with nowhere to go. And we get this amazing, superb song, An Awesomely Bad Time. I really just like the song because it's mostly an Austin and it's a Tasha and Austin duet where they're like, ew, ick, because they hate the swamp water that they have to walk to get to land. And I don't know, it's just iconic. So they sing that song, they set up a campfire, and then this is a Uniqua and Pablo's last chance to sell them on the tour, even though everything that can go wrong has gone wrong, but they're still trying. So they're like, okay, so what we can do is that we can make s'mores, because s'mores will attract the swamp monster to us. So they're like, okay, well, we're trapped here anyways, might as well make s'mores. And so Uniqua goes to Pablo and is like, okay, you gotta dress up as the swamp monster, okay? This is our last chance. It's make or break at this time. You need to put some branches and moss all over you. Why Uniqua isn't doing it? Who knows, okay? But Pablo's on it, okay? He's ready to do it. So he goes to do it. But at the same time, Tyrone comes out of the forest and is like, oh, I love s'mores. And so Tasha sees this, and they start to take pictures with the swamp creature. And Uniqua tries to whisper to Tyrone, like, good costume, Pablo. But then Pablo comes out with this, like, bad costume. And it's like, bleh, I'm the swamp monster. And then they're like, oh, wait, if you're Pablo, it's like, if you're not the swamp, if you're Pablo, then that's an actual swamp monster. And so they, like, freak out about it. And then Tasha and Austin are like, wait, so you didn't know there was a swamp monster? And they're like, oh, guess the cat's out of the bag. Yeah, you exposed us, our bad. And for some reason, they take that. They're like, oh, well, we got to see a swamp creature nonetheless, so I guess the swamp's not that bad, which I would want my money. Did they pay money back? Well, I guess they crashed their boat, so I guess it's even. But either way, I was lied to on this trip, okay? You didn't even know there was a swamp monster. Rude. Anyways, the episode ends like that. It's pretty nice episode. I liked it. Swamp Creature. I put it in E for effort tier, you know. It was fun. Episode 8 of Season 2 is Horsing Around, and we open with Trick Pony Rider Uniqua, and then we have Jock Rider Pablo, and they both sing about how they're amazing horse riders. So we get our introduction song, The Horse Riding Cry. It exists, it's an introduction song, I don't know. I don't have much to say about it. They confirm that they want to become the best rider on this side of the Mississippi River. So the Mississippi River is confirmed. Anyways, they then take us to the start of the horse race, and we have announcer Austin, and he's giving like he's like full announcer getup, and it's amazing, and I love it for him. He's talking in like a Boston accent. I don't really know what the accent is, but he's like full on announcer. He's like, "Howdy folks, are you ready for today's horse race?"
For the best horse rider this side of the Mississippi race, we have 2 fast horses and the burro. Who will be the winner? Well, it's time to find out. Racers, on your mark. Get set. Go, go, go!
Things like that. So it's a nice change of pace for him, really. So they line up for the race, and they're getting ready to start when in between their 2 horses is Tyrone, and he's on like a donkey or a mule, a very small horse, donkey mule thing. Yeah, I don't know what it is. And so he named it Molasses for a race, which that sounds self-incriminating, to be honest, but like Pablo and Uniqua laugh at it. They're like, "You think you can win on your small little donkey?" As if, look at our big horse races. Look at our big race horses. So they prepare to start, and the race begins. Austin is like, "Okay, let's start," and then the horses are off to a big off start, and they sing a song called "When I Win," and it's just about them singing about they're gonna win the horse race, and it's kind of forgettable. But I like Tyrone's verse. He gets a little verse about wanting to win with his little mule, and it's really cute. So we continue forth with Pablo and Uniqua, and they stop in the middle of their race because they start competing. They're like, "Hey, I bet you can't ride with only one arm," or "I bet you can't ride with one leg up," and things like that. So then they get up on one leg with their arms up and spinning around on their horses as they're racing, and so the horses stop. And so they're just seeing who can stand and balance the longest, I guess. And Tyrone passes them in this time because he says that, "Look at them horsing around. They're never going to win like that." So he passes them up, and Pablo and Uniqua are completely baffled. They're like, "How did we let Tyrone on his small mule pass us up?" And so they start to race seriously again. And Austin, our announcer, he announces all of this. It's really funny. He's like, "Holy smokes, folks. Looks like Tyrone is ahead in the lead." Or something like that. I don't know. I don't know the direct quotes. So they continue racing forth once more. And they then stop at like this farm that has a bunch of fences. And then they sing a song called "Betcha I Can," which is kind of forgettable as well. And it's just them betting that they can jump over things better than than the other person. So like they jump over rivers and fences. And so while they're doing that, once again, Tyrone passes them, and Austin's like, "Oh my gosh, Tyrone's in the lead again." And then Pablo and Uniqua are like, "Oh my gosh, we've just been jumping around fences. It's time to go back onto the race." So we go back to the race, and then finally they're at the last part of the race. It's just these 2 mountains, and then there's this course in the center, and it leads to the Mississippi River as the finish line. So they're about to pass the mountains, but then they're like, "I betcha I can scoot up the mountain backwards faster than you can." So they get off their horses and they scoot up a mountain backwards, and I'm like, this isn't even testing your horses anymore. You guys are just competing like with random things now, I guess. And they're like, they're not on their horses. It's not even a horse race anymore.
On your mark, get set, scoot!
Well, folks, now I've seen everything. The greatest rodeo rider in the world and the greatest jockey in the world are now whistling and scooting up the side of the hill. Backwards!
So Uniqua and Pablo are scooting up a mountain backwards while Tyrone comes on in and then he sings a song called Keep Going Along, which is another Tyrone solo song. He haunts me, but it's okay. This is a fun song and you may recognize the voice from someone from Victorious. Andre drumming roll, miss. So anyway, so he sings his song, but he also gets off of his donkey mid-song, like at the beginning of the song to sing, and he begins the song by saying, you can use a little break, so let me get off and we can just keep moving, which at that point, is this even a race anymore? No one is on their steed. Tyrone is just walking next to his donkey, walking to the finish line, which at that point, why didn't they just do that the whole race? Anyway, so he finishes his song, and he's about to make it to the finish line when Uniqua and Pablo, they make it to the top of the mountain, but Uniqua does win. She gets there at first, and she's like, I'm the best scooter backwards, or. And so then they slide down the mountain, and they see that Tyrone's about to cross the finish line, so they have to run back around the entire mountain, get on their horses, and then speed through. And so we get these, like, multiple angles of the horses trying to catch up to the donkey before it reaches the finish line. But, like, it clearly looks like, because, like, we can tell how fast the horses are going because we see them racing, and it does not look like they're that far, to be honest. Like, I swear the horses would catch up before the donkey passes at the finish line. But they get a photo finish somehow, and Tyrone passes first, and he wins the race. And the whole lesson is the whole, tortoise in the hare story about slow wins in the end, don't fool around, yada yada yada. Anyways, this is probably the weakest episode in season 2. It wasn't for me, not for me territory. I don't know, it was really boring. If you notice that the description felt really short, it's because that's all that happens. They fool around for like 3 times, and then Tyrone passes him up, he gets a solo, and the race is over. I like announcer Austin though, iconic. Well, this then brings us to episode 9 of season 2, Special Delivery. Okay, this time we open on Tasha, Pablo, and Uniqua, another fun trio we haven't really seen before, okay? And they are rough, tough, good do-gooders. Good doers? Anyways, they sing a song about it called We Are the Good Doers. And or the do-gooders. Wait, it's do-gooder, good doers. Doers, gooders, doers. That feels like a complicated tongue twister. So it's basically just a song about them being like, don't judge a book by a cover. We are the good doers. And the reason why people may think that they're evil or bad is because they're actually a motorcycle game. They're like wearing leather jackets and things like that, and they ride motorcycles. And so this whole episode's about, don't just judge motorcycle gangs for being bad all the time. Sometimes they can be nice. So we then go to this open road in the desert, and they're helping water some flowers, and we get their reprise of the We Are the Good Doers introduction song. A nice scene. And after that, they then drive up to a mailbox, and they decide to put 2 letters in. Each person puts in 2 letters into the mailbox. Remember this. Tasha, Pablo, and Uniqua. Each of them put 2 letters in the mailbox. And you want to know why? It's because it's Valentine's Day, and so they each send each other Valentine's Day cards, okay? So they drive off, and Tyrone is the mailman, and he drives up to the mailbox, and he takes out the mail, and he's like, okay, time to deliver it, and he gives us a nice little fun song, I Never Fail to Deliver the Mail. It's really fun, I really like it. It's kind of catchy. I never fail to deliver the mail, man. It's a fun song, I like it. So he goes and does that, and while he's driving, his mail bag that has the mail in it accidentally flies out of his truck. And so the do-gooders, they notice this because they're like behind him as he passes them up, and they try to like catch up to him. They pick up the mail bag, and they try to drive to like catch up to him in order to give him the mail bag. But Tyrone interprets this as like them trying to stop him from delivering the mail for some reason. I don't know, is this a common problem for mailman? Are there just random motorcycle gangs, or just people in general that try to stop you from delivering the mail? I don't know, but that's what he interpreted it as. So the motorcycle gang tries to do all these different formations, like triangles and things, to try to get Tasha to like throw the mailbag into the truck, but it just doesn't work because Tyrone is actively avoiding them. He swerves left and right to throw them off his trail, and then eventually they have to give up. But they have this idea of dressing up as a mailbox so that Tyrone has to stop and put in the mail. So Tyrone's ahead of them, obviously, because of the chase, but since they're on motorcycles, they speed past him, and they go up ahead of the road, and they set up a fake mailbox, which is just them in this disguise of a mailbox, which I don't know how they made it. Like, it's not just, like, a cardboard front. It's, like, an actual, like, three-dimensional mailbox, which at that point, they're hiding them in the mailbox, so I don't know why they don't just not hide in the mailbox, because I feel like it's more suspicious when 3 people are in the mailbox. So either way, Tyrone stops and he's surprised that there's a mailbox there, and he tries to put the mail in, and he tries to get the mail from it, but he notices that there's no mail from it. So he's about to drive off, but Pablo tries to use this opportunity to sneak the mailbag into his truck, but it doesn't work. He drives off and is scared of them once more, but before he drives off, they're able to somehow throw it into the truck, and they think that all is saved. However, Tyrone drives over a rock and the mailbag flings out of the window once more and onto the road. And I'm just like, how has he not lost more mailbags before? Like, that mailbag, this is the second time it's fallen out of your truck, Tyrone. I don't think you're a professional mailman. So either way, they now have to catch back up to him. They then all stop at a gas station because they're all out of gas, and we get this song called "Gotta Gas It Up." It's kind of forgettable. I don't remember that much, but Tyrone's filling up his mail truck, and then the bikers, they're filling up their motorcycles, and then at the end of the song, they accidentally hit each other's backs, and Tyrone's scared, and he runs off and tries to drive off, because he thinks the motorcycle gang is still after him, even though they still haven't done anything to him. So he runs off, but when he's driving off and they're behind him, he sees that they're following him after they've gassed off. So he tries to take a secret passage, a secret shortcut that goes like off the road and through the desert almost, because he's delivering the mail to this juice box like diner place, basically, because that's where the secret mails from the bikers at the beginning of the episode, that's where they wanted the mail to be delivered to, which, now that I think about it, why did they even mail their letters in the first place if you're gonna go to the juice box pub in the first place? Why wouldn't you just give each other your mails at the jukebox place? It's not like it says who it's addressed to. They know that it's from you, and it's still a surprise because you're just gonna give it. It's still a special occasion to give your friends secret letters at the juice box pub. So why even go through the mail system when it's very clearly possible that your mail may just be gone forever because of an incompetent mailman? Either way, though, the bikers follow him through the shortcut, and then their 2 paths split by this canyon or fissure in the land, so their paths are split, but Tyrone notices that Tasha has the mailbag in her hand, and so he does this jump with his car over the entire canyon, and so do the bikers because they're trying to go to him to give him the mail. So they jump over this canyon somehow, like they were ramps for some reason, and so they jump over the canyon, and as they pass each other at the center, Tasha holds the mailbag out and it's like, here's the mail, but Tyrone doesn't hear, and Tyrone's like, I never failed to deliver the mail, and he swipes the bag and he thinks he did something significant in his life for once, but he didn't, okay? Tasha wanted you to get the mail. If she didn't, she would have outmaneuvered you, Tyrone. So anyways, he ends up going to the juice pub, but they're already there, and he's surprised because he recognizes the bikers, and it's like, are you still trying to take the mail? And they're like, no, they're for us, silly. And so Tyrone each gives them 1 letter. Everyone gets 1 letter. I don't know. It doesn't add up. The wiki has it listed as an error. That's how I've noticed. I didn't even notice on my watch through. So they realized that the mailman doesn't have a letter for Valentine's Day, though, because he only delivers letters. He doesn't get them himself, which is an interesting thought experiment. Who delivers mailman's mails? Especially if you work, like, within your own, like, area. Like, what if you deliver mail or pick up mail from your area that you live in? Like, how are you supposed to... I don't know. Anyways, they sing the end of the song, the end of the episode song called Special Delivery, and it's a pretty fun song. And overall, I give Special Delivery E for effort. Pretty nice. It was a pretty fun episode, you know. Not a concept I don't think I would have ever thought to see, especially in the Backyardigans. And now we have made it to our first of 3 two-part specials that the Backyardigans has. So sit down so that you can stand up for the level of iconery presented in this special, okay? Episodes 10 and 11 are of the same plot because it's a 2-part special for International Super Spy. We open with a fancy introduction that is probably Mission Impossible related ones. Any spy theme, I'm like, it's Mission Impossible, right? But like, actually though, this time Pablo is giving, what's the main character of Mission Impossible? I don't know. Am I gonna get canceled for this? I'm sorry, I don't know who he is. Who is it? Anyways, because he has like a white tux on and a bow tie, okay? That's something to do with it. I don't know. So anyways, we have these nice little picture frame opening kind of things. You'll see the introduction here, but yeah, we get an introduction sequence for the Backyardigans for once, actually, for the episode, and we're introduced and opened with Pablo, who tells us he's Agent Secret and he's a secret super spy. Okay. And he gives us our first song, and it's superb, iconic, okay? And it actually trended on TikTok, and this time I have no arguments, okay? For good reason. I mean, I know people were memeing on Pablo for his song, but it's beautiful. He hits the notes with jazz, with sass, with pizzazz, okay? He is an international super spy. I don't want to scream it.
I'm an international super spy. Super spy! Super spy! Evil's met its match. I'll tell you why. I'm an international super spy!
Okay, he does that whole thing. But yeah, so he really wants us to know he's a super spy, though. Meanwhile, we see Uniqua, who's the villain of this episode, or this two-parter, and she's in the bushes, and she has a plant on her head to try to blend in, I presume. But, like, girl, you're bright pink. You're not blending in with the bushes. I'm sorry, but Pablo obviously doesn't notice because he's just screaming out loud that he's a super secret agent. But anyways, so we go back to Pablo and we get into the setting for our episode, and Pablo is cruising down in his car the road when he gets his first mission briefing. So he must report to Tasha in order to get what his mission for the episodes will be. We then go into Uniqua, who is serving Cruella de Vil minus the dog martyr realness, okay? Like, look at her. It's amazing. Anyways, we go then to Tasha, who's Agent Secret's boss, and she informs Pablo about the lady in pink and how she is after these 3 secret containers. And so he must stop her from getting these 3 containers, or it could mean like world domination, I guess. I don't know. So our first stop will be a pub in London, England, and that's where he must order a banana split from a secret contact in order to get a clue to where the first container is. I don't really understand this whole contact thing. Like, why doesn't Tasha just tell him where the container is? Does she not know? Maybe she doesn't know, but then why doesn't Austin just video call like Tasha is and just be like, hey, the container is here. Well, whatever. I guess it jazzes us up. But yeah, his secret contact is Austin, by the way, which, once again, kind of a thankless role, but whatever. At least we get to see him in the special, you know. It was at risk of him not appearing, to be honest. Like, you never know. But yeah, so Pablo is off on his mission to go to the pub in order to meet with his contact. And then we go see the lady in pink, Uniqua, in her lair with her henchman Tyrone. And they laugh, and we see her evil booby trap chair that we'll get into later, you know. It'll come back. But she has an evil booby trap chair that has arms coming out of its sides, and it's supposedly going to capture people. Anyways, we then get this iconic song, Lady in Pink. It's not my favorite song, so it doesn't go in perfection, but it's amazing. The animation, they went off. Like, she gets these blackout, fade out moments, you know. She's spinning around, dancing, doing her thing. Cyndi Lauper is singing in the background for her. I don't really know who that is, but I've heard of that name before, for sure. And like, she's giving it. She's doing the high note. They end with the high note with Uniqua on top of her, like, evil layer tower. It's iconic. Well, anyways, we go back to Pablo, and he arrives at the pub, and he meets with Austin, his secret contact, and they're not good at being secret agents. I'm sorry. Like, Austin is very obviously a purple kangaroo, which you can tell, but, like, that's not his fault, okay? Like, he's still dressed up. Like, he has a mustache. He's trying to pretend like he works at this pub and stuff, or I don't know if he has a mustache in this scene, but he's pretending like he works in the pub, okay? But Pablo's like, oh, you're my secret contact, right? Austin! And it's like, come on, Pablo. You're drawing attention to yourself. And so you may think this is a kid's show, so it doesn't matter. But he's briefed on the case near the pub in this, like, secret building, like this glass building, is one of the containers. And so Pablo reports there, but we see that in the booth next to Pablo is the lady in pink, and she overhears where the containers are. So yes, they did have to be secretive about it, and no, they were not. So anyways, we follow Pablo to the glass building. He breaks in using his spinning hat because it has a built-in laser. I didn't know that was a thing. So anyways, he lasers a hole in the door and then goes in, and he has to avoid these headlights in order to get to this control panel where he inserts his bow tie, and the panel lights up, and it has, like, this, like, me looking human, like, pose, and it's, like, standing, like, almost in a T pose, but, like, with its arms down, and it's like, ready, begin. And then they have a whole dance sequence where Pablo has to, like, dance to the beat in order to get the container. So he does the whole dance. I don't know, is that a Mission Impossible thing? Do they dance a lot in spy movies? Like, I've only seen, like, 1 or 2 spy movies. I know I said I liked them, but, like, it's because I only saw 1 or 2 that were good. But do they dance? Is that why is he dancing? What is it for? Anyways, Pablo goes back outside the glass building where Tyrone and Uniqua are waiting. Tyrone gets the container from Pablo and gives it to Uniqua, and she's like, thank you for the containers, Agent Secret. And then we then get our next song, Good and Bad Don't Mix, which it's a fun song. It's not my favorite, but I like the little back and forth because it's like a villain confronts the hero song, you know. Good and bad don't mix. But anyways, Uniqua and Tyrone end the song with this nice little, like, fallback pose as Uniqua falls into Tyrone's arms. And then Agent Secret just takes this opportunity, which is very rude, by the way, to steal the container from Uniqua's hand. And Pablo gets in his car and flies off because his car can transform into a helicopter as well. And then Uniqua throws her fist at him, and they're like, curse you, Perry the Platypus kind of vibes. And then he flies off. And then while he's flying off, he gets a message from Tasha. And she's like, hey, you gotta get to this cafe in Switzerland to meet with your contact to get the second container. And so we go to Switzerland, and we're in this nice outdoor cafe area. and he orders a hot dog that acts as a phone, and it tells him that the next container is inside of like a abandoned farm kind of area. I don't know which. But also, I've now noticed that whenever he does the secret contact, it's Tasha telling him where the next container is. So she does know where the containers are. So why doesn't she just tell him? Why do we need a middleman? Like, I love Austin, but he's not doing anything. I'm sorry. Anyways, Uniqua overhears the conversation once again and heads to the farm first, okay? So she gets to the farm, she goes down this like secret elevator in the snow kind of thing, and her traps are much more complicated than Pablo's, okay? Pablo's was like, he just needs to dodge these lights that are hanging in the ceiling. No, Uniqua needs to dodge these slamming metal doors that will most definitely decapacitate her. Decapitate her if she like makes a wrong move. So anyway, she gets through that though, no problem, and she starts to do the dance sequence for the code for the container. Meanwhile, outside, Tyrone is watching guard, but Agent Secret sees that he's there and then has a tree disguise that he walks up in, and then you have that whole bit where like Tyrone's like, I don't think this tree was here before, and then Pablo sneaks around him and goes down into the underground container layer. So Uniqua is dancing, but then midway she's interrupted by Agent Secret, who's like, may I cut in? And so then they do a duo dance thing, and then they get the container. And then Uniqua's like, Pablo, check your bow tie, it looks a little crooked. And then Pablo's like, oh, thank you for telling me. And so he tries to fix it, but then Uniqua takes the container and then runs off. And it's like, you really fell for that, Pablo? Like, I thought you were an international super spy. Anyways, Uniqua comes on out and it's like, Tyrone, come on, we gotta go. So they get on their little snowmobile and try to like go through and race and try to avoid Agent Secret. But Pablo comes out with his convertible car, and then it turns into a snowmobile, but that's much bigger and much faster. And he speeds up and then grabs hold of the container that Uniqua has, and they're like are battling back and forth for it. And we get our reprise of Good and Bad Don't Mix before. Oh no, they're headed straight for, like, a snow ramp that, like, if they run straight into, they'll just crash. So it's like a snow pile, basically. Either way, they're about to crash, but they're both trying to hold on tight to the container while singing. And what will ever happen to our heroes and villains?
Hey, boss! I mean, lady!
To be continued. Find out next time, because we end with a commercial break. Well, not a commercial break. That's the end of the episode. We get our first to be continued, since it's a two-parter. And before I get into the next episode, I'll rate this episode, because I actually have separate ratings for the episodes, okay? So, International Super Spy Part 1, I decided to put into the almost perfect category. It's not a best episode contender, but it is up there. It's not my least favorite, but it's not my favorite yet though, so definitely almost perfect category. It's perfect for it. So to start off part 2 of our two-parter International Super Spy episode, we start with another in the same intro as the beginning, but like it seems a little bit different, you know. It has like the characters that will appear this episode. Like Austin is wearing a different a pizza guy outfit for a little bit, but he didn't do that in the first episode. So yeah, so we get our introduction and then we also get a recap with a random narrator who's like, this is what happened last time on the Backyardigans. It's like really puts you in the mood of the two-parter. Like, okay, Agent Secret, he met with Tasha. He's trying to stop the lady in pink from getting these 3 containers. He got the first container, and then now Uniqua has the second container, and now they're battling for it as they go down this icy slope. What will happen? So now we're back to the action, and so Pablo lets go of the container briefly because Uniqua and Tyrone run into the snow and get buried in it, and then the container flies out of Uniqua's hands, and Pablo flies off over the ramp and then grabs the container and flies off into the night. And, you know, Uniqua and Tyrone, they do their shaking the fists, curse period, the platypus bit. And Pablo is off to his final location, which turns out to be the Caribbeans, where the last container is. So he goes to the Caribbeans and goes by a beachside hut, and he orders a snow cone, which is like actually a light stick kind of thing where it goes like transparent, and Tasha's inside of it through a hologram, and it's like there's a secret cave entrance on the island where the third container is. Once again, Austin is there for some reason, like, I don't know why. And then we see the lady in pink in her tropical outfit. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Anyway, so Agent Secret goes out to find the secret cave. He has like this duck headpiece when he's swimming, and then he goes to the cave, and then behind him are the two villains who have shark headpieces. I don't know why they coordinated that, but it was cute. So Pablo goes up to the podium first, to like the dance sequence part where they can get the container. Oh wait, no, Pablo doesn't. Is Pablo? Yeah, Pablo does. Pablo goes up first, and he starts dancing. But midway, he's interrupted by Uniqua and Tyrone. And Tyrone decides to do a duo dance with Pablo in order to do the secret code. But they fail once again. So Uniqua's like, step aside, boys. I need to join you too. So all three of them dance to the dance sequence bit thing. You know, they do their shuffles, their hand motions. I don't know. They do a whole thing. And the container is unlocked, but Pablo, he pulls out his hat once more, but it's now a voice distorter, and he pretends to be the voice that does the dance sequence, and it's like, now close your eyes and count to 10. And Uniqua and Tyrone fall for it, and so they close their eyes, and so he takes the container and runs off. And then Uniqua's like, but Uniqua catches on by like number 5, and is like, hey, he's getting away. And so they follow and chase him behind, but Pablo's jet ski is faster and he's able to fly off. And Tyrone's like, Lady in Pink, why aren't you mad? Because she doesn't do the fist thing like she usually does. And she's like, because I have a plan. Spooky. So Pablo flies off and is ready to go back to headquarters in order to meet with Tasha and show that he has the 3 containers. But he goes inside and something feels off. The lights seem dimmer and Tasha isn't greeting him like she did before. So he turns her chair around and Tasha isn't there. And then on the projector screen, it's the lady in pink. And she has Tasha kidnapped in her booby trap chair that we saw from before.
Oh, nothing yet. But I've been dying to try out my brand new tickle table.
Agent Secret, help!
So I don't know how the lady in pink got to the headquarters or even knew where their headquarters was in the first place, but she got there before Pablo did, kidnapped Tasha, brought her back to her lair, video called him before Pablo arrived. Like, she was a step ahead somehow, and I don't know, Pablo was taking his time. I guess he was gloating. Maybe he was like, I got the 3 containers and Uniqua didn't. Anyways, his hubris failed him. So he now has to go to Uniqua's headquarters in order to give her the containers in exchange for Tasha. So, but before then, Pablo calls Austin and is like, hey, I may need some help or a special delivery at this time and place. So we have that foreshadowing. Pablo shows up and is like, here's the 3 containers, and slides it over. Well, at first he's like reluctant to, but Tasha gets threatened. Tasha's like, no, don't give her the containers. But then the giant hand comes down to tickle her, because that's what the booby trap chair is for, by the way. It's just a tickling machine. But Tasha doesn't want to be tickled, and I wouldn't really either. So anyways, the chair is about to tickle her, and she's screaming for help. And so Pablo gives Uniqua the containers, because Tasha's like, just give her the containers, never mind. My life of not being tickled is more important than the 3 containers that we don't know and what they include. So Pablo hands them over, and then he's like, okay, now let Tasha go. But Uniqua's like, no, why if you take a seat? And so now Pablo is trapped. And so we then get our next song, because we haven't had a song in a while. Like, we had a reprise of Good and Bad Don't Mix that I forgot to mention during the jet ski chase scene in the Caribbeans. But now we get a new song, A Recipe for Disaster, and it's superb, okay? Like, Uniqua and Tyrone are singing about, well, mostly just Uniqua, is singing about what could be in the 3 mystery containers, and she opens them slowly. So the first container is a glass. What could the glass mean? Who knows? And then our next container is milk. And I'm just like, so, like, it's not an evil plan to take over the world. It's just a glass of milk and whatever in the, like, what could be in the 3rd container? A bomb? I don't think so. Like, how evil could it be? And So before she opens the third container, though, Austin comes up and is like, "Who ordered pizza?" And then Tyrone's like, "Oh, I love pizza," but Uniqua is smart and she catches on. She's like, "Wait, you're the secret contact." So like Austin really was useless because he gets caught and gets put in the booby trap chair. And he's like, "Sorry, Agent Secret. I don't know." But also, like, even if his plan did work, what was his plan? Was he gonna take on Tyrone and Uniqua by himself? With the pizza box? What's in the pizza box? Well, they're all trapped now, and Uniqua opens up the third container, and it's chocolate syrup. So she's gonna make chocolate milk, and she's not gonna share. So that's the evil plan. She's gonna make chocolate milk and not share. But before that, she wants to tickle Agent Secret. But Pablo turns out not to be ticklish, and he laughs about it. And so she puts her machine on full overdrive, trying to tickle Pablo. But it doesn't work, and the machine is so, like, high-powered that it shuts down her entire, like, power source to her tower, and the lights go out. And
I expect you to laugh. Tyrone? Oh!
Agent Secret! There's something you should know, Lady in Pink.
Oh, and what's that?
I'm not ticklish.
What? Not ticklish? We'll see about that.
I won't do you any good, Lady in Pink. Why don't you just let me go?
Never! Lady in Pink, no!
So in that brief moment when the lights go out and she turns it back on, Pablo, Tasha, and Austin have all escaped. And they're like, "Now give us the container or the chocolate milk." And so they play football with it, with the chocolate milk container or chocolate syrup container. And it goes back and forth. And then, but then luckily, or not luckily, I guess, for the heroes, Uniqua gets the container and then runs off with it to the top of the tower. And so she has the chocolate milk, but then our heroes confront her and like, "Just drop it." And so the clock tower strikes the next hour, and so it rumbles the tower. So Uniqua has the chocolate milk on top of the tower, or the chocolate syrup on top of the tower, and it drops out of her hand because the tower shakes. And it falls onto the clock hand, like, perfectly. Like, it balances and it doesn't fall off. And so she's like, "My chocolate syrup." So she races downstairs to her tower, opens, like, a window in the clock tower, and bounces on the clock hand to get her chocolate syrup. She is really determined for it. Meanwhile, Pablo's like, "Okay, Austin, I will take that pizza now." And it turns out to be a parachute, so Agent Secret plan to need a parachute for this mission, I guess. And also, like, Austin definitely did not have a weapon then to defend himself against Uniqua and Tyrone when he tried to save them. So I don't know what the plan was, so I guess it is going according to plan, I guess. Anyways, so Uniqua tries to dives for the chocolate syrup because it falls because the clock hand moves once again. And so she dives off the tower for the chocolate syrup. So Agent Secret falls off right after her and uses the parachute to save all of them. And he has the chocolate syrup. And the lady in pink is like, "Oh, thanks for saving me. Why did you save me?" And he's like, "A hero always saves everyone." So they go back inside and they mix together the chocolate syrup, the milk, and the glasses in order to make chocolate milk. But Austin is like, "We don't have a spoon to mix it." And Pablo is like, oh, I forgot to mention this in the beginning, but Pablo's whole thing is he likes his juice boxes shaken, and so he's like, we could just shake it in the containers in order to make the chocolate milk. So they make the chocolate milk. They somehow get 5 glasses magically, because before the container only had 1 glass, but now there's 5. Whatever, they share the chocolate milk, and they all drink it together, and it's a happy ending.
I'd like to propose a toast to the newest members of the International Super Spy Agency, Agent Pink and Agent Tyrone.
Hooray!
And they sing International Super Spy, but once again, it's a fun little reprise of the intro song, and Uniqua decides to become an international super spy as well, since she was saved by Pablo, and they celebrate with chocolate milk, and our episode ends. And that's the end of our first special. It was a solid special with some highs and lows. I will admit that I think the 3-step journey of getting the containers was kind of boring, and there was no really big evil plan at the end of it all. It was just chocolate milk, so there was really no stakes, which you think would be surprising that I would want stakes in a Backyardigans episode because it's a child show. But hey, we can have villains that want to take over the world in our specials, so it was kind of disappointing that it wasn't that. Like, the lady in pink was iconic, but her plan was just chocolate milk, which, okay, whatever. But it was definitely a funny special, and I just liked how, like, dramatic it was, you know, especially the ending, like with that clock tower scene. Pretty fun. So overall, Part 2 of International Super Spy will actually be our first best episode contender. Woo, we love that for it. So, and with that, that ends our first special as we move on to episode 12 of season 2, Movers of Arabia. And we start with Tyrone, who is a sultan this episode, festive. And so his whole deal this episode is that he has a bunch of magical things that for some reason is in a cave, and so he's trying to get those items moved to his new palace. So I guess maybe he lived in a cave before, or there are some renovations maybe, and so he's trying to get his things moved to his palace, and we have our introduction song called I Am the Sultan, and it will actually go in the superb tier because I think it's a pretty nice song. Pretty iconic. It's a nice Tyrone solo. It's another Tyrone solo. I didn't even notice that. Like, I noticed it in my notes, but like, I'm processing it. It's another Tyrone solo. So, anyways, he goes to his cave. We go into our setting for the episode, and it's covered up at first, so he has to use a bunch of magical words, and Alakazam is the key word, you know, the Pokemon. So we get in and we see that it has like a bunch of gold coins all over the floors, and just a bunch of random magical trinkets that we may learn what they do in the episode. Pretty fun. So Tyrone wants to move, and then he looks through his phone book to see for any movers. I didn't know sultans, like, I feel like they should like have a dedicated servant or servants to move things for them, but I guess, you know, they need to hire people too. So he looks in the phone book for some movers, and then he finds Movers of Arabia right there, the title of the episode. So he calls them, and guess who it is? Uniqua and Pablo are the people. Wow. A typical trio again once more. Anyways, they're sleeping in the middle of the day, just out in the desert, like just under an umbrella. And it was an interesting choice. So anyways, they're woken up by the call. They answer it, and it's their first job, which interesting choice for the Sultan to hire people that have never had any experience with moving things. I feel like if you're like as important as the Sultan, you would maybe want people with more experience, but I guess you can do you. So he hires them, and they're excited to have their first job, so they head right on over. And once they get to the cave, they notice that they have a bunch of things that they're gonna have to move. So Tyrone, he mentions that he does in fact have a genie that will grant them 3 wishes to help them move their things, just in case they have some problems with it. So he's off on his way, and he lets them start to move. And we get our next song, Movers of Arabia, and it's perfection. I love this song. It's just a nice little, catchy little tune to it. And it's just Uniqua and Pablo, another duet song. They do get a lot of duets, now that I'm noticing it, picking up on it. So anyways, they get a duet about moving. They're movers of Arabia, and they move Arabian things. Although, no, you don't, because like that is what you do, but it's your first job, so I don't know why they're so confident, and like they advertise that this is their first job, but they seem like they have experience. I'm not sure. It's a little fishy. Maybe it's their first job together. I don't know. So anyways, they pack all of the things in the truck, no problem, all of his trinkets, and they start going on the road. And so Pablo has some troubles navigating because they just have a regular physical map. So he's having trouble navigating to the Sultan's palace. And he's like, I wish I knew where we were. And then Austin comes out, because he's the genie this episode, and he's like, you're in Arabia. And he was like, that was an easy wish. First of all, I didn't know, like, they didn't, I guess that's how genies work, you know. There's always like the monkey's paw thing where it's like, well, no, monkey's paw is just be careful what you wish for. They didn't even know they were wishing, so it's just the genie being a jerk. But, and also, how dare you just say you're in Arabia? I feel like, can you not be more specific? I would have been like, give me coordinates, give me latitude, longitude. Like, if I'm gonna waste my wish on directions, like, give me specific directions, like, thanks. I knew I was in Arabia, thank you, Austin. So anyways, they realize that they messed up and they only have 2 wishes, so they almost mess up and almost say, I wish I didn't do that, but they cut themselves off. So anyways, they keep on driving when they hear a ruckus in the back of the car, or a truck, and so they go to check it out, and when they open it, a magical flying carpet just flies out, and they have to try to catch them, and like Pablo even tries to get on top of the truck and like jump on it, but it just really just takes him for a ride and knocks him off. So eventually they realize that they're gonna have to use the genie in order to wish the magic carpet back inside of the truck. So they do just that, but before they do it, they get a song called I Wish, another superb song. I just like all the songs. I think I just really like the music genre of this episode. But anyways, they sing a song called I Wish because they don't know how to wish for things, apparently. They were really just looking for those 4 songs, because you know every episode needs 4 songs, and they were really struggling out here. So they were like, let's just a song about them not knowing how to make a wish properly, because Pablo's like, oh magical genie, puts the carpet back into the truck, and Austin's like, that's not how it works. You have to say I wish. Even though Pablo before said I wish, and like they established that they knew that was the rules, but it's okay, whatever. They're learning how to wish now. So they wish for the carpet back in the truck. Austin just points at the truck, and the carpet like sadly trudges back in the car, and they're back off on their way. And we have another time skip as Uniqua is casually driving and Pablo is sleeping. Like, it's a one girl job, you know. It's really just Uniqua doing all the work. Anyway, she's driving and she points out that the palace is up ahead, and Pablo wakes up and they're like, wow, we're almost there and nothing's going wrong. But then the truck makes a noise in the back once again, and they clearly didn't learn their lesson from before, because they go out back once more to check what it is, and it's just a box, like a small like ring box almost, or necklace box pops out, and they're just like, oh, it's just a typical box. So they open it. Well, Pablo opens it first to see what it is, and he quickly closes it, and it's like, it's a box of wind. And Uniqua doesn't believe her. She's just like, a box of wind? That doesn't exist. So she decides to open it for herself, and then this causes the box of wind to just completely open wide, and then it just creates a twister that sucks them all up. And so all of the things in the truck fly out, and it's now in this giant tornado, and so is Uniqua and Pablo and the genie lamp. So they're just stuck like that, and they try to wish for, you know, the box to close, but Genie Austin can't hear them, and so he can't make the wish, so they're just stuck in the twister. And then Sultan Tyrone calls and is like, so how you guys doing? And he goes like, oh, we're doing fine. And then she clings up and screams. So we got our last song of the episode, The Genie Bottle. It's just another superb song. It's just the episode. I just love all the songs in this episode. But yeah, it's like a rock song though. It's like inspired. So they're swirling around talking about how they wish that they could get to the genie bottle, but then they have the brilliant idea of using the magical flying carpet to just fly down to the box and close it. And so they close the box and put everything back in the truck without using a wish, and they're off back to the palace. They talk to Tyrone, and he's like, I'm impressed that you guys moved all my things without it breaking, which I am too, considering everything was flying in a twister and nothing broke. Anyways, he's like, as your gift or payment, actually, I think this is their payment. They don't get paid in actual money. Tyrone's like, instead of me paying you for your laborious work, you could have the last wish that you didn't use. It's like the Beast scene in the library scene in Beauty and the Beast, where he's like, if you love it so much, it's yours. And so that's what Tyrone did. But they asked for snack time, and so that's how the episode ends. Overall, Movers of Arabia, I think, was an almost perfect episode. It's not my best episode contender, but it was very close. Very close. I don't know. I liked how fun it was with the genie wishes, and like, I never thought moving items could be so exciting. Interesting. So episode 13 of season 2 is Cops and Robbers. I almost fell for the pun that they were making. Anyways, Cops and Robots. That's the title of the episode. And we open with Officers Uniqua and Tyrone, and they are a part of the robotics department of the police, which robotics department of the police in outer space, it's a sentence. That sure is a sentence. So we got our introduction song, Can't Stop the Cops, and it's a superb song. I actually really like it. It's just kind of catchy. It's like, can't stop, I'm not gonna sing it. But yeah, it's a fun song. anyways, they brag about being able to do any job that they get, and we see them go off into outer space in their little floating futuristic patrol car, and they're looking for bad bots, which we get to see. And the bad bots this time around is Tasha and Pablo. That's a different dynamic. We might have seen it before, but like they've definitely ever been villains together, so that's pretty quirky, pretty nice. And so they sing a song about them being bad, and it's called Bad Bots, and it's another superb song. Once again, I'm biased. I love the song. So basically, they just sing about how they're bad robots, which are robots that are bad. Wait, we are bad bots, robots who are bad. Yeah, anyways, that's their whole song, basically. They just want to say that they're evil, and they make it well known. So anyways, they land on this, like, moon-looking crater, asteroid, space word, planet, that has a giant safe on it, and they open it, and it's the key to the robot factory. And so their whole plan is that they will break into the robot factory and turn all other robots bad, which gets me thinking. So the way the robots are designed is that they have a giant lever on their back that has 2 switches, and it's good or bad. So these boat robots, Uniqua, and not Uniqua, why do I keep saying Uniqua? Tasha and Pablo, they're on their bad setting, and so they want to do that for every robot. They want to make every robot evil, which, quite the ambition. But then that adds, like, the philosophical question, like, so are we all inherently born good? And, like, so then how did these robots turn bad? Were they born bad? Or did someone flip their switch to be bad, you know? Makes you think, nature versus nurture in a Backyardigans episode. So they get the key and then they try to fly off, but then our robotics police officers, yeah, that's a word, they land on the planet too, and they try to catch the robots and try to flip their switches, but the robots are too fast for them, and they get away, and so they're driving away in their car, the bad bots. But then Pablo starts to malfunction, because this is a running gag for Pablo this episode. Remember all the way when I introduced the characters, how Pablo's always the comedic one? It's kind of the same thing here, where he gets random malfunctions during very convenient times, where he just loses control of his senses, and he's just like robotic saying malfunction, and then he like hits a bunch of random things around him.
Malfunction, 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 malfunction.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
Malfunction.
So he's malfunctioning in the car while Tasha is driving, and so Tasha told him to press the turbo button, but because he's malfunctioning, he can't press it, and he like swings around, and so the car goes all around, and the officers are slowly catching up. But then eventually he gains like consciousness, or is it consciousness if you're a robot? Anyways, he gets back to his senses, and they go turbo speed into an asteroid belt. And we get a song, Steer Baby Steer. Another super song. I don't know, I really like Steer Baby Steer. It's just them talking about steering through an asteroid belt. And like the officers are trying to go around too. And like they get hit by rocks. Like they're like dodging it, but some of them are inevitable. Like the small ones. And it's just funny because it just goes doink doink. Like a bunch of onomatopoeias are used here. Very fun. So anyways, they do all of that business, and once they get out of the asteroid belt, the bad bots celebrate because they think they got out of the asteroid belt without like getting hit, but then they turn around and they see that half of their car is gone, so they quickly crash into a nearby planet. And they're panicking about what to do, but then the police officers land behind them, and they're like, "You're under arrest, bad bots," and they're just bad. The officers are bad. Like they guess they came with no training despite being in the robotics department, because the bad bots, they just put on roller skates and they like roller skate. It's a small planet, you know, they just roller skate all around, so the officers are right here trying to chase after them, but the robots go all the way around the planet, get into the police officer car, and then blast off away. But before they fully fly off, the officers are able to grab on underneath the car without the bad bots noticing and hide underneath it. So the officers are under their own car while the bad bots had commandeered it, because the police officers have no countermeasurements against robots despite being in the robotics department. I mean, I just feel like you should be able to do your job. Is that so hard? I don't know. Probably. So they land on the planet that has the robot factory, and Tasha and Pablo, they get out of the car and they start to approach the factory. They take out their giant comical key, that's the key to the robot factory. But then Uniqua and Tyrone pop out from underneath or behind the car. I guess they had to get off before they landed, or else they would have been squashed. Either way, they get out from hiding and they're like, freeze, bad bots. And then Uniqua actually pulls out something of use, and it's just a giant magnet, but like it works. It pulls the key from the robots. And so she's like, I saved the day. But then Pablo is just like, he uses his arm and he extends it because he's a robot, and he just takes the key once more, and then they get into the robot factory. So it was like, never mind, still useless. We then get a Can't Stop the Cops reprise, but the bots have a verse, and if I was ranking reprises only, this song would be in perfection. Because I love it. I love the robots verse, okay? Because they have fun robot names. Pablo is Pablonator, and then Tasha is T900. So
T900, that's what they call me. Soon all robots will be bad, you see. Pablonator, that's my robot name. Running from cops is my favorite game. Can't stop the bots. Can't stop the bots. Can't stop the bots. We're the best in the galaxy.
it's just fun. Anyway, so they do a whole chase scene in the factory while singing their reprise fun song. And they finally get to the room that just has all the robots. And all of the robots are either Pablo themed or Tasha themed. And so I'm like, so there's only two types of robots, really. The two genders, Pablo or Tasha. So they try to do a control panel, I guess, that maybe will switch all of the robots to bad. I don't know why they didn't just manually flip it, because like the robots are right in front of them. Like, yeah, they're on a conveyor belt and stuff, but like you could just flip them to bad manually. I feel like it would be easier than doing this whole control panel. Well, I guess not, because you could do all at once. But anyways, they try to go to the control panel, but then Pablo malfunctions. Oh wait, before he malfunctions, I forgot, before this whole thing happens. So they get to the robot room, and then Uniqua and Tyrone try to cuff Tasha and Pablo first before they get to the control panel. But then the robots are just too good once again, and then they cuff Tyrone and Uniqua to each other and then to a pole. So they're completely useless. So Tasha's about to go to the control panel, and she's like, come on, Pablo, come over here. So he walks past the officers that are cuffed to the pole, and he malfunctions. And so he starts, like, moving all around. And so Uniqua takes this opportunity to use her magnet once again, because she only has one arm free. Luckily, it was Uniqua that had one arm free and not Tyrone, because Tyrone's, like, left arm is to the pole, and then his right arm is to Uniqua. But then Uniqua's left arm is only to Tyrone, and so her right arm is free, basically. So she pulls out her magnet, and then she's able to magnetize Pablo, which, if she was able to do that, why didn't you do that before? Like, in the beginning of the factory, or just, like, any time at all during the entire chase sequence. Why didn't you use your magnet to get the bad bot? It's okay, whatever. Anyways, so she magnetizes Pablo, and then they're able to turn his switch to good. And then we get our last song of the episode, I Feel Good, which is probably the weakest song in the episode, really. Like, it's fun still. I put it in the fun tier, but nothing iconic. But yeah, so he's just rhythmically dancing. He even has a harmonica solo in the song. That's fun. And so he's singing, and then dodges Tasha, who gives up on using the control panel or getting any assistance whatsoever. Like, Tasha just fully commits to trying to turn Pablo back to good. Back to evil, instead of turning any other bad bots bad, so that they could help her. But yeah, okay, whatever. So she tries to help Pablo. Maybe she doesn't know how to do it, because earlier she needed Pablo's help to press the turbo button. So maybe Tasha's just illiterate. Either way, so she tries to turn his switch to good, but it doesn't work because Pablo is just agile and dodges her completely. So Tasha gives up because Pablo uncuffs the police officers, and they're like, get the bad bot. And so she tries to make her daring escape. So she runs away using like these bouncy springs on her shoes, but she malfunctions. And then we have this scene where she just keeps running into a wall over and over again.
she's malfunctioning.
Malfunction, malfunction, malfunction.
Now she
So that was kind of convenient, and they turn her switch to good, and she sings an I Feel Good verse. And then the day is saved. Fun episode. So the episode I put as almost perfect. I really liked it. I liked the whole robots versus officer theme. It was kind of fun. I think I really just liked the dynamic duo of Tasha and Pablo. That was a fun dynamic. So yeah. And the songs were bangers. They were amazing. So we have that to end up the episode. So episode 14 is Sinbad Sails Alone, and it opens on Tyrone, also known as Sinbad, this episode. I feel like Sinbad is a character from somewhere I'm supposed to know. It feels like it's a parody of something. I don't know what is a parody of, I'm sorry, I don't. But anyways, his whole deal is that he sails alone, and he tells us in this fun intro song, Sinbad the Sailor. So anyways, he sails alone. His whole journey this episode is he's trying to get to the end of the rainbow. Also, yeah, no, once again, Tyrone, main protagonist, Tyrone, solo song. What you gonna do? So anyways, so he goes off chasing the rainbow, and he's preparing his boat for the sail, for the journey, when fanboy Pablo comes along, and he's like, yo, Sinbad, can I join you along on your journey? And Sinbad's like, no, sorry, I travel alone. So Pablo's like, well, I'll just help you move your things onto your ship. And so Sinbad's like, okay, whatever, you can do that. So they move all of Tyrone's things onto the ship, and like it's just food and water and crates and stuff like that. So they do all of that, and then Sinbad's like, okay, Pablo, thank you for your help, but you can get going now. And so he's like, but are you sure I really can't join you? And like a bit obsessive, he said no. Okay, move on, Pablo. But he leaves, or pretends to leave, but Pablo's like, he's gonna want my help later on anyways. So Pablo decides to just hide in like one of the water or food barrels, and then Sinbad thinks he left, and so they set sail. But like halfway through the journey, or like not even halfway, like a few minutes into the journey, Sinbad gets a little thirsty, and so he goes to get some water, and then Pablo pops out of the barrel, and it's like, oh, I'm here too. And Sinbad like turns around and realizes that it's way too late to turn around, except it's really not, because land is clearly in sight. And if you really don't want him to travel with you, because I wouldn't, like, if this random person just joined me on my journey without my knowledge, I would be totally fine turning around and kicking them off, because that's scary. But Tyrone, he doesn't want to do that, so they just keep going. But Pablo's trying to find things to do, and so Tyrone gives him the important job of steering the ship for some reason. I don't know why. Like, what are you even doing anyways? Tyrone has this tendencies when he's on pirate ships to like just let other people steer for him when he's the leader, and I don't know why he does that. It's like, if you want things done right, just do it yourself. So anyways, he lets Pablo steer, but Pablo's bad at steering, and so he steers way too far right or left, whichever direction, and all of the barrels fall overboard, and so does Tyrone. But all of the water barrels specifically, not the food barrels. So we have this running gag where Pablo tries to help Tyrone by throwing like a safety vest at him, or one of those tubes, those floating tubes, but it hits his head instead. And so Tyrone gets back on board, and he's like, you lost all of our water. And like we see the water crates like float by, and I'm like, well, I mean, yeah, he did, but like the crates are right there, and you got back onto the ship, so is it really that hard to get the crates back? Like, they're just right there, and they're in crates, so they're not gonna like mix in with the salt water, presumably. So I don't know, but either way, they lost the water. So Tyrone's like, okay, now we have to go to the island of the Siren to get more fresh water. So they make their detour, and we see Siren Uniqua serving with her dress and her wig. It's a look. And so we get a fun song called Siren Says in superb tier, and it's just Uniqua singing about this fun game she invented for them to get water, and it's Siren Says, which is a combination of Simon Says and green light, red light, green light. So basically she's gonna tell them a series of actions that they can do. She'll be like, Siren Says skip, and then they have to skip all the way towards her, and if they make it all the way to her while following the rules of Siren Says, which is like you can only do what Siren says, then they will get the water. So we have this whole fun song of her saying, Siren says walk or shuffle, and they do it. And then the last verse of her song, she says, Siren says stop, and so Tyrone stops. And she's like, she does her whole verse or chorus where she's like, you gotta go back. And she's like really getting into it. And so Tyrone skips back because he's like, oh, I failed the game. But then Pablo is still skipping because, or shuffling or whatever move he was doing. And it was because before she said just stop and not Siren says stop. She said Siren says whatever action. So he's still walking and he's like, I'm not gonna stop because she didn't say Siren says. And then he gets her and Pablo wins the fresh water for them. And like, it's just, what would Tyrone have done if Pablo wasn't there? So anyways, they get water and they're off sailing again. And Tyrone's like, okay, you're bad at steering, so instead just clean my deck for me. And so Pablo just starts wiping the deck like with the mop. Yeah. So he cleans it, but he gets it like way too wet. Like there's visible water on top. And so Tyrone slips off, and so does all their food crates once more. And so he gets back on, you know, the whole bit like last time, and he's like, you lost all of our food this time because you don't know how to clean the deck. So we have to make a detour at Medusa's island this time in order to get more food. And so we get a whole nother mini game this time with Medusa Tasha, and she's like, okay, this game is, it's freeze tag. And so whenever I touch you, you freeze. But if your teammate touches you again, you unfreeze. And so that's the game. She doesn't explain how they win. She's just like, it's freeze tag, don't let me touch you. And so we get a fun song, superb here actually, called Gotta Dodge. And it's just her trying to freeze them. And so she freezes Pablo at first, but then Tyrone unfreezes him. And then Tasha touches and freezes Pablo. I mean, not Pablo again, Tyrone. And then she tries to go freeze Pablo once more, but then Pablo's like, what's that on your head? And so she touches herself and she freezes herself.
Almost got me there. Freeze! Listen, freeze! Hold it! Hey! What's that on your hair?
I liked how they played with Medusa, you know? They try to keep the eye thing, but with just the touch, and then it's still like she froze herself kind of thing. Pretty fun. Anyways, Pablo's like, okay, we got the fruit now, Tyrone. So once again, Pablo won the mini game for him, and so they get the fruit and they go back on the ship. But before they leave, Pablo does unfreeze Tasha. Okay, it was just a game. She's not evil, so she seems pleased with the game. You know, they won fair and square. So they're sailing, and Tyrone's just over Pablo for some reason. Like, I don't know why he had enough like patience to play with Pablo. With Tasha, with the Gotta Dodge, but he's over him now, and he's like, okay, Pablo, you just sit in this chair, and that's all you can do, okay? Let me sail by myself, because they're getting close to the end of the rainbow. So Pablo just sits in the chair, thinking about his life choices, and why he likes Sinbad so much, and then Tyrone is sailing when they get to a waterfall, and so he has to stop the anchor, but he can't drop the anchor. He's bad at dropping the anchor. Oh, I remember now. Sorry. I know why Tyrone got mad at Pablo after the Medusa incident, and it's because he like dropped the anchor by accident or something like that. So, anyways, so Tyrone, he's trying to figure out how to stop the ship, but he forgot how to drop the anchor for some reason. And so he tries like untie the sails, but then he gets hooked up himself. And so he asks Pablo for help. But Pablo's like, sorry, but I can't get out of my chair. That's what you told me. And like, wow. He'd rather die than not do what Tyrone, like, I think they're trying to paint it as like Tyrone told him not to get out of the chair, so he's just following what Tyrone said. But I take it as a spite thing. He's like, you told me not to get out of my chair, so I'm not, even though we're all gonna perish. So anyways, he still doesn't get out of his chair, but he just bounces along up to the anchor and lets it go, and they're safe. Like, the ship is basically overboard, but the anchor somehow stops it from like falling down. So he unties Tyrone and all of that while staying in the chair, and Tyrone makes up with him, and it's like, you know, maybe Sinbad doesn't always need to sail alone, which I guess that's the lesson. Harass your idol until they eventually become friends with you out of necessity because you put them in a life or death scenario. Overall, it was an almost perfect episode. I loved our adventure, our steps, the fun. It was really the fun games. I love Siren Says and Freeze Tag. It was fun. Episode 15 of season 2 is Best Clowns in Town, and we open up on our 3 clowns this episode. We have Uniqua, Pablo, and Austin. But this time, Austin is a mute. Where have I seen this before? Anyway, but it is true though. Austin, he will not talk in this episode. His whole thing is that he just emotes a lot, which is cute. I do like that for him, but it's like, I wonder why they made Austin the one who emotes. And then also, he honks his horn sometimes. So, either way though, they sing a song called Best Clowns in Town, which is just an introduction song about them being clowns, and we immediately see them go by a train station, and they see a circus conductor, Tyrone, and he's getting ready to board a train in order to make his circus show in like big city. And so he's about to get on, but the clowns try to convince him to let them be a part of his show. And so they like try to show him a bunch of gags, but he's like, sorry, I don't like clowns. And so they sing a whole song called That's Not Funny. It's a fun song, and it's basically them doing a bunch of funny things, just being like, Shirley, we will make you laugh, make you laugh, make you laugh. And then Tyrone's like, oh, that's not funny. So anyways, they occupy all of his time with the song, and they even like lift him up. And so while they're lifting him up, the train leaves and he misses his train to big city. And so we get this running gag the whole episode where he just screams clowns whenever they do something like bad, not evil, but like whenever like they prevent him from making his train. So anyways, they're like, it's okay, we'll make up for it, we'll help you catch your train. So they all like load up into the small clown car. They do that whole bit, and like they drive in the small car through like a barn and things like that, and eventually they make it to a canyon where they have to cross this giant canyon in order to catch the train. And Tyrone's like, how are we supposed to do that? And so they bring out this like giant like pole that they pull out, you know, it's that like never ending strand of ribbon bit but with a pole. And so they pull it all out, and then they lay it flat over the canyon, and then they pull out a unicycle, and they all get on this small unicycle and traverse it across the pole to get to the other side. And they do it, so that's an achievement. So anyways, they get across the canyon and they see the train station in sight. So they get to the train station, and Tyrone is about to board it, and he's like about to get on, but they're like, but you didn't say bye. Look, Austin's really sad.
Seriously?
And so he goes to Austin and gives him a hug, but then they all gather around for a group hug, and then that makes him miss his train again, so he screams clowns once more. So anyways, he gives up, and he's like, okay, there's no way I'm gonna make my show now, because that was like the last train station until they get to big city. And then they sing a song called The Show Must Go On. It's a fun song. I like it because it starts off with a sad Tyrone. Very like not out of character, because he's had sad songs before, but like we never see like such dynamic emotions from Tyrone. That sounds bad. I call him plain. I say I've never seen such emotions of anger and sadness from Tyrone before. But that's what I'm saying. Anyway, so they sing The Show Must Go On, where the clowns cheer up Tyrone. It's like, it's okay, we can do it. And so he's like, okay, so how are we gonna, you've convinced me, how are we gonna get there? And they bring out this cannon, and so they're just gonna shoot themselves to big city. And Tyrone's having second thoughts, but they just all run into the cannon and they blast off. And so the clowns are midair, are like, okay, time to launch our parachutes. And Tyrone's like, I don't have a parachute. So he's falling, but the clowns bounce him off of their umbrellas, parachutes. Yeah, they use umbrella, not parachutes, but it acts as a parachute. And so Tyrone's just bouncing off of 3 umbrellas until they make it all the way down, which, physics? I'm not sure. Definitely not. It's an interesting sight to see Tyrone bouncing off of umbrellas as they slowly, gradually float down to the ground, but they do that. They get to the circus on time, and we get our circus performance that plays to a song called At the Circus, you know. Greatest Showman wishes it had this level of no, it's actually a forgettable song. I was gonna say, like, they wish they had this banger of a song, but I didn't like the At the Circus song, because it makes no sense. The whole song features the clowns, but Tyrone just decided to make them a part of his act after they like canon launched him and like they made it to the circus on time. So it's like, why are the clowns such an integral part of your show when you didn't when they weren't in the show like 5 seconds ago? And in that point case, like, what was the show beforehand? Anyways, the episode was E for effort overall. I liked the clowns. They were funny, but not funny enough to be almost perfect. So episode 16 is Save the Day, or 16 of season 2. And we open on Tyrone, Uniqua, and Pablo, our classic trio, of course. But, you know, this season gave me some good episodes, so they get their trio episodes. The writers can have that, I guess. So anyways, their whole thing is that they're harbor rescuers, which, that's an interesting concept. Interesting. So they sing a song called Save the Day. It's a fun song about them being harbor rescuers and how they will save anyone who puts themselves in danger in the harbor. So they go to their harbor dock and they're looking around for anyone who could possibly potentially need help. And in the distance, they see Tasha rowing in this like small boat, and she is in a fishing outfit get up, and so she's going off trying to get ready to catch a whopper. And so we get a song about it called I'll Catch a Whopper, and it's a Tasha solo, and it's iconic, and it's just her like talking about how she wants to catch a whopper. That's her whole goal this episode. And so she decides to go to like this shark cove part of the bay, and there's like, Jesus Christ, like 20, I don't know, there's a lot of sharks. Look at the amount of shark fins. There's at least 20. I think there's more than 20, but there's at least 20 shark fins in this one frame around her boat. It's like, I get it, you want to catch a whopper, but I don't think it's that serious. So anyways, the rescuers catch on that she's in a shark-infested area. So they cruise out to her, and then Tyrone gets on his ski boat and goes up to her, and it's like, ma'am, you know you're in shark-infested waters, right? We need to bring you back to land. I don't know why I kind of did a country accent there. I'm still doing it. And Tasha's like, yeah, but I'm about to catch a whopper, so bye now. But Tyrone's like, yeah, we can't let you just do that. So he hooks his boat onto her boat, and then he skis them back to the rescue ship, and then they go off back to the dock. And Tasha's upset because she's like, you just prevented me from catching my whopper. And she's like clearly upset about it, but like they're celebrating, they're doing high fives. And so while they celebrate, she goes back out into Catastrophe Cove, which, what a name. Like, I feel like they're self-aware. Like, whoever named these areas, they know that it's a disaster area. Like, it's bad news bears. But they still, like, open it to the public. Like, Tasha can easily just, like, boat out into these areas. I guess maybe that's what the rescue crew is for, but, like, they're not doing their job correctly because Tasha goes out there. She goes to the cove without them noticing, and by the time they do notice, she's already in Catastrophe Cove, and she hooks onto a rock somehow, and so she's like pulling on it really hard because she thinks it's a fish. And so Pablo dives out of the ship, the rescuer ship, in a scuba diver outfit, and so he goes underneath the water, unhooks her fishing rod, and then, like, because Tasha was pulling so hard on it, he's like, pull her back up, and he's like, okay ma'am, it's time to bring you back. And she's like, you're not a whopper, and why are you bringing me back? But Pablo is like, I don't know, Aquaman, and he's able to swim the boat back to the ship, like, no problem. So anyways, Tasha's brought back once again to the dock, and she's like rolling her eyes while we get a song, Nothing Too Tough, from our trio, and it's them bragging, but in song. They're like, there is nothing too tough. And it's a fun, superb song. I love it. It's pretty fun. It's a nice trio song. But like, midway through the song, I like this moment, Tasha just gets angry. And she's like, well, where on the map can I go? Up there. And it's like Disaster Beach or something like that. I don't remember the exact name, but
Nothing too tough, nothing too tough for us. No situation can make us fuss. There is nothing too tough for us.
Oh, for goodness sakes. Now where should I go? Yes, this is the perfect
perfect place to catch a whopper.
Anyways, she goes off boating there, and then finally they finish their song. They're like, wait, where'd she go? So they try to follow her, but Tasha is in her boat, and it's starting to storm, but she doesn't care, okay? She's just trying to fish to get a whopper. And so they split up, Tyrone and Pablo, since it's storming so bad. They go in a lifeboat to go up to Tasha to try to get her off of her boat, but she's not having it. She's like, I'm not gonna go with you. So she tries to fish, but her hooks onto the inflatable lifeboat, and then Tyrone and Pablo's boat starts to sink. And so she's like, okay, come on to my boat, which I feel like she did it on purpose. Like, she was facing this way, and then the boat with the inflatable boat with Tyrone and Pablo was this way, and she somehow gets her hook into their boat. Like, she was over these rescue crew, okay? She was having enough with it. So anyways, they get in, but 3 people is too big enough. It's too much weight for Tasha's small dinghy of a boat, and so they start to drown. And we get uh-oh, and it's honestly a pretty iconic song. Like, I just like the way they did it. It's not like your typical, like, just upbeat Backyardigans song. It has like a little groove to it. So they sing about how they're sinking, but then Uniqua, who split up from everyone, she comes in with a helicopter because they knew that since it was storming that they might need some air support. So she comes in on a helicopter, but because Tasha's boat is like floating and sinking between rocks, it's too narrow for her to land down. So Tasha, with her accuracy and brute strength, like, puts an anchor onto her fishing rod and then just swings it up onto the helicopter, catches on, and then they all grab on to her, and then they just swing out and fly out of there. That's like Mission Impossible left. I've never watched Mission Impossible. That's my confession. But I've seen the trailer in movie theaters, and that's what this scene is giving me. So that's what you get. So anyways, they fly out of there on a fishing rod, on an anchor, on a helicopter, and they get back to the dock. And Tasha's still upset that she didn't get a whopper, but she's glad that they came to help her because she actually could have died. And so they all, like, you know, high five, have their little celebratory moments, and Tasha, like, has her hands out because she's, like, sad she doesn't have a whopper, and then it just flies into her bare hands, and so she caught a whopper. And that's how the episode ends. I think this moment is funny though. I'll mention this snack time. Tasha throws the whopper back into the ocean because she just wanted to catch it. It's not like she wanted to kill it. But then they have sushi at Tyrone's house. So anyway, Save the Day is an E for effort episode. I really like, honestly, I'm gonna bump it up. I'm bumping it up. We're live bumping it up once again to almost perfect. I had it as E for effort, but I really liked it on site, like, recapping it. Like, it was our 3-step journey, as we usually do, but it had some fun songs. The characters had iconic moments, and the songs were all pretty good. Like, it's not, like, one of my best episode contenders. Like, it's not that close to that, but it's definitely almost perfect. Like, I don't know what I would have improved about it, so good for you, Save the Day. Episode 17 is titled Into the Deep, and we open with Tyrone, Pablo, you know, our bro dynamic duo once more. And Pablo's the commander of the submarine, and Tyrone's our navigator. And so they're submarine enthusiasts? I don't think that's the word. But they dive into the deep ocean in order to find any sea creatures or anything that may live deep down there. So they do some deep ocean investigating, and they sing a song about it called Into the Deep, and it's a really nice, fun song. I like how kind of like slow paced it is. Like, it's not slow, but slow paced, like, compared to other songs. So either way, cool concept though. We get to see the deep ocean in the Backyardigans universe. I'm always fascinated by the deep ocean because, like, we actually don't know that much about it in the real world. So it's interesting. So we go into their submarine, they're diving into the deep, and then meanwhile we jump to Uniqua and Tasha serving as mermaid sisters. Wow. And so there's this small angelfish, or yellowfish, I don't know if it's an angelfish. I think it's an angelfish, but whatever it is, it's like swimming up near them towards their garden, because the mermaids have a garden, and they're not happy with this angelfish, that it's like in their territory. So they do like their mermaid scream thing. They're just like, get away, rah, or whatever noise they make, and they scare the angelfish away. And it's a sight to behold.
Go away! Shoo! Go away! Get out of here! Get away from our garden!
You fish.
So, they then sing a song called Call of the Mermaid. It's a superb song. I really like it. And it's just them talking about how they're mermaids and they have a call to like everything around it is always attracted to them, and like they have this beautiful garden but they're trying to protect it and they don't want anyone to go near it. So anyways, they sing their song and the submarine starts to get close to it, and so they basically the mermaids, they trick the submarine with Tyrone and Pablo is headed straight for their garden, and so they think that they're gonna try to break into their garden. And so what they do is they call them away from the garden near this rock, and then they eventually just lift up the submarine and then throw it overboard. Well, no, they don't throw it overboard, sorry. I thought they threw it overboard. No, what they do is they lift the submarine onto an underwater geyser, and then it shoots up and the submarine shoots right out of the water. And so the mermaids think they got rid of the submarine, but little do they know that the submarine uses the momentum it had from the geyser to just fall all the way back down to the ocean floor once more. So Tyrone and Pablo, after witnessing all of that, they have to get out of their submarine because it's now stuck in the ocean floor. So they get out to explore the area, and then we get another song from Tasha and Uniqua, 2 duets back to back. And this one's more focused on their garden. The other one, they like kind of mention it, but that was more about the Call of the Mermaid, like how they have like an attraction to them. But this one is directly about how they have a garden that they want to protect because they thought that Pablo and Tyrone were about to break into it. Anyways, they then run back into Pablo and Tyrone, who's exploring the seafloor, and and Pablo and Tyrone see them, and they're like, oh, mermaids! And then Pablo's like, I must capture them on film. But the mermaids hear it as I must capture them. So now they're scared that they think that the submarine scuba divers, they're now trying to capture them. So they do their, they like do a chase sequence where the mermaids swim away because they think they're going to be faster than the humans, which would make sense. But Tyrone and Pablo, I guess, have ultra-human swimming power ability. So they swim after the mermaids, and the mermaids eventually go into a cave to lose them completely. And they sing a song called You've Gotta Be Brave. It's another fun song. It's just a cave song as they go deeper into the cave. I just like it because of the quietness to it. I think that's what most of the songs this episode, why I like it so much, is that the instrumentals aren't as heavy as it is in other songs throughout the series, which I love instrumentals in Backyardigans. I mention it a lot, but I just like the quietness to these songs. It's very, very nice. So they get deeper into the cave, and eventually they reach a dead end. So the mermaids, they just scream at them because they think that Pablo and Tyrone have them cornered and are about to capture them. So they do their mermaid scream from before.
The mermaid freak out?
Exactly. Hey, cut that out!
And the rocks from the cave above them, it falls down because of how loud they were, and it almost crushes Pablo and Tyrone. But the mermaids don't want them to die. They just don't want to be captured. So they save Pablo and Tyrone, and they swim out of the cave, and they go back on top of the cave, and it turns out they're in their garden now. So the mermaids are even more mad. They try to like swap them away. They're just like, we won't let you catch us or get in our well, just catch them. They're already in their garden. But Pablo and Tyrone's like, oh no, we didn't mean we're trying to capture you. We're trying to capture you on film. And so the mermaids are okay with this for some reason. I don't know why they were so protective of their garden. I feel like that's like a secrecy thing, but I guess they're okay with being captured on film. But anyway, so they do some poses shots, and the misunderstanding is cleared up, and that's the end of our episode. Pretty fun episode. Really, it was pretty slow. Well, not much happened, you know. Not slow, but not much happened. It's like we have submarine. The mermaids sing a lot about their garden and being mermaids. They get blasted off, but that's like a 1-second bit, basically, and then they go into a cave and the episode's over. So that's why it's E for effort. Not much happened, but I really like the music, so it's up there. we then get into episode 18 of the season, News Flash. So we open up on Uniqua with her solo W Iowa because she I don't know what the W stands for. The first W. But the second part is Iowa because they're the newscasters for Iowa, where you can get all your morning and daily news in Iowa. What a state to represent in the Backyardigans. Once again, one of those nobody states that no one cares about. I'm sorry. First I went after South Dakota, now Iowa. I don't know. Does not exist for me. So, phew. So she sings about it. It's a superb song. I love it. Uniqua's vocals really shines through. So we go to our news reporter room with our news crew, and we have Uniqua, who's our anchor woman, and then Tasha, who's also there, who's like the co-anchor woman to Uniqua, and then we have cameraman Austin, which thankless role. But once again, I love cameraman. It's a fun role. So they're giving a news report when they suddenly get a call from farmers Tyrone and Pablo, who are watching the news, and they're like, did you know that we love corn and the harvest this season is really good and corn's just the best? And Uniqua and Tasha are like, well, that's not really news. So they hang up. And then Pablo and Tyrone, they're distraught. They're just like, why don't they see how great corn is? We then go back to Uniqua, who has a special report. She reports that corn is yellow on the inside, but green on the outside. How would we get this information without news reporter Uniqua? Also, I kind of feel like this is a dig on Iowa. It's like they have nothing better to report on in this state other than corn and farms. They did it for me. So we cut back to Pablo and Tyrone, and they're still distraught over the fact that no one cares about their corn. So Pablo has a revelation though. Corn is yellow on the inside and green on the outside. So they call to report this breaking news once again to Uniqua and Tasha, and they're like, we just reported on these facts. And I think it's, once again, why are we treating it like an actual, okay, whatever. Anyways, so they're upset and they end the call, and so Tyrone and Pablo give us this perfect song about corn. It's the best Tyrone and Pablo duet. It's the best Tyrone song, honestly, that we get this entire series. I love it. It's just them singing about how much they love corn, but they like belt it out. They belt out the word corn, and it's just, I need some corn. So, anyways, they're distraught, but Tyrone comes up with this amazing idea to decorate their corn in order to attract some attention to it. So what they do is they make a crop circle, and they call the news reporters, and they're like, hey, you gotta come down here to the farm. There's something weird happening, or the corn's decorated, it looks fancy. And then Uniqua was like, oh, do you think it could have been the work of a flying saucer? And so they just immediately go down to the station to the farm to investigate this crop circle to see what might have caused it. And we get a song called News Flash. It's another superb song about how they're just like looking for a news flash, because at the news station before Pablo and Tyrone called about the cornfield, they were like kind of bored. They're like, there's not much to report on. We want like this big news flash, something like big that no one's reported on before. And so Uniqua is really hooked on reporting on a flying saucer. She's like, what if there's a flying saucer? So they go straight to the farm, they investigate it, and they're like, this is definitely the work of aliens. So they say, okay, we're gonna come back if you call us if anything else happens, but we're gonna make this the front page news right now. So they go back to the station. Tasha helps them talk about it. Oh yeah, for some reason only Uniqua and Austin went to the farm this first time. Tasha stayed back. I guess maybe she had the weather or something to talk about. So anyways, they come back with their news flash and they report on it, and the farmers see this and see that they think it's the work of aliens, and they're like, oh, we need to do more and we need to make it more convincing so they think it's aliens and not us. So they call them and they're like, hey, we got some more crop circles, which they called to do before they make their crop circles themselves, which just seems like poor planning on their part. It's like, if you don't have the crop circles done already, why are you already setting yourself up for failure? So anyways, they call, and the news station is ecstatic. They go straight for it. So they get into their helicopter and they fly over the farm. And so the farmers have just finished making 2 more crop circles. One's a triangle and one's like weird spiral thing. So anyways, they finish those crop circles just in time. They see the helicopter overhead, so they try to hide in their corn crops in order to make sure they're not caught like during the cornfields themselves. And the news crew sees this and they're like, oh my gosh, there's more. So they land down near the farm. Somehow Tyrone and Pablo beat the helicopter to their own farm, and they sit in these front porch chairs before the news crew gets there, and they're like, well, this is what the news crew is saying. They're like, so, did you see the aliens? And they're like, ooh. And they're like, were you able to talk to them? Did you see a alien man? And they're like, And so, like, they just have no answers. And so the news crew are just bummed. They're just like, we have no evidence that it's aliens. What are we gonna do? This is so disappointing. And so Tyrone and Pablo feel about it. And they're like, no, okay, come back tonight and there will be such substantial evidence that this is the work of aliens. So the news crew is happy now. And they're like, okay, we'll come back later. So we cut tonight, and Pablo and Tyrone apparently like did a plan in between this time skip, but we just see the news crew pull in, and then Pablo's like, hey, news crews, follow me into the cornfields. I have something to show you. So they go to one of the crop circles and they see a flying saucer and an alien man come out, but it's just a cardboard cutout of a flying saucer that was like crayoned in, and Tyrone is like wearing tinfoil hats and green. So anyways, they fall for it, but Uniqua is so excited to meet an alien man that she goes straight up to it and like tries to like ask him some questions, which flusters Tyrone and Pablo because I guess they didn't plan for the news crew to come up to the flying saucer, which I feel like you should have planned for that, but I guess it is kind of weird. It's like, aren't you scared the aliens will like dissect your brains? But they're all for it. So they charge at it, and then the cardboard cutout falls down, and they figure out it's Farmer Tyrone. And so they're like, so you've been lying to us the whole time, there is no aliens? And so they're all upset. But then an actual flying saucer with a small Martian man from Mission to Mars comes in, and he's like, I come in peace. Hello, I love this place. And they're like, oh my gosh, it's an actual alien. And so then we get this perfect song, It's All News to Us, and like all 5 of them are there, but only Uniqua, Austin, and Tasha sing it. And like, they're really going for it. They're like singing about how everything is news to them and how they're just so excited to report on the news, and like how this is a one-in-a-lifetime event, and it's just so... That's what they do. This is why they do what they love. This is why they report on the news. It's for once-in-a-lifetime moments like these, and it's a poetic ending to the episode. And yes, this episode is one of my best episode contenders. All of the songs are iconic, are perfect, and we have all 5 cast members. I love the alien farmer concepts. I love how funny, like, I feel like the writers had to know that they were roasting Iowa when they made this episode, and I love that. So, S tier episode. Our next episode, episode 19, is Catch That Butterfly, and we open on Pablo, who is a bug insect catching enthusiast. So he has caught many creatures in his life, but there is one elusive creature that has avoided his reach, and it's the gilded golden butterfly, and we get an introduction song about it, and it's just Pablo singing about how he wishes to catch this gilded golden butterfly.
But I've never seen the gilded golden butterfly. I hope someday to see one flutter by. Never seen the gilded golden butterfly. I hope someday I shall.
And so we go off into the Mesa Badlands to find this gilded golden butterfly, because midway into his introduction song, we see the butterfly fly around him. So he's off off to the Badlands to catch him. So he tries to follow up and catch the butterfly, but it's too fast for him. So he comes across these 2 horse jockeys who's like, we're the toughest horse jockeys around and we can do any job for you. And he's like, can you help me catch this gilded golden butterfly? And they laugh it off. They're like, you think we can't catch a butterfly? As if. So they sing a song called We're Tough. It's kind of forgettable, but it's a Uniqua Tyrone duet, so fun, I guess. Anyways, they sing about how tough they are. They get into their coach and carousel thing. I don't know. Anyways, they get into the cart for the horse. And so they're following the butterfly, but it flies straight up, like vertically up a mountain. And they're like, that's like the steepest mountain in the Wild West. However, will we get up it? And he's like, aren't you guys, well, they're like, we're tough jockeys though, the toughest in the land, we can do it. So they ride their horses up the mountain and they do it. And they're like celebrating, they're like, we did it, we did it. And Pablo is meanwhile in the background trying to catch the butterfly, but he's failing. And then the butterfly eventually lands on one of the horses' nose. And then the jockeys are like, no, don't hit the horses. But then Pablo is just dedicated to catching the butterfly. So he whacks. Well, I don't know if he hits. I think he hits the horse, but like it's not as dramatic as I'm making out to be. But he tries to catch the butterfly, but it flies away and he hits the horses or scares the horses away. So they run off, they start to run off down the mountain, and so Uniqua, Pablo, and Tyrone, they have to catch the horses. So they manage to jump into the cart, but the horses run towards a rock, and then the horses split their path, cutting off the rope because the cart crashes into the rock, but instead of combusting, it just kind of uses it as a slope and lands into a river. And now they have no more horses, and they're just like a cart room thing, carousel. I don't know what to describe this. Is it a coach? I don't know what this room thing is called, but anyways, they're floating down the river in basically a wooden box. So they're floating down the river, and they're like, how hard can it be in order to catch this butterfly while we're cruising down the river? So they're crashing into rocks, and we slowly see their wooden box lose bits and parts of it, and it's pretty fun to see. It's what part will come out next? Will they survive? And they eventually come down a waterfall, because that's what happens when we have a river in the Backyardigans. There's a waterfall at the end of it. They fall down the waterfall into the river, and they're like, okay, we survived that. Oh, what can we not survive? But Pablo sees the butterfly go up the mountains once more, and so he just starts rock climbing. And the jockeys are like, that's the toughest rock climbing mountain in the Wild West. But Pablo he's doing it, he's booking it up. And so Tyrone and Uniqua follow suit, and they get to the top, and they're about to fall, but Pablo catches them with their net, and then they're all up on the mountains, and they celebrate once more. But Pablo's still hunting the butterfly, and so we get our last song, The Butterfly Hunt, and it's kind of forgettable, but I do they're kind of doing ballerina acrobatics moves as Pablo's trying to catch the butterfly, and eventually they end up on this cliffside that breaks off, and they slide down the mountain into it, slowly erodes away, and they're just left down on their butts. So they're at the bottom of the mountain once more, and finally the butterfly lands on Pablo's nose, and he's able to catch it in his jar. And that's the end of the episode. They finally caught the butterfly after lots of mistrials. Yeah, so it was E for effort. It was an okay episode. I remember quite a bit from it, so that's why it's not forgettable. I didn't forget about it, and it's kind of fun. I like the adventure, but it wasn't exciting enough. I can't say not much happens, because a lot happens. It's just nothing I was too invested in, but fun nonetheless. We then get into our last episode of the season, our season finale, as you will, A Giant Problem. So this time we open up on our giant for the episode, Tasha. Interesting. I didn't think she would be a giant. But yeah, so she's stomping all around, and we see these different camera angles to try to make her look giant. And she's stomping all around. trying to pretend to be a giant, and she gets a solo song called Nobody's Bigger Than a Giant, and it's fun. It's not like for me though. Like I don't really like love it, but it's fun. Like she really sells it, and it's not just a plain introduction song, especially because it's our season finale. But speaking of which, let me actually have a bone to pick with this season finale. Austin doesn't appear in it. It's a season finale and they're missing one of the major cast members. Snubbed. So anyway, she sings about how no one's bigger than a giant, and then we go to our village and we open on our wizards, Tyrone and Pablo, and they're bad. They cannot be wizards. And they sing a song about it called It's Hard to Be a Wizard. And so like they try to do a bunch of spells, but it's not working. Like they try to like get their hats, but like it ends up not on their heads and stuff like that. And then they get a call from Queen Uniqua. That's kind of a different role from her. She usually doesn't play the queen. It's usually Tasha. You think their roles would be reversed in this situation, actually. You would think Uniqua would play the giant, and then Tasha would play the queen. But they decided to mix it up for the season finale, I guess. So the queen calls her wizards, and she's like, I cannot sleep. And so, because there's this giant who's about to come to my castle, so dispose of her, please. And the wizards are like, we're not good at that, but, you know, Queen Uniqua's not having it. She needs her beauty sleep. So she's like, okay, go. And so, the wizards panic outside of her window, and I think this is a funny bit.
Bad. I know. We don't know how to get rid of a giant. I know. But if we don't do it, the queen will be mad. I know. Why do you keep saying that? I don't know. Why haven't you wizards left yet? Go! Oh, yes, Queen Uniqua. No! Uh-oh! Queen Uniqua's castle! Run away! Run away! You're still here? Sorry Queen Uniqua. Go! Yes, Queen Uniqua. Come on, Tyrone.
So they eventually fly off towards where the giant is, and they land in a forest, and so they think they're safe. They're like, oh, okay, we missed the giant. And so they try to sit down on a rock, but the rock turns out to be giant Tasha's foot, and so they're like, oh gosh, it's the giant, what do we do? And so they sing the song I Know a Spell, kind of a forgettable song, where like they try to do a bunch of spells, like they try to make the giant disappear, but then like she falls asleep, or they end up disappearing. They try to turn her into a horse, but then they turn themselves into a horse, and Queen Uniqua is annoyed. She's like, okay, if you guys don't get rid of the giant on your next encounter, I will get rid of you. Which I don't know how she's gonna do that, but I would be threatened too if Uniqua told me that. So this is their last chance. Tasha is almost at the castle, and so they do their final spell, which is it makes the giant into their size, which I feel like that should have been your first spell, but okay. So they cast the spell, but Tasha just blows the bubbles back at them because she thinks they're playing a game. And so it hits them, and so now we have 3 giants because Tyrone and Pablo are also giants now. And then Tasha's like, yay, now I have more people to play with. So the wizards give up on their attempt to control Tasha. They're just like, well, she's just trying to have fun, and you know what? We want to have fun too. So they play around, and Queen Uniqua is upset. She cannot get any beauty sleep with all this ruckus. So she comes outside, and she's like, what's the big idea? And then the wizards turn her into a giant as well, and they did their first successful spell, and now Uniqua is a giant too, and she's no longer grumpy because she gets to play with her friends all as giants. And we get the iconic song to end the season, On Top of the World. Honestly, the only reason this episode should exist. Does that mean? Okay, so this episode, I put in E for effort. Like, there was effort there. I like wizards, I like magic, but this episode just wasn't doing it for me. I don't know why. Maybe because Austin wasn't in it. Like, I think I'm hard on it mostly too because it's a season finale and it doesn't feel like it other than the ending song. Like, On Top of the World, banger bop song. But other than that, this episode is kind of forgettable, but I'll put it in E for effort, I guess. So with that, we end our season 2 and we get into season 3, which I will tease as the season with my most favorite episodes, or Season 4 might have more of my favorite episodes, maybe. But definitely when I think of the Backyardigans and episodes I like, they're all from Season 3, basically. The animation improves quite a bit more. We get our, like, pretty wacko concepts. We get fun character pairings that we haven't seen before. We get new genres, but that's like with everything. And overall, this is the staple of the Backyardigans when it comes to my memory. So that doesn't mean anything to you guys, but that's how I'll tease season 3. Hello, it's future me editing here. So originally this video was going to be one part, but it got too long and it's divided into 2 parts now, and I decided to cut it off halfway through the series after season 2. So here's the tiers, the rankings for all of the songs and episodes of season 1 and 2. They're a little bit different than what I said in the video, just because my mind always changes. So here's what they are now. They'll probably change again, but unofficial rankings. Feel free to pause to see them, and hopefully I see you in part 2 for seasons 3 and seasons 4 soon. Goodbye!